the traveling sorcerer in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251, Healing Equipment. In the following days, Feng did not mention the matter of asking Fury to hand over the person. The soul was in Feng's shoulder bag, so where could Fury find Alexander? The only person he could find was a nobody. But Coulson didn't know. He was still worried that Feng might have a plan to cause a big mess. He would hang around Feng all day long to ask about his well-being. He even left the investigation of hackers to the team members and personally accompanied Feng to build a sailing boat. After a while, the keel of the sailing boat was built, and Coulson vaguely understood that Feng didn't seem to care about Alexander. Although he didn't understand what Feng was thinking, he began to accompany the team members on missions every now and then. Of course, Coulson invited Feng to participate in the field mission on the grounds that Feng would easily get sick if he was alone. Feng saw what Coulson was thinking, which was nothing more than worrying that he would get into trouble everywhere if he was idle. The problem is that Feng, am not that kind of person. But agents, in movies and TV shows, agents always have beauties and sports cars. So, with a curious heart, Feng resolutely joined Coulson's team and followed Coulson and his friends with a pig face all day to experience the life of an agent. But the life of an agent is a little different from what Feng imagined. Staying up late to stare at the computer screen and constantly flipping through street surveillance videos is fine, but who can stand such a boring life without wine and beauties? There is a car, and it is the only one in the world, that is, his RV. Needless to say, the driver of the RV is Melinda, who can drive the RV like a fighter jet. Feng still hasn't figured out how his car was inexplicably requisitioned by Coulson. How did it suddenly become the temporary base of Coulson's team? Who cast a spell on whom between me and Coulson? After a few boring days, not a single member of the hacker organization was caught. Feng said he was done. What's fun in this boring life? It's better to go home and build sailboats. How could Coulson let Feng go so easily? So, Coulson agreed to let Feng go back to his home by the lake on the surface. But in fact, Coulson simply set up the team's base in the cabin by the lake. In Coulson's words, he did this to make it convenient for Feng, the doctor, to check his physical condition at any time. In fact, Feng knew that Coulson not only wanted to monitor him from time to time, but also was reluctant to give up the convenient portal. Who said that this thing is really convenient to go out? For example, when changing shifts outside, you can go home and take a nice bath and have a good sleep as long as you cross the portal. In the past, Melinda and Ward dared not even think about this. It was good to have a piece of bread to eat when they were out on duty. Of course, Coulson would not stay in the cabin all the time. For example, when Christmas is approaching, all the members of Coulson's team packed their luggage and asked Feng to help send them to an airport belonging to SHIELD. The reason is self-evident. The Air Command Center that Fury gave Coulson was finally renovated. For this reason, Feng said that he was happy today and wanted to eat more big white steamed buns. My RV finally doesn't have to be tossed by Melinda. It's almost falling apart. When Coulson's team knocked on the door of the RV with their luggage, Feng waved to open the portal and took everyone to the airport. After boarding the Airbus, Coulson, as the host, took Feng around with interest until they came to a closed room similar to an interrogation room. Coulson closed the door and stretched out his hand to Feng to signal please sit down. Feng scratched his head, opened the portal, and poured himself a glass of beer from the RV, implying that Coulson's room was just so-so and could not hold him at all, and asked, "Do you have something to talk to me about?" Coulson sat upright in the chair and said seriously, Happy was admitted to the hospital after a bomb explosion. Feng paused in drinking. Although his relationship with Happy was not to the point of revenge for each other, they still cared about each other on a daily basis. Squinting his eyes, Feng tilted his head and asked, "Do you know who hurt Happy?" Coulson nodded. took out his mobile phone from his pocket and clicked on a certain video and said, afterwards, this Mandarin claimed responsibility for the incident, and Stark also issued a declaration of war to him because of this. After Li Feng finished watching the video of Mandarin, Carlson continued, let's get the topic back to Happy. The day after Happy was admitted to the hospital for rescue, Stark took him back to Stark Building against the doctor's advice. A few days later, that is, today, someone saw Happy appear in Stark Building intact. While speaking, Carlson took out a physical examination report when Happy was admitted to the hospital and said, given Happy's injuries at the time, it was God's blessing that he survived. After a pause, Carlson looked at Li Feng seriously and continued, we can't think of what kind of medical means can be used now to make a dying person recover within a few days. Unless it's me. Li Feng interrupted Carlson, pointed at himself, and said, do you think Stark asked me for help? The problem is that I have been busy building a sailboat these days. I haven't gone out, and I haven't received any calls for help from Stark. We know. Carlson smiled gently. If it was you who treated him, Stark wouldn't have to bring Happy into the Stark Building for a few days of treatment. I'm afraid Happy would have been alive and kicking when he left the hospital. Li Feng was stunned, stroking his wine glass with one hand and his chin with the other, and said in an affirmative tone, do you suspect that Stark has thoroughly studied the healing technique and used scientific means to reproduce the healing technique? Carlson did not deny Li Feng's guess and said generously, what else? We can't think of any means that can restore Happy's injuries within a few days. So what if he used scientific research to imitate the healing technique? My healing technique has been upgraded to the regeneration of broken limbs. Li Feng curled his lips, looking completely indifferent. But what is the purpose of Carlson's conversation with me? Confirm whether I have provided help to Stark. Wouldn't it be over if I just asked Stark? Suddenly, Li Feng realized something, looked at Carlson with a smile, and asked, you don't want Stark to hand over the technology of healing, do you? Carlson shook his head and denied that he had the idea of asking for it for free, and said, we are willing to buy technology, even if it is a finished device. Haha. Li Feng rolled his eyes and sneered a few times. I almost believed what you said. If Carlson was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Stark might sell a device to Carlson because of his good relationship with Carlson privately. The problem is that Fury is the boss of S.H.I.E.L.D. now, and Stark has a lot of opinions about Fury. If Fury can buy a screw from Stark, Li Feng said that he would quit drinking on the spot. However, isn't Stark's plugin a bit too powerful? It hasn't been long since he figured out the technological version of healing. Li Feng scratched his head. Never mind. I have already taught Stark the Merlin's ring. What else is missing? Tell me, what are you planning? Li Feng pointed to the airtight room and said, I don't believe you found this room just to tell me this. Carlson smiled awkwardly and said embarrassedly, I want to ask you for a favor. Can you buy a healing device from Stark for me? Li Feng was a little confused. He couldn't understand what Carlson's logic was now. He pointed to his nose and said, I come forward to buy the healing. It will take a few days for Stark's healing machine to recover, and I did it with a stopwatch. Do you think Stark can't guess that it's you who are buying the equipment? Carlson shrugged and said, guessing is one thing, but the chances of us and you buying it successfully are different. So you want me to use up my favors so that you can profit? Li Feng twisted his neck, picked up the wine glass, and drank in big gulps, with an attitude of you continue. I will listen for fun. What do you want? Carlson kept smiling, but his tone was not confident. We won't let you help for nothing. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. has it, we can discuss it, or help you find magical items such as the Dark God book like Stark, in exchange for you to buy the equipment. Even the title of the Dark God book was known. Li Feng glanced at Carlson and mocked. SHIELD is so big, but it actually monitors Happy. I wonder how Happy will feel when I tell him that his every move is under surveillance in the future. Will he feel honored, or will he find a lawyer to sue you for violating his privacy? Anyway, Li Feng didn't believe that Happy was looking for the Dark God book with a banner, and he was in the United States, where privacy rights are more important than life. If Stark got involved, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be famous, or a rat crossing the street that everyone would shout and beat. No one likes a government department that tries to monitor them. It is estimated that the US Congress will try to expel SHIELD by then. Carlson shook his head and denied, "We are here to protect Happy. In fact, apart from providing protection when Happy is looking for the dark book, we have no intention of prying into Happy's privacy." Who would believe that? As he spoke, Feng stood up and opened the portal. When he stepped through the portal, he reminded, "If you use it yourself, I think Stark might sell or lend you one. If Fury comes forward, save the trouble." After speaking, Feng closed the portal. Standing by the lake, Feng thought for a while, waved his hand to let the phone fly into his hand, and dialed the number of Stark's home. After a while, Jarvis' voice came from the microphone. "Hello, Mr. Austin, is there anything I can help you with?" Feng grinned and said, "I heard that Stark is depressed, so I came here to show my concern and make myself happy." Jarvis seemed to be stuck in a computer crash and said after a few seconds, "Mr. Austin, I need to remind you that Mr. Stark's anxiety is because of you." Now it was Feng's turn to crash. After a few seconds of silence, he asked in confusion, "What do you mean? This guy imagines me as a villain who wants to kill him." "Jarvis, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you should read some books on mental health. Otherwise, with your Stark's mental quality, he will kill himself sooner or later." Chapter 252 Malibu Port. "Thank you for your valuable advice." Before Jarvis's magnetic voice in the microphone finished, Stark's voice came. "Hey, Austin, what are you busy with recently? Why did you think of calling me? I heard about Happy's thing. Is he okay?" Feng asked with concern. "Do you need my help?" "Happy is fine now." On the other end of the phone, Stark was silent for a while and said, "If I really have something to talk to you about, come to my house and I'll talk in detail. I'm at Malibu Port, Seaview Villa number 10880. Feng nodded, picked up the phone, and opened the portal. While crossing the portal to Stark's studio, he smiled at Stark, who rolled his eyes. "Man, I heard that you've been having a great time recently." Stark, who thought Feng was implying that he had declared war on the Mandarin, touched the tip of his nose, shrugged and said, "I didn't provoke this. It was that Mandarin who provoked me first." Feng scratched his head and interrupted, "I mean that the fact that you built a legion of battle suits at home has seriously irritated Fury's fragile little heart." After a pause, Feng asked curiously, "From what Jarvis said, you built the battle suits for me? Why? Did I provoke you?" Stark's face froze. He turned around and picked up the wine bottle, then took out 2 wine glasses and filled them with wine, shrugged and said, "Don't listen to Jarvis nonsense." Feng took the wine glass, drank it in one gulp, and poured himself a glass of wine, saying, "Man, compared to Jarvis, I believe what Jarvis says more." Jarvis' voice suddenly rang in the room. "Thank you for your trust. Look." Feng winked at Stark. "Jarvis can tell that you are lying." "Jarvis, you are my personal butler." Stark shouted unhappily at the equipment in the corner of the room, turned his head to look at Feng, pinched the tip of his nose and said, "Well, in fact, you scared me when you threatened New York with a nuclear bomb before." Stark stared at Feng and said seriously, "Others can't tell what you are thinking, but Jarvis analyzed that the probability of you detonating the nuclear bomb at that time was more than 90%. Tell me, what were you thinking at the time? Did you really not care about the lives of New York citizens? Well, the fact that you suffered from anxiety because of holding a nuclear bomb to blow up the Chitauri is gone, but the result was that you suffered from anxiety because of watching me blow up New York. Stark, you're hopeless." Feng shook his head slightly and denied firmly, "Impossible. Even if I wreak havoc in other cities, I dare not do anything reckless in New York. There are big guys here that I can't afford to offend." "Ancient One." Stark sipped his wine with an attitude that I had guessed long ago and said, "Because Ancient One came forward to stop you, but Ancient One didn't show up. What would you do?" "What to do?" Feng drooped his shoulders as if deflated. "What can I do? There is Ancient One's dojo in New York. I dare not blow it up. Believe it or not, Ancient One can hang me on a nuclear bomb to dry it 1 second before the nuclear bomb explodes." Seeing that Stark was still skeptical, Feng showed a believe it or not expression and said, "Let's not talk about this." Let's talk about you. How much do you know about Mandarin? Do you need my help? Stark froze, took a deep breath to ease his excitement, and said, there are not many people who can be called my friends. You are one of them. Li Feng raised the wine glass in his hand and gestured. It's Milner. Then he heard Stark continue. Happy is also my friend, but now this Mandarin almost killed Happy. I want to avenge him personally. This has nothing to do with politics or the Pentagon. Stark pointed at Li Feng and said, it has nothing to do with you either. This is just an old-fashioned revenge, a personal grudge between him and me. Li Feng tilted his head and thought for a while, shrugged and said, okay, you solve it yourself. I won't even watch the show from the sidelines. Then why did you ask me to come? Stark pinched his nose awkwardly and said slowly, I have declared war on the Mandarin now. I'm worried that Potts will be implicated, so please help take care of him for a few days. At this point, Stark explained, if the other party uses explosives such as dynamite, I have plenty of ways to stop them before they get close to Potts. But Happy told me, after waking up, that people are the source of the explosion. Unless I don't let anyone get close to Potts, the Mandarin will most likely use Potts to threaten me. I don't want Potts to suffer any unexpected events. Obviously, compared to Stark's stubborn insistence that he could protect Potts in the movie, this time Happy woke up earlier, allowing Stark to obtain more intelligence. He understood that Potts would be in more danger if he followed him. Li Feng certainly had no reason to refuse Stark's small request, and nodded immediately. Okay, let Potts move to the cabin. You also know that there are a group of soldiers helping to guard the door at my house now, so there will be no problem with safety. When Stark smiled and said thank you, Jarvis suddenly said, sir, there is a lady outside the door looking for you. Stark quickly glanced at the surveillance screen, put on his battle suit without saying a word, and walked towards the door. Li Feng picked up the bottle of wine and drank it, and followed Stark leisurely. After a while, Stark walked to the door, let the lady who was knocking on the door in, and asked Jarvis to scan the other party to see if she was carrying weapons and check whether the other party was a human bomb. In fact, before Jarvis finished examining her, Stark had already recognized that the lady in front of him was actually Maya Hansen, the botanist with whom he had had a one-night stand more than 10 years ago. However, due to the awkward atmosphere, Stark couldn't give the other party a warm hug. He found an excuse to resolve the awkwardness and said, you are not the Mandarin, are you? Maya Hansen raised her eyebrows and saw Stark open the mask of his battle suit and said affirmatively, probably not. Maya Hansen thought that Stark really didn't remember her and used a smile to resolve the awkwardness and said, I'm not surprised that you don't remember me. Don't take it personally, Stark interrupted. I don't even remember what I had for breakfast. At this time, the loyal Jarvis reminded, sir, you had waffles. Li Feng, who was standing aside, heard Jarvis expose Stark's lie and couldn't help grinning at Jarvis's surveillance camera and praised, Jarvis, well done. By the way, is Stark wearing underwear today? Jarvis did not answer immediately, but asked Stark, sir, do I need to keep it a secret for you? Stark yelled angrily, I'm saying nonsense again. You are my personal butler, not the butler of this guy who likes to peek into other people's underwear. Okay, sir, Jarvis said to Li Feng. I'm sorry, Mr. Austin. Mr. Stark forbids me to answer questions about underwear. Can you not mention underwear? Stark immediately covered the mask of his battle suit. I'm too embarrassed to see anyone. Li Feng felt that he couldn't laugh anymore. He leaned against the wall and rubbed his stomach and greeted Maya Hansen. Hello, beautiful. Maya Hansen waved and greeted, then turned to Stark and said, I have something important to talk to you alone. Stark said in a flowery way, if it was before, I wouldn't refuse, but now, I have a formal girlfriend. Before Stark could finish, a luggage bag suddenly hit Stark's feet. Stark looked up at Potts and said, that's her. Potts, who heard someone talking to Stark in the hall, hadn't come down from upstairs yet, but the voice had already floated to the hall. Tony, are there any guests at home? Stark said as he took off his battle suit. Yes, Austin is here, and so is an old botanist friend, Ms. Maya Hansen. While speaking, Stark approached Maya Hansen, glanced at the car at the door of his house, and whispered, don't tell me there's a 12-year-old child I've never seen in the car. Maya Hansen raised her eyebrows coquettishly. Actually, she's 13 years old. Seeing Stark's confused face, Maya Hansen hurriedly said, "Just kidding, I need your help." Stark whispered, "What help?" Maya Hansen glanced at Potts, who was going downstairs, and said with a little concern for Stark, "I read the newspaper and learned about your affair with the Mandarin. Frankly speaking, you may not survive a week." While Maya Hansen was talking to Stark, Li Feng waved at Potts and smiled. "Long time no see, beautiful lady." "Hi, Austin." Potts walked to Li Feng and said embarrassedly, "Originally, Stark and I should have treated you well, but Stark has recently been in trouble with terrorists again." Looking at the luggage on the ground, Potts said apologetically, "Sorry." Li Feng waved his hand indifferently and smiled. "In fact, I came to pick you up, and I should be the one to treat you." Potts was stunned for a moment, thinking that Stark had listened to her advice and was ready to find a place to avoid terrorist attacks. There was no way Stark was too showy, and he announced his home address to the world when declaring war on the Mandarin. Now who knows when the terrorists will come to cause trouble. Just when Potts breathed a sigh of relief, Li Feng suddenly turned his head and looked out the window, holding up the shield to protect the people in the room, and said, "Stark, do you want me to take action?" As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, a missile passed through the glass and hit the shield. Then, the missile was rebounded by the shield and flew straight towards the helicopter outside the window. Stark looked at the broken French window angrily and put on his battle suit while shouting, "Austin, don't do anything. This is my personal grudge. Even if my house is blown up, don't do anything. At worst, I will capture the Mandarin alive. I want him to take a hammer and other tools and rebuild my house bit by bit with his own hands." After shouting, Stark stretched out his palms as if he was ready to fly to the helicopter and tear it apart with his hands. Unfortunately, the battlesuit has not loaded the flight mode yet. Stark awkwardly maintained his posture, turned his head, and said to Li Feng, "Hey, can you please leave first? I'm afraid my cool movements will scare you." Li Feng rolled his eyes, left a positioning spell on Stark, waved his hand to open the portal, and took Potts and the confused Maya Hansen back to their home by the lake. Chapter 253 Detective Potts. Maya Hansen, as a standard scientific researcher, would subconsciously ponder the principle of the portal when she first saw the function of the portal. It's just that Li Feng didn't want to explain anything for Maya Hansen because he was not interested in Maya Hansen. What's the use of a botanist to him? He is not a full-time pharmacist. Similarly, Li Feng has no interest in the extremis virus. Don't think that ordinary people become supermen after taking a shot of the extremis virus, but in Li Feng's eyes, this thing is just like that. Let's talk about the effect of the extremis virus on the regeneration of broken limbs. If it was before, Li Feng admitted that he couldn't do it, and he gave up. But now broken limbs are just a small problem for him to solve at will. Learn about the spell of regeneration of broken limbs. It's still taught by God. Secondly, the ability of the extremis virus to make people spit fire from their mouths. Why does Li Feng need this function? If it is a nuclear reaction that spits out a series of fireballs, maybe Li Feng will consider finding a pharmacist to improve the virus. Finally, if Potts was not next to him, Li Feng would like to complain about the side effects of the extremis virus in front of Maya Hansen. "Are you sure this is a drug developed for humans? This drug explodes when you get excited. Have you ever considered the need for human reproduction? If you have a bigger imagination, you can imagine whether Thanos is standing behind Aldrich Killian. The purpose of developing the extremis virus is not for any dream, but to prohibit humans from doing activities that are beneficial to their physical and mental health, so as to blatantly achieve the goal of a sharp decline in population. This makes perfect sense." So when Maya Hansen curiously asked what the principle of the portal was, Li Feng seemed a little impatient. He waved his hand to open the portal to downtown New York, pretending to see him off, and said, "Sorry, ma'am, this is a military secret." Maya Hansen glanced at the portal. Although she was full of curiosity and doubts, she was not a stubborn person. She smiled awkwardly and politely at Li Feng and Potts, and raised her leg to cross the portal in front of her. Just as Maya Hansen returned to the streets of New York and marveled at the magic of the portal, Li Feng suddenly raised his hand and cast a spell on Maya Hansen, erasing all her memories after seeing him. On the side, Potts, who had known that Li Feng didn't mind his mage identity being exposed, was stunned when he saw Li Feng casting a spell on Maya Hansen. When Li Feng closed the portal, Potts frowned and asked, Austin, is there any light on her and Tony being attacked? What did I do? How did Potts guess it? Or is it that women's sixth sense is naturally strong? Li Feng scratched his head in confusion and asked, why do you ask? As Potts had already maximumed out his skill of observing people's words and expressions, when he heard Li Feng's question, he was more certain that Maya Hansen was related to the attack on Tony. He analyzed seriously, why didn't Maya Hansen show up earlier or later, but appeared just a few minutes before Tony was attacked? The fact that Tony has declared war on the Mandarin is already known to everyone in the city. I don't believe she doesn't know that this is the most dangerous time to look for Tony. Secondly, Potts looked at Li Feng and said in a low voice, it is too abnormal for you to cast a spell on Maya Hansen. I guess she must not be an ordinary person. After hesitating, Potts asked in a low voice with a slightly anxious look on his face, I know you can see the future, so did you see something? Is Tony okay? Will he be hurt? After listening to Potts' simple reasoning, Li Feng shrugged, admitted that he knew something, and said, I don't know much, such as the relationship between Maya and Killian. Before Li Feng finished speaking, Potts interrupted him, I just want to know how badly Tony will be injured. Li Feng blinked and asked in confusion, how do you know Stark is injured? Not seeing God. Potts raised his eyebrows and asked back, if Tony would die because of this, would you still be chatting with me here? Potts pointed at Li Feng and said affirmatively, Tony told me that at some point in the future, you will need Tony's help, so you will definitely not let Tony die. Why is it that after other people came to the Marvel world, the protagonists of the movies all became idiots, but here I am, everyone has become an adult, and anyone can guess something from some details. Or is my character so bad that my IQ has been lowered? With a confused expression, Li Feng spread his hands and said jokingly, are you going to give up your business talent and enter the detective world? You are forcing Stark to spend the rest of his life hiding his private money. After that, Li Feng made a cross on his chest and said, may God bless Stark to invent a small treasury to hide private money. Perhaps this is a very promising business. Seeing that Li Feng was still in the mood to joke, Potts was relieved and rolled his eyes and said, are you implying that Tony will not be seriously injured this time? Otherwise, how would he have the energy to figure out how to hide private money? It's so boring to say it out loud. Li Feng pointed to the cabin and said, you should ask Jarvis yourself. Ask Jarvis, instead of asking Tony directly? Potts' face froze, and he hurried to the cabin, leaving Li Feng with a confused look. What did I say? Why does Potts seem to understand something again? Who can tell me what's going on? If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. This has always been Li Feng's style. Before his brain was turned into tofu pudding, Li Feng shouted, creature, have a beer. After a while, Potts hurriedly ran from the cabin to Li Feng, who was building a sailboat, and said in a panic, I can't contact Tony. I only contacted Jarvis. It told me that my house has been bombed into ruins and Tony is in a coma. Good people don't live long, but a vile doers last for 1,000 years. Li Feng said calmly, this is a saying left by our ancestors. It means that a bastard like Stark, who has harmed countless beauties, may live for tens of thousands of years. So, your husband may have an old illness now, and he is flirting with a beautiful woman, and doesn't want to pay attention to you, his real girlfriend. Austin, Potts said helplessly, now is not the time for you to gloat. I just want to make sure Tony is safe. Feeling that Potts would really go crazy if he continued teasing, Li Feng spread his hands, activated the positioning spell left on Stark, and put his hand on Potts' shoulder. Relying on the power of the Mind Stone, he transmitted the images detected in his mind to Potts' brain. At the same time, Li Feng's voice rang in Potts' mind. My spell can only see what Stark is doing. As for the conversation, I can't do it for the time being. Although the sudden appearance of the picture in his mind was a bit magical, Potts looked at Stark with his eyes closed and his chest still rising and falling, and instantly threw his curiosity behind his head and asked worriedly, can you know where Tony is flying? Li Feng shook his head. I don't know. This is not a satellite navigation. How about waiting for Stark to stop flying, and then you can determine his position by looking at what is near Stark. While speaking, Li Feng took back the hand on Pot's shoulder. There was no other way. The price of using the power of the Mind Stone was not low. Li Feng said that he couldn't afford it, so he should stop now, before he could pay the price. Otherwise, he would wait to be turned into a human. Taking a deep breath to calm the violent fluctuation of mana caused by the use of the Mind Gem, Li Feng picked up the wine glass and took a sip of wine while looking at Potts, whose eyes were almost filled with tears. After thinking for a while, he said, I'll help you watch Stark. If this guy is in danger, I'll open the door and drag him back here immediately. How about that? Potts forced a smile and said, thank you. While speaking, Potts wiped the corners of his eyes and seemed to recall something and asked, what do you mean when you said Mayor Hansen is related to Killian? It's a long story. Li Feng scratched his head and said, more than 10 years ago, Killian was still a nobody. Until Li Feng finished saying that the so-called Mandarin was actually an actor hired cheaply by Killian. Potts was stunned for a long time in disbelief and said, so the one who attacked Tony was not the Mandarin but Killian, who was once fooled by Tony. Mayor Hansen went to Tony just to remind Tony to be careful of Killian's revenge. Li Feng nodded. Potts pondered for a while and ran to the cabin in a panic. Obviously, Potts realized something. Li Feng was a little confused now. What the hell did I say? Why could Potts think of anything? After a while, Potts still ran to Li Feng in a panic, shouting, Austin. Happy suddenly disappeared after leaving the company. I'm worried that Killian kidnapped Happy to deal with Tony. Can you find Happy? What? Li Feng looked up at the sky speechlessly. How much does this universe love Stark? In Iron Man 3, Tony experienced Potts being kidnapped and watched Potts fall to the ground from high school. Although Potts did not really die because he was injected with the extremis virus. But Stark didn't know it at the time. He really thought Potts was smashed into a pancake. Afterwards, Stark learned that Potts was not dead and faced this loss and recovery. His mood fluctuated greatly and the spread of anxiety was slightly reduced. It can be said that it is a blessing in disguise relying on true love. Originally, Li Feng felt that the plot of Iron Man 3 had been messed up when he showed up to protect Potts, and it might even cause Stark to not relieve his anxiety at all. Li Feng was even thinking about whether he could use the power of the Mind Stone to comfort Stark. But now, Potts is fine, and it's Happy who's in trouble? Does the cosmic consciousness still want to rely on the gay relationship between Stark and Happy to relieve Stark's anxiety? Does this mean that Stark and Happy are true love, and Potts is just an obstacle between them? Damn it, cosmic consciousness, you are the most naughty one, right? Li Feng, who felt that he was being targeted by the universe, swallowed his saliva and shook his head to indicate that he couldn't locate Happy. At the same time, he firmly stated that he didn't want to get involved. Going against the cosmic consciousness? It's courting death. As for the reason, Stark had already found it for him. Li Feng, Stark asked me not to get involved in his revenge, so I'm sorry, I can't help Happy. Chapter 254. Do you think that death will be the end of the matter? Li Feng couldn't get in touch with Stark at any time, but Jarvis could. As a result, when Stark woke up thousands of miles away from the lake, his mailbox was already filled with all kinds of caring messages from Potts. When Stark looked at Potts' message to remind him to keep warm, although he was in the land of snow, his heart was full of warmth. But when Stark knew that Li Feng, a peeping Tom, could monitor his every move at any time, he said on the spot that he was going crazy. Who can stand being peeped at all the time? Especially when he was exercising with Potts in the middle of the night and early morning. In short, Stark felt that his embarrassing appearance of being homeless and freezing on the street should not be seen by outsiders, otherwise where would his face as the dignified Iron Man be? Stark, who was more and more frustrated, took advantage of the energy in his battlesuit, rubbed his hands, and jumped his feet to keep warm, and asked Jarvis to call Li Feng. After a while, after the call was connected, Stark said shiveringly, "You warrior, quickly compensate me for my mental loss, such as some hot cocoa and hamburgers." Stark rubbed his frozen hands and feet, and added, "By the way, give me a leather coat." On the other side of the phone, Li Feng heard the sound of Stark shivering from the cold in the microphone. After hanging up the phone, he opened the portal, ready to appreciate Stark's tap dance in the snow from a close distance. But after the portal was opened, he saw that Stark's beard was almost covered with ice chips. Li Feng couldn't help laughing. He put one hand on his waist and pointed at Stark and shouted arrogantly, "What's wrong with peeping? If you have the guts, show me the evidence. Believe it or not, I will call peeping surveillance. Believe it or not, I will modify the surveillance footage and upload it to the internet, and then the whole world will know that you are gay, and a little bottom at that." Stark's face turned black, and he picked up the mask on his battle suit and smashed it at Li Feng, shouting, "You dare, believe it or not, I will complain to Ancient One, and say that you have a crush on her." Li Feng's neck stiffened, and he said disdainfully, "Go ahead, let's not talk about whether you can find Master Ancient One. Even if you find him, so what? People will not believe your nonsense at all." Stark was stunned. It seems that he can't find Ancient One yet. After thinking for a while, Stark put his hands on his hips and sneered, "How dare you, a nerd, mention women in front of me? Don't you know that the sheets I slept with back then could circle the earth several times if connected together? Which idiot do you think will believe your slander?" Before Stark could finish speaking, Li Feng turned his head to look at Potts and said, "Look, this guy is still showing off his achievements back then. Doesn't this mean that deep down in his heart, he still misses those girls back then?" Stark's mouth twitched. "Potts!" Exclamation mark. "Damn, I'm so embarrassed to find this foreign aid." On the side, Potts saw the two of them quarreling like idiots through the portal. She felt that she was too ashamed to face people with such a boyfriend. She covered her forehead with her hands, as if she had a headache, and said, "Tony, come here and warm up first." Stark glanced at Li Feng, pouted and said in a low voice, "I said at the beginning that Austin would not be allowed to interfere. If I just go back to New York like this, doesn't it mean that I'm incompetent and have to ask outsiders for help for revenge?" Potts, who understood that Stark's self-esteem was acting up, said unhappily, "Then what's the matter with you asking Austin to provide clothes and food?" Stark twisted his nose a little embarrassedly and argued, "I didn't ask Austin for help. This is compensation for him peeping at me." After a pause, Stark said seriously, "Yes, it's compensation. Compensation and help are not the same thing." Li Feng looked at Stark, who was busy rubbing his hands and jumping to keep warm, with disdain, turned his head and looked at the RV and shouted, "Creature, I'm hungry. Give me a super big burger." After shouting, Li Feng turned his head and looked at Stark. "What are you looking at? I eat the burger myself. It's nothing to do with you. At most you can smell the aroma of the burger." Li Feng patted his chest and abdomen generously and said, "Don't worry, you can smell the aroma for free, and you don't have to pay. You eat while I watch. Isn't it a bit miserable for me, a billionaire?" Stark blew his beard and glared. "That's your compensation for my burger, you drunkard. Just go drink your beer." Potts glared at the two people who were angry with each other, shook his head helplessly, and hurried to the cabin. While getting warm clothes for Stark, he poured a cup of warm water and handed it to Stark, saying, "Happy is missing. I suspect Killian did it." Stark, who was busy putting on clothes to keep warm, was stunned for a moment and wondered, "Killian? Why is he coming out to join in the fun? Doesn't he know that I'm busy looking for revenge on the Mandarin? Can't he just line up obediently and wait until I deal with the Mandarin before coming?" Li Feng curled his lips. When he was about to explain something, he suddenly remembered that he swore half a day ago that he would never get involved in Killian's affairs. After thinking about it, Li Feng turned his head to look at the RV, pretending that he didn't want to pay attention to Stark. On the side, Potts didn't care whether the cosmic consciousness favored Stark. She just wanted to end the crisis as soon as possible and return to her normal life. She said, "The Mandarin you are looking for is actually Killian's younger brother." Stark was stunned, looked at Li Feng in confusion, and asked, "What do you mean? Please explain it to me." "Ask me." Li Feng grinned and pointed at himself and sneered, "Didn't you say you didn't need my help? Why are you asking me to explain the cause of the matter to you?" "Stark, I didn't ask you to. You are just talking. It doesn't count as help." "Hey, this is not help. Is it help if I bring Killian to you? Li Feng rolled up his sleeves, and when he was about to argue with Stark with his fists, Potts, who was still worried about Happy's safety, couldn't stand the stupid behavior of the two. He put his hands on his hips and roared domineeringly, "Shut up." Li Feng and Stark immediately shut up, and looked at each other, turned their heads, and looked at Potts flatteringly. "What do you want?" Potts sighed helplessly and said, "The so-called Mandarin is just an actor hired by Killian. Killian's real purpose is to ask you to help perfect a certain superhuman serum in his hands." Stark lowered his head, one hand on his chest, and rubbed his forehead with the other hand, and analyzed. "In other words, Killian has something to ask of me." Seeing Potts nodded, Stark touched his chin and said uncertainly, "Maybe Happy was safe before I was caught by Killian?" Li Feng shook his head and broke Stark's fantasy. "Killian's brain circuit is a bit special. I guess he will use Happy for serum experiments, and then force you to perfect the extremis virus. Otherwise." After a pause, Li Feng clasped his hands together and opened them quickly, simulating the scene of the explosion, and said, "Boom." Happy became a brilliant firework. After thinking about it, Li Feng added, "The extremis virus is a certain serum that makes people want to self-destruct involuntarily, so you'd better find Happy quickly, otherwise he will become a guinea pig." Stark suddenly recalled the phrase "man is the bomb" and thought for a while before saying, "You mean the extremis virus is actually an unfinished drug, and the side effect is self-destruction?" And Killian's intention of pushing the Mandarin to the fore was to lure me out, so that he could catch me and ask me to help perfect the drug? "Not entirely," Li Feng said, spreading his hands. "It's just that Happy was unlucky enough to be involved in the self-destruction of the experimental subject, which involved you." Stark nodded slightly and said, "Regarding the experimental subject, I happen to have some clues here. I will settle accounts with Killian after I have collected the clues." At this time, Creature suddenly appeared in front of Li Feng with an oversized hamburger. Li Feng glanced at Stark and signaled Creature to hand the hamburger to Stark. Creature turned around and handed the burger to Stark and asked politely, "Mr. Stark, what else can Creature do for you?" "Thank you, a burger is enough." Stark took the burger, ate it, winked at Li Feng, and said, "This is Creature's craftsmanship. Do you want to try it? If you want, go and think about it yourself." "Get lost." Li Feng raised his middle finger to Stark in a bad mood. Seeing that the other party was now wearing warm clothes and eating a super large burger, he turned his head to look at Potts and asked, "If you don't have anything to say, today's visiting time is over." "Visiting?" Stark, with his mouth full of burgers, said vaguely, "Will a decent person like me go to prison?" Before Stark finished speaking, Potts, who felt that his face had been lost, said, "Be careful," and turned to walk towards the cabin. Seeing this, Li Feng shouted unceremoniously, "Time is up. Talk next time you visit." After speaking, Li Feng did not give Stark a chance to refute, and immediately closed the portal. Watching the portal disappear in front of him, Stark looked at the deserted highway around him, then looked down at the exhausted battlesuit, and said in his heart, "I forgot to let Austin charge the battlesuit." A few days later, Potts felt that staying by the lake was the most sensible choice. Every day, facing the warm winter sunshine, lying leisurely on the lakeside lounge chair, listening to music, reading magazines, leaving the hustle and bustle of the city and the troubles of work behind, the whole person was relaxed. Occasionally, when I miss Stark, I sneak a peek at Stark with the help of Li Feng to relieve my longing. This kind of life is what I want. It would be even better if Tony was there. Just as Potts was looking at the lake and sighing, Li Feng, who was busy building a sailboat in the distance, suddenly teleported to Potts' side, held up the shield, and looked up at the sky. Potts was stunned. When she looked up at the sky following Li Feng's gaze, she was horrified to see 5 helicopters loaded with weapons and ammunition bombing towards her. If these shells were directed at Li Feng could face the 5 helicopters calmly, and he wouldn't even need to cast additional spells. He could destroy the 5 armed helicopters with the rebound function of his own shield. But this was a saturation bombing. When Li Feng cast a spell to destroy the 5 helicopters, the sailboat that was about to be completed had been blown into sawdust. Li Feng's eyes twitched as he looked at the messy house. With a stern face, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Creature, protect Potts." After shouting, The furious Li Feng turned into black mist and floated to the place where the helicopter crashed. He roughly collected all the souls at the scene into the black gourd and dragged the bodies back to the RV. Do you think that death is the end of it? It's not that easy. I'm a fucking wizard. Chapter 255. A mummy that eats and breathes is not a good mummy. An armed helicopter needs a pilot and a weapon operator, and the same is true for the 5 helicopters that attacked Li Feng. However, Li Feng felt a little depressed when he looked at the 10 corpses on the ground. What if the gauze for making mummies at home is not enough? Scratching his head and thinking about it, Li Feng finally tore off the clothes of the 10 people and made them into shrouds. Anyway, these 10 people will not need to wear clothes in the future, and it would be a pity to throw these clothes away. It is better to recycle them. This is called environmental protection. It is definitely not that Li Feng has no money in his pocket to buy gauze. In addition, mummies should look like mummies. Is it appropriate to wear clothes? Only by going out wrapped in cloth strips can the high-end and classy taste of mummies be revealed. After a while, Li Feng dragged 10 mummies wrapped in colorful rags out of the RV. At the door of the RV, Potts, who was still in shock, saw Li Feng finally come out of the RV, and he was relieved. Although Potts knew that creature would protect her, she always felt that it would be safer if Li Feng protected her personally, because creature looked so fragile. But when she saw a string of mummies following Li Feng, Potts didn't know whether she was frightened by the sight of the mummies that could move, or smelled the stench of the mummies, and she subconsciously covered her mouth and nose, and took a few steps back. Seeing this, Li Feng kicked the slowest mummy, and motioned for the mummies to stand at attention in a wide area. Then he turned to look at Potts and comforted him. Don't worry, these bastards are my laborers. After a pause, Li Feng boasted, they are still laborers who don't get paid or given vacations, and who don't work, or work slowly, and let me beat them, but dare not resist. At the end, Li Feng winked at Potts and asked, oh, you won't report me to the Workers' Association for abusing laborers, will you? Li Feng's joking words, plus Li Feng himself was right next to him, made Potts feel a lot safer. He relaxed and rolled his eyes and said, I think you missed a word. Pointing to the mummies standing in a row, Potts joked, you even saved their meal money. After a pause, Potts turned to look at Li Feng and said uncertainly, mummies don't eat, right? Li Feng touched his chin and pretended to be in deep thought and said, how about I instill in them the idea that mummies who can eat and breathe are not good mummies? Inculcate ideas. You are so idle. Potts glanced at Li Feng speechlessly, and while looking at the mummy curiously, he asked, who are they? Why are they attacking you? Li Feng shrugged indifferently, curled his lips and said, who else could it be? There are soldiers guarding the door of my house, and there are only a few forces that can let a helicopter fly into my place. Potts tilted his head and thought for a while, then analyzed. One of the groups is the one who launched a nuclear bomb at New York. Since they have the authority to launch nuclear bombs, they naturally have the ability to avoid the militarist site. As for the other group of forces, Potts suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart and said very quickly, the other group is Killian. Seeing Potts' nervous face, Li Feng activated the spell on Stark, and after taking a look, he said, don't worry, your family's disaster is fine. As he spoke, Li Feng put his right hand on Potts' shoulder and transmitted the image of Stark hiding in a speedboat and remotely operating a battlesuit to Potts' mind. But when Potts saw that Stark had a bruised face and even blood on his nose and eyes, he immediately said worriedly, Austin, could you please help treat Tony? It's a bit difficult. Li Feng scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Stark is not in a prohibited environment, but on a fast-moving speedboat. Unless I concentrate on controlling the portal and the speedboat to move synchronously, but that also means that it is difficult for me to spare the energy to treat Stark, unless Stark stops the boat and lets me cast a spell. After thinking about it, Li Feng waved the phone to fly into his hand and said embarrassedly, Potts, I'm not very familiar with the spell to transmit the picture to your mind, so let's stop here today. Li Feng handed the phone to Potts and said, why don't you contact Stark to chat? Thank you. Potts forced a smile, took the phone and dialed Stark's number. After the call was connected, Potts grabbed his hair like crazy, walked back and forth on the spot, and said with a bit of tears in his voice, Tony, can you ask Austin to help rescue Happy? I want to end my life of fear as soon as possible. On the other side, Stark, hiding in the speedboat, remotely controlled the battlesuit to rescue 13 unlucky guys who were forced to jump without a parachute from Air Force One. While listening to Potts' heartbroken voice, he asked in a daze, "Honey, what's wrong? What happened again?" "I'm fine here, I'm fine." Potts wiped the corner of his eyes and said distressedly, "Look at how you look now, you need treatment." Guessing that Feng was probably peeping at him again, Stark subconsciously touched the bruise at the corner of his eyes and said in a slow tone, "It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. Maybe you should see those guys I beat up, none of them can stand up." After a moment of silence, Stark said with a hint of apology, "I now know Killian's plan and where he is hiding. I will dare to come back as soon as possible to spend Christmas with you." After saying that, Stark hung up the phone in a hurry. Now, he also wanted to rescue Happy as soon as possible, return to Potts, and enjoy a peaceful life. Potts helplessly held the busy phone, silently praying in his heart that Stark would come back safely. After praying, when Potts was about to return the phone to Feng, he saw that the other party found a branch as thick as a thigh bone from somewhere, carried it on his shoulder, and lectured in front of the 10 mummies with a gangster look on his face. "If you eat my food, you must spit it out. If you take my food, you must give it back. You destroyed my sailboat." Feng pointed at the mummies with a wooden stick. "You'd better build it back for me, otherwise." Feng sneered a few times and said in a gloomy tone, "I heard that mummies ground into powder can nourish yin and strengthen yang. Believe it or not, I will hang you on the flagpole to dry and scrape the powder off your bodies every day. Don't worry, when only your heads are left, I will cast a spell to restore your bodies so that I can continue to scrape the powder." Seeing a row of mummies shivering like quails, Feng nodded with satisfaction, pointed at the mummies in front of him with a wooden stick, and asked, "Tell me who you were in your life, and why did you blow up my boat?" The mummy who was pointed at by the wooden stick is still a little confused. He is just an unknown person who flies a helicopter. Although he liked to watch fantasy movies in his life and fantasized about becoming a spellcaster one day, he never thought that there would be wizards in the real world. He never expected that a seemingly ordinary mission would turn him into a mummy. Where could he go to seek justice? Even if he went to hell after death, it would be better than having his soul played with by others. With hatred and malice, the mummy pointed to another mummy and said in the dead language, "Master Mage, I'm just a small person and I don't know anything. He was our captain when he was alive. We just obeyed his orders. Please let me go." As he spoke, the mummy was about to kneel on the ground and beg Feng. Feng curled his lips and kicked the other party aside. When he turned his head to look at the captain, he saw that the other party lowered his head humbly and quickly told the cause of the incident. Speaking of it, the attack was caused by Feng's lack of caution at the beginning, or underestimated the means of technology. At the beginning, after Mayor Hansen was sent back to New York by Feng, Killian found her in a minute and tried to find out the whereabouts of Potts openly and secretly. However, Mayor Hansen had been cast a spell by Feng, so she naturally knew nothing, even if Killian tortured her severely. At first, Killian was at a loss for what to do with Mayor Hansen, who had lost her memory, and he was also curious about what happened to Mayor Hansen. His men clearly saw Mayor Hansen's car appear near Stark's house when they attacked Stark, and then Mayor Hansen appeared on the streets of New York when she appeared again. Potts, who was supposed to be in the villa, has not been found yet. Killian was a little puzzled. Where was Potts? And what happened to Mayor Hansen that caused her memory to disappear between arriving at Stark's house and appearing inexplicably on the streets of New York? Out of curiosity, Killian conducted a comprehensive and detailed examination of Mayor Hansen, and even took the mud on Mayor Hansen's shoes for environmental comparison. Mayor Hansen had been to Feng's house, and the mud on her shoes was naturally from Feng's place. Needless to say, Killian, who had guessed where Potts was, would not miss the opportunity to use Potts to threaten Stark, and naturally sent a helicopter. It was just that Killian's misfortune was that he was too arrogant. He thought that he was invincible because he could regenerate limbs and spit fire from his mouth. He dared to come and make trouble without even asking who Feng was. After a long time, Li Feng looked at the mummy with his eyes twitching. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He swung a wooden stick and smashed it at the mummy, cursing as he smashed it. My poor sailboat, it was just about to be played with, but you blew it up. You can just arrest people. Why do you have to use missiles? What if Potts is killed? The mummy, who was beaten and lying on the ground with his head in his hands, said aggrievedly, we have a first aid kit and the desperate virus. As long as Ms. Potts is still breathing, we can ensure that she will be alive to see Killian. On the side, Potts, who could not understand the dead language, only knew that Li Feng was getting more and more excited, asked in confusion, Austin, what did they say? What else can I say? Li Feng, who felt more and more longed for the sailboat, broke the wooden stick abruptly, turned around and exaggerated the cause of the incident, and relayed it to Potts. The key point is to let Potts understand that Killian's target is her, and the bombing of his house is purely an unprovoked disaster. After listening to Li Feng's retelling, Potts turned his head to look at the devastated lakeside, and said apologetically, Austin, I'm sorry that this is the trouble caused by Tony. Afterwards, I asked Tony to help you rebuild your home by the lake. After that, Potts gritted his teeth and smiled bitterly, as if he was frustrated. I didn't expect that I would become Tony's weakness. It's a pity that I can't drive the battlesuit, otherwise I must teach Killian a lesson. He actually dared to threaten Tony with me. Li Feng saw Potts' expression of wanting to take revenge personally, but blaming himself for not having the strength. He glanced at the setting sun and said, I'll take you to find Killian later. Then I'll lend you a mask, so that you can protect yourself. Licking the corner of his mouth, Li Feng said in a cold tone, as for Killian, he is mine. I want him to build the sailboat himself, and then hang it on the bow as a decoration. Chapter 256 Angel Potts. Li Feng sat cross-legged on the roof of the car, closely monitoring Stark's every move. There was nothing he could do. He only knew that Killian was hiding at a dock somewhere. As for where the dock was, and what it was called, Li Feng said he didn't remember it clearly when he watched the movie. How could he find Killian if he didn't follow Stark? This is the sadness of watching a movie for fun without paying attention to details. When Stark and his good friend Colonel Rhodes found Killian in the night, Li Feng suddenly opened his eyes and smiled evilly. Potts, are you ready? The carnival is about to begin. Potts was stunned, pointed to the casual suit on his body, and said, are you sure I don't need to change into combat uniforms to beat Killian? Of course. Li Feng jumped off the roof of the car, took out the Loki mask Potts from his shoulder bag, and said, but we agreed that you can beat Killian, but don't kill him secretly. I want him to knock a sailboat for me with his fists. While speaking, Li Feng put on a skull mask for himself, picked up the sickle, cast a spell to open the portal and said, now, put on the mask and let Stark see who has the bigger fist in the family. Potts looked down at the mask, took a deep breath, and put on the mask. In an instant, Potts screamed and spun at high speed on the spot. When the green whirlwind rolled up during the transformation disappeared, Potts appeared with a green head as expected. Seeing this, Li Feng leaned forward slightly like a gentleman, and made a gesture of invitation to Potts who was clenching his fist. Potts didn't bother to be polite with Li Feng. He handsomely took out the Vulcan cannon from his jacket pocket, crossed the portal, and fired at the nearby lights. Li Feng, who had just crossed the portal, was a little confused. What's going on? Does Potts have a violent tendency? Li Feng swallowed his saliva, and did not dare to provoke Potts. He turned into black mist, and floated into the air, released Wang Ke and ordered, finish this package for me. If you dare to let a mouse run away, I will starve you for 100 or 80 years. Wang Ke, who noticed that Li Feng had accumulated a lot of anger, said nothing and surrounded the dock tightly with the dementors. Seeing that even the air entering and leaving the dock had to be checked by the dementors, Li Feng nodded with satisfaction, floated to a high place, and took out the camera to record the scene of Potts' battle. After a while, Li Feng, who always felt that something was missing, pushed the skull mask to his forehead and shouted, creature, prepare a few beers and watermelons for me as a melon-eating crowd. How can you be considered a competent melon-eating crowd if you don't eat watermelons? Creature, who didn't understand what melon-eating crowd meant, blinked innocently, and whispered with a confused and guilty look, boss, creature didn't grow watermelons. creature is not a competent elf. Feng scratched his head, waved to open the portal to the RV, and said, then just give me some melon seeds and beer. Creature bowed respectfully and said, okay, boss. Creature will prepare it for you. A few seconds later, creature returned to Feng with a tray of beer and melon seeds. Feng put the tray aside casually, picked up the wine glass, and was about to take a sip when he remembered something and hurriedly ordered, creature, bring Happy to me. As soon as the voice fell, creature had brought Happy, who was faintly glowing red, to Feng's side. Happy found himself being tied up like a dumpling and forcefully injected with the desperate virus in the last second, and in the next second, the night sky suddenly appeared above his head, and he knelt on the ground gasping for breath with a confused and dizzy look on his face. Feng half knelt in front of Happy, and said with a smile, although today is Christmas, do you still have to kneel down and ask for red envelopes from your elders during the holidays? Austin? Happy looked up at Feng. Realizing that he was out of danger, Happy rolled his eyes and said happily, who of us looks like an elder? Feng helped Happy up, and shrugged and said, I'm a wizard. I use magic power to maintain a young appearance. What's wrong? Can you blame me? Seeing that Happy was unable to stand, and could only sit on the ground, Feng handed the camera to creature, and motioned creature to continue filming the documentary of Potts' heroic spirit. He picked up a glass and handed it to Happy, saying, hey, take a deep breath and keep calm, otherwise you won't be able to have this special beer, and I will have to imprison you in the spell of time stagnation. I'm trying. Happy, who was panting, looked at Feng and asked with difficulty, what's special about the beer? It was obvious that Happy wanted to use the conversation to relax his nervous mood. Feng raised his eyebrows, shook the wine glass in his hand, and said, the main material wheat is a bit special, and I also added a lot of magic materials during the brewing process. I think this is special enough. Hearing Feng's introduction, Happy moved his body, raised his hand to suppress the air, and took a few deep breaths like a Kigen master practicing Kigen, took the wine glass, and poured it into his mouth. After half a cup of wine, Happy looked at Feng sideways, and said with aftertaste, it tastes good. Is it as simple as a good taste for beer brewed from god brand wheat? Feng smiled, and did not explain anything to Happy. Otherwise, if Happy said something one day, Fury would probably put his face in his trouser pocket the next day and drive a wheat harvester into Feng's RV to be a thief. On the ground, since Potts turned off all the lights at the dock, the scene has become her private gun battle playground, especially the fire on the muzzle of the Vulcan cannon in her hand, which is simply the brightest boy at the scene. This is a Vulcan cannon, an aircraft machine gun equipped on an aircraft. The recoil of that thing can dislocate an adult's joint. Potts, holding the Vulcan cannon steadily in one hand and pulling the trigger with the other hand, turned the Vulcan cannon into a sniper rifle. In order to have more fun, Potts even summoned dark clouds to block the moonlight. Now, the entire dock is pitch dark, and Potts can not only see the enemy clearly with the power of the mask, but also rely on the powerful penetrating power of the Vulcan cannon to beat the enemy who has not yet appeared into minced meat. After a while, Potts found the figures of Stark and Rhodes, and ran towards Stark with big strides, while holding the Vulcan cannon in one hand and occasionally pulling the trigger to kill the little mouse that appeared. But Potts was a little puzzled. Why did Stark run to the other side more desperately the closer she got to him? Didn't Stark love her anymore? Apparently, Potts had forgotten that he had a green head, and with the dark night covering him, it was strange that Stark could recognize him. Stark, who was once a top weapons manufacturer, only heard that someone was using a Vulcan cannon at the scene, and the fire on the muzzle of the Vulcan cannon reminded him that a certain Rambo was approaching him with a Vulcan cannon. Why didn't he run? Waiting to be torn to pieces by the Vulcan cannon? After Stark dodged Potts several times, Potts got angry and pulled the trigger of the Vulcan cannon towards Stark and Rhodes' bodies and shouted with a tone of grievance, "Tony, I came to save you, but you hid from me. Come out and explain it to me." Stark and Rhodes were frightened by Potts' shooting skills with the Vulcan cannon, so they raised their hands and stood still. When they heard the other party shouting in Potts' voice, Stark looked at Potts with a confused face and asked with a trembling mouth, "Potts? It's me." Potts ran to Stark quickly, threw the Vulcan cannon casually, and hugged Stark in his arms. Rhodes looked at Potts and Stark, then turned his head to look at the Vulcan cannon on the ground that seemed to have unlimited ammunition, while Stark looked at the green-headed Potts with a confused look on his face and said affirmatively, "Austin cast a spell on you." Potts let go of Stark and smiled. "No, Austin lent me a prop." After a pause, Potts showed off his biceps and said, "I think it is much more useful than your battlesuit." Stark pursed his lips. Although he disagreed with Potts' statement in his heart, when he recalled the posture of Potts holding the Vulcan cannon, Stark immediately wilted. "I can't afford to offend him. You know, Potts' nickname is Pepper Potts. From the nickname, you can know what kind of personality Potts usually has." If Stark dares to refute a few words, let alone that he hasn't put on the battlesuit yet, what will happen? Even if he puts it on, he dares to fight and see. Believe it or not, Potts will tear him into pieces that day. But speaking of the battlesuit, Stark turned his head to look at the flames emitted by the battlesuit in the sky, grinning and saying, "Finally it's here." On the side, Rhodes breathed a sigh of relief. With the protection of the battlesuit, not only his life safety is guaranteed, but the chance of rescuing the president will also be higher. Rhodes opened his arms like Stark and said, "Tony, give me a battlesuit too." "Sorry, these battlesuits are tailor-made according to my body shape." Tony raised his eyebrows, and there was no apology in his tone. "Potts has stolen most of the limelight tonight, and you still want to steal my limelight by wearing a battlesuit? Impossible." Rhodes was embarrassed and froze on the spot. At this time, Potts said, "Tony, I want a battlesuit too." Stark, who had already put on the battlesuit, said helplessly, "This battlesuit is really not suitable for your body shape, and you haven't learned to drive a battlesuit." After a pause, Stark whispered, "Besides, war should be kept away from women and..." Before Stark finished speaking, Potts interrupted disdainfully, "I will make the battlesuit fit me." After hesitating, Stark thought that Potts would be safer with the protection of the battlesuit, and said, "Okay Jarvis, give Potts a battlesuit. That's better." As he spoke, a battlesuit approached Potts. But when Potts put on the battlesuit, Stark and Rhodes looked at Potts in confusion as he turned around in place for a few circles, and then flew into the air. Stark and Rhodes looked at each other. It was magical enough that the battlesuit shrank into armor inexplicably, but what was going on with the metal wings with a diameter of more than 10 meters behind the armor? "Dude, your girlfriend has become an angel." Rhodes smacked his lips and said, "A green-headed metal angel. She is an angel." Stark ignored the green head in Rhodes's mouth, opened his palms, and pretended to take off, leaving a sentence "my own angel," and flew to Potts' side, curiously asking, "What props did Austin give you? Why do I feel like you are the same as a magician?" "A magical mask." Potts twisted his fist and looked at several enemies in the distance, whose bodies were flashing red. Stark glanced at Potts' green face and complained, "This mask is definitely ugly enough." Potts glanced at Stark, said nothing, and exploded a sonic boom on the spot, and rushed towards the enemy injected with the extremis virus. Stark was frightened by Potts' eyes, and swallowed his saliva. It was not until Potts punched an enemy that Stark shrugged, and flew towards his opponent. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, Potts Goes Rage. Just when Potts was letting the desperate virus warriors know what a woman's anger is, Stark, who didn't know that Happy had been rescued, rushed to Killian in his battlesuit. Just looking at the empty test bench in the room and Killian with a smile on his face, Stark raised his hand and aimed the palm cannon at him, frowning and asked, "Where's Happy?" Killian was confused at this time. Not to mention the inexplicable disappearance of a good hostage, Stark was at the scene anyway, and he had plenty of ways to make Stark surrender. But what did Stark mean by his question? It wasn't Stark who rescued Happy, but another group of people. But now is not the time to tell the truth. Killian ignored Stark's shining palm and smiled. "Sorry, it's too noisy here, not suitable for experiments." He spread his hands and said seriously, "So I moved him to a quiet place." Before Killian finished speaking, Pot's voice came to Stark's ear. Tony, Rhodes and Mr. President, and happy are now with Austin. Little calf, dare to lie to your father? Stark shot Killian without saying a word, directly shooting Killian's abdomen. Unfortunately, the extremis virus used by Killian is obviously more advanced. Not to mention that the abdomen was shot through. Even if the shot was moved down and shot him into a eunuch, it doesn't matter. As long as the function of the extremis virus is still there, any part of the body can be cut and grown like leeks, and then cut again. There are as many of these things under the crotch as you want, and they can be sold out by tons. Killian directly ignored the big hole in his abdomen and raised his arm with high temperature to chop at Stark. Stark was not to be outdone. He easily pushed away the opponent's arm and clenched his fist to hit Killian in the face. Killian was also strengthened by the extremis virus, and his strength and agility had long surpassed the scope of ordinary people, so it was not so easy for Stark to smash his handsome face. If I want to smash you, I will smash you. When Stark was about to smash his own face, Killian, with a fiery red head, smashed his battle suit with a headbutt, causing it to malfunction. Stark had no choice but to quickly open his suit and jump out of the window, lying on the ground and shouting in a very ungraceful manner, "Jarvis, give me my suit." On the other side, Potts easily kicked a desperate virus soldier to death and saw her boyfriend being chased by Killian in a miserable state. She was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. Only I can bully the men in my family. When will it be the turn of outsiders to bully them? Do you really think that my nickname Little Pepper means I have a hot temper? When Potts saw that Stark had a bruised face and a miserable look, as if he was injured all over, Potts instantly went berserk, flapped his metal wings and teleported to Killian's head and kicked Killian 10 meters away with a powerful kinetic energy after Thomas's rotation. After completing all of this, Potts converged metal wings with a cold face, standing in front of Stark, facing Killian, making a pair of my man, I protect, and scolded. The old lady has never hit Tony. You dare to beat him? Percy bent his legs like a tight bowstring, and the upper body is inexplicably expanded, especially the muscles, especially the hands. The fist on the top is shining with a metal-like luster. Some dust looked at Stark behind Potts, laughed. The original Iron Man who was standing behind the woman was really disappointed. Before Stark refuted, the pursuits appeared in front of Killian in an instant. Then, Potts grabbed Killian's hot ankle and slammed him to the ground like a fly swatter, cursing as he slammed him. You hit my man and insulted him. You bastard dared to send someone to kill me. In the distance, Stark looked at the furious Potts, subconsciously moved back a few steps, and recalled whether he had done anything to let Potts down. Just hearing Potts' self-explanation that Killian had sent someone to chase Potts, Stark instantly flew into the air with a black face and shouted angrily, "Potts, throw this bastard into the air. I want to blow him to pieces." At this time, Potts, who was running wild, obviously forgot that he had promised Feng to send Killian alive to him. After hearing Stark's words, Potts prepared to throw Killian into the air without thinking. Just before Potts let go, Killian, whose brains were almost smashed out, used the only trace of clarity to analyze that once he was blown up by Stark, he would basically say goodbye to the world. Killian tried his best to tear off his calf and jumped hard on one foot to escape quickly. He didn't expect anything, just to have time to grow his calf so that he could fight Stark head on. As for why he didn't look for Potts, Killian could see that this woman was more fierce than a menopausal woman, especially the unreasonable armor on her. He had no chance of winning in a one-on-one fight. He still dared to trouble Potts. Did he think his life was too long? But Killian didn't want to trouble Potts. Potts, who was so angry that he obviously didn't want to let him go. Seeing that Killian actually learned the trick of the gecko breaking its tail, Potts was so angry that he smashed the calf in his hand at Killian, and the metal wings behind him opened and flapped again. With two whirlwinds, Potts teleported in front of Killian, grabbed the opponent's neck, and threw him into the sky. Seeing that Killian was about to freefall, Potts sneered, flew into the air, and put his foot on Killian's chin, knocking him higher again. After a few times, Killian, who still had a trace of consciousness, breathed the thin air with a confused face, and looked at the clouds beside him. How high did this kick me? Before Killian could calculate the height, he fell into a coma due to lack of oxygen in his brain, and what was waiting for him was naturally falling to the ground like a meteor. On the ground, Potts was afraid that he could not kill Killian. He turned his head to think about it, and then took out a baseball bat from his pocket, while Stark was confused, and then flew to Killian's side, hitting Killian with one stick after another to speed up Killian's descent. Boom! With a loud bang, Killian smashed through several containers beyond recognition, and lay on the ground like a ball of meat paste. Potts and Stark both flew to Killian, and when Jarvis detected that Killian's vital signs were about to disappear, Feng suddenly stood beside Killian, waved his hand, and released several healing spells to save Killian's life, then turned to Stark and Potts and said, "This thing is mine." Stark didn't understand why Feng was joining in the fun, and said dissatisfiedly, "Hey, we agreed that this was my road to revenge." Before Stark finished complaining, Feng glanced at Potts and said, "Do you like my mask? If you like it, wear it for a few more days." Stark is not stupid. How could he not understand the meaning of Feng's words, especially after seeing Potts in a furious state and Jarvis' analysis that Potts now possessed power far beyond the battlesuit. This is fucking letting Potts suppress him. Will he still have any face in the future? Stark hurriedly shook his head and said, "Potts, I admit that the power of the props is good, but using the props makes you ugly. I like you to be beautiful." Before Stark finished speaking, Feng, who had already sealed the energy in Killian's body, interrupted and said, "Potts, you have to taste Stark's words carefully. For example, I tasted that he just loves your pretty face." "Shut up," Stark roared at Feng. He turned his head and said gently to Potts, "Don't listen to this idiot talking nonsense about what kind of person I am. Don't you know?" Of course Potts could tell that Feng was just joking. After glancing at Feng in annoyance, he turned his head to look at the battle that was over, reached out to take off the mask, and threw it to Feng, and smiled. "Thank you. I hope I won't borrow the mask like you in the future. This is too violent." Feng rolled his eyes. "Are you violent or the mask violent? As for the future, there is still a long way to go. Who knows what will happen?" Feng smiled and shrugged, stuffed the mask back into his shoulder bag, took out a drop of eternal water, and handed it to Potts, indicating that he should take it, and put his hand on Stark's shoulder, quietly transmitting the function and side effects of the mask to Stark's brain. Then, while Feng ordered Wang Ke to return to the Black Cloud through the contract, he pointed to a high ground and said, "Happy roads, and an old man are eating melon seeds and watching the show. You can find a way to take them away. As for me," Feng cast a spell to float the unconscious Killian in the air, waved his hand to open the portal, and grinned. "I have to teach this little calf a lesson for daring to blow up my toys." "Toys?" Stark, who was thinking about the function of the mask, looked at the closed portal blankly, turned his head to hug Potts, and kissed his forehead, and asked, "What do you mean by toys?" Potts listened to Stark's strong heartbeat, and told Stark about his attack in a soft voice. After listening to Potts' narration, Stark, who was still a little scared, patted Potts on the back. After a moment of silence, he said, "Want to see Christmas fireworks?" Potts broke free from Stark's arms and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Stark smiled, looked up at the sky, and ordered, "Jarvis, Potts wants to see fireworks. Jarvis, start the clearing program, sir." Stark did not answer, but Jarvis had understood what Stark meant, and let the battle suits fly one by one to the best view of Stark and Potts and explode. Stark looked at the gorgeous fireworks in the sky, and hugged Potts tightly in his arms. When Feng told Stark that the mask would amplify the suppressed emotions in his heart, Stark already understood why Potts showed violence. That was the suppressed fear in Potts' heart. Where did Potts' fear and anxiety come from? Stark knew it without thinking. The battlesuit did give him a moment of peace, but it also gave Potts endless worries. Stark wanted to use the way of blowing up the suit to express to Potts, in his eyes, "Your status far exceeds the suit. If the suit affects you, I will give it up immediately." Chapter 258, Rookie Apprentice, Stark. A few days later, Stark, wearing sunglasses, drove a trailer to Feng's home. When they arrived at the lake, Stark, who was sitting in the driver's seat, rolled down the window, lowered his head, and looked at Feng through the slit of his sunglasses. There was an oversized empty wine glass next to Li Feng, and he was sitting with his legs crossed, shaking his head, and humming a little tune, and occasionally throwing peanuts into his mouth. Not far in front of Li Feng, the disheveled Killian was mowing the lawn honestly under the supervision of 10 mummers holding whips. Stark, who had been keeping his eyes on Killian, got off the trailer, walked to Li Feng and said, "I've brought you the wood for building the sailboat." "I saw it." Li Feng snapped his fingers lazily, signaling Killian to turn his attention to him, then pointed at the trailer and said, "Little boy, build my boat quickly, or else." Killian was so frightened by Li Feng's "or else" that he trembled all over and staggered towards the trailer. Stark scratched his brow and asked curiously, "Is Killian so obedient?" "Obedient?" Li Feng glanced at Stark, waved at the recliner in the distance, moved the recliner behind Stark, and said lazily, "Let the dementors teach them a lesson for a few days, and any creature will be obedient." Stark lay comfortably on the recliner and shouted unceremoniously, "Creature, give me a beer, the kind with special wheat, and mixed with magical herbs." After shouting, Stark turned his head to look at Li Feng and asked curiously, "How did the dementors teach Killian a lesson?" "I knew that Happy's big mouth is unreliable," Li Feng complained casually, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and shook his head and said, "You don't want to know." Li Feng's answer not only failed to suppress Stark's curiosity, but made Stark feel like he was scratched by a cat, and he licked his face and said, "We have such a good relationship, just tell me." Li Feng glanced at Stark, smiled, closed his eyes, and continued to hum a little tune. As for telling how the dementors taught Killian a lesson, Li Feng was not stupid. Telling that Killian was a long-term meal ticket for the dementors would only cause trouble for himself. After all, this is absolutely evil. However, Li Feng did not actually want to treat Killian as a long-term meal ticket for the dementors at the beginning. It can only be said that Killian deserved it. Not only did he provoke Li Feng, but he also injected himself with the high-end extremis virus, which resulted in a strong healing ability. You must know that the body and the soul will affect each other. This means that after the dementors sucked part of Killian's soul will slowly recover under the influence of the extremis virus. Although the recovery speed is very slow, it takes a month to recover after a finger is bitten, which is completely unable to keep up with the dementors' eating speed. But Killian was sucked by the dementors several times, and after Li Feng's detailed explanation, he already understood the consequences of his disobedience, so he knew that the super recovery ability that he was once proud of has now become a disaster for him. Killian also understood what would happen to him if he fell into the hands of a wizard. He might as well have been blown to pieces by Stark. Seeing Li Feng enjoying himself, Stark picked up the beer offered by Creature and took a sip and said, "Aren't you curious why I delivered the wood?" Li Feng closed his eyes, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said disdainfully, "What else could it be? It's nothing more than that Fury saw that Killian was working for me for nothing, so he wanted you to be a lobbyist and hand this bastard over to him for custody." After a pause, Li Feng looked at Stark curiously and said, "In comparison, I'm more curious about what Fury gave you to make you a lobbyist." Stark raised his eyebrows. "You are only half right. Fury did give me benefits to let me be a lobbyist, but the main reason I came here is..." As he spoke, Stark took out a lighter from his pocket, lit it, stared at the small flame with both eyes and whole body, and at the same time, his right hand slowly pricked the small flame like a chicken claw. After a while, the flame seemed to be attracted by Stark's right palm, slowly leaving the lighter and floating towards his right hand, but the flame suddenly went out halfway. Seeing this scene, Li Feng subconsciously sat up and stared at Stark with a proud face. "How long has it been since I taught Stark the Merlin magic ring and some tricks?" Li Feng felt terrified when he thought about it. Is Stark's talent too high? Without any information or guidance from a wizard, he was able to control the flame in less than half a year just by his own talent? Li Feng scratched his head. "At the beginning, I had a certain foundation in magic, and there was a teacher who specifically explained it. How long did it take to control the flame? Anyway, the unit of calculation is months." "Damn, you idiot." After cursing Stark in his heart, Li Feng said with disdain, "What's there to brag about? It took me only a few days to do it back then." Stark's eyes twitched. He rolled his eyes and pointed at his sunglasses and said, "Do you know why I wear sunglasses? Because it can contact Jarvis at any time, making it convenient to record and analyze your surprised expression." Li Feng looked at the sunglasses speechlessly, reached out to take off the sunglasses and put them on his nose, then stood up and stood in front of Stark and looked at him. Then, while Stark was confused, Li Feng turned into Stark's appearance and imitated Stark's voice and tone and ordered, "Jarvis, clear all the records about Austin just now." As soon as the words fell, Jarvis' voice rang out from the sunglasses, "Okay, sir." Looking at the lines of records being deleted, Li Feng sat back on the recliner in the appearance of Stark. When he returned the sunglasses to Stark, he pointed at his face and smiled. "See, little brother, this is magic." Stark rolled his eyes. "You have violated my portrait. You have to compensate me." "Bullshit compensation." Li Feng pointed at the beer in Stark's hand unhappily and said, "This kind of beer is a rare commodity even in Asgard. I haven't asked you for the beer yet, and you're asking me for a favor first. Go away." Stark pouted, drank the beer in his hand without saying a word, and shouted, "Creature, another beer." "Don't." Li Feng hurriedly let Stark go, restrained his expression and warned, "Although this stuff is good for you, ordinary people can only drink one glass at most. Even if you have a little magic power now, you can't drink too much, otherwise too much external energy will disrupt your already limited energy. Don't blame me for not reminding you when your endocrine system is excessive." "Can magic also cause endocrine disorders?" Stark was stunned for a moment, shrugged and said, "Okay, you are a professional, I'll listen to you." After hesitating, Stark asked, "Does the food I eat need special matching? Will it affect my magic practice?" Li Feng shook his head. "Normally speaking, the more magical food you eat, the more it will promote your magic practice, except for some special materials that need to be handled with care, or too high level materials that cannot be eaten too much." Stark glanced at the empty wine glass in his hand, touched his chin and asked, "Happy said that your beer is brewed with wheat, so is your wheat special or too high level?" "I shamelessly asked for this kind of wheat from an old man," Li Feng said complacently. "It is both a special plant and a high level material, but for you it only occupies one of the two. It is too high level for you. As for the special feature of wheat, this is related to dark creatures. For example, they can use beer as weak holy water. If it is splashed on dark creatures such as ghosts, the opponent will be either dead or injured." Stark scratched his brow. Wheat's specialness really had nothing to do with him, but he felt that Li Feng's words about wheat's level were a bit harsh, as if he was mocking his low strength. Was my low strength caused by me? Stark felt that he had no words to say. In the absence of a teacher and textbooks, he relied on his intelligence to cultivate a little energy. Was it easy for him? Stark, who was holding back his resentment, thought about going home to study magic and using magic to beat Li Feng in the future to show him what a genius is. Thinking of this, Stark snorted arrogantly, stood up and walked towards the truck to leave. After walking a few steps, Stark suddenly heard Li Feng behind him shouting faintly, "Creature, let's have roasted whole lamb tonight, the kind that contains magic." This guy must be doing it on purpose. Stark turned back to the recliner and said righteously, "Can you eat a whole roasted lamb by yourself? Let me tell you, wasting food is the most shameful behavior. In order to educate you well, I decided to stay and help you correct your wrong thoughts. People who eat for free these days still have the nerve to preach." Li Feng rolled his eyes, took out the magic book from his pocket, and handed it to Stark, saying, "There is only one magic book. I can't give it to you, but you can read it here." After a pause, Li Feng looked at Stark with a stern face and said seriously, "Practicing magic has never been an easy thing, especially for wild mages like you and me who have no mentors. Once you make a wrong step, the consequences are not something we can bear, so you must keep a normal mind, and don't be too greedy." When talking about a normal mind, Li Feng laughed at himself bitterly. When he was weak, he was very careful in every step on the path of magic. When he grew stronger, he could no longer be calm. When facing a strong enemy, he would run away, and when facing a weak enemy, he would crush it. As a result, his nature became a little deviant without him realizing it. If God hadn't come to chat with him every 2 or 3 days, Li Feng would still not know the seriousness of the dark corrosion. Stark saw Li Feng warning himself with a serious face, which was rare, and nodded slightly to indicate what to do. After a while, Li Feng suddenly asked, "What benefit did Fury give you?" Stark twisted his nose and replied, "A few days ago, when I was able to move flames over a short distance, I began to look for special metals, so that I could use them to build magic suits in the future. As a result, Fury suddenly came to me and asked me if you wanted to build a suit." With a proud expression, Stark continued, "Considering that Fury will know who is using the suit after it is built, I told him that I'll learn some magic. Later, Fury told me that you had contacted aliens and stripped off some special clothes from them. He guessed that these clothes could be made into magic clothes. Fry used these materials to let me be a lobbyist. His request was very simple. As long as the sailboat was built, Killian would be handed over to him." Chapter 259. High difficulty touching porcelain. Roasted whole lamb is a food with a strong taste. With creature brushing it with cumin, pepper and other seasonings, the taste is better, but the taste of lamb is also stronger. Therefore, roasted lamb is usually served with better red wine, so that the aroma of the two can complement each other. But where did Li Feng get the red wine? This guy only recognizes beer. Finally, Stark said that he couldn't stand it anymore, so he called Potts and asked Potts to help buy some red wine with roasted lamb. After Potts bought enough red wine and some snacks, Li Feng opened the portal to take him to the lake. Dinner was carried out in a pleasant atmosphere, but Stark was a little drunk, and finally he was lying on the table with a leg of lamb in his arms. Potts felt a little embarrassed when she saw this. She wanted to take the leg of lamb from Stark's hand, but she had to give up after trying a few times. She was too weak to do anything with Stark. There was no way. Potts could only apologize and ask Li Feng to help open the portal and help Stark to the bed together. Li Feng had no reason to refuse Potts' request, so he opened the portal and threw Stark onto the big bed. Seeing Stark lying on the bed with his hands on his leg of lamb, Potts felt embarrassed and helpless, so he took the opportunity to pour water for Stark and hurriedly left the room so that he would not be bothered by him. In the room, Li Feng looked at Stark with a smile and said, "Get up, you can keep the lamb leg." Seeing that Stark continued to pretend to be drunk with an attitude of a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water, Li Feng said speechlessly, "As a billionaire, you have eaten everything. Do you, Iron Man, still have any shame? Do you really think I will believe you that you can't bear to give up the lamb leg because it is so delicious? I know the reason why you do this. It's nothing more than that you feel uneasy about making battle suits at home, but you are a patient in the late stage of paranoia. You feel trembling without any power, right?" Stark moved the corners of his mouth slightly, but finally said nothing, and continued his journey of pretending to be drunk. Seeing this, Li Feng sighed, opened the portal and persuaded, "You need to have a good rest, such as finding a place to fish, or building a sailboat like me, and then playing like crazy." After that, Li Feng didn't care what Stark thought, and stepped through the portal, and returned to the lake. In the room, Stark opened his eyes with sorrow, staring at the leg of lamb in his hand, until he heard the footsteps of Potts returning to the room with a cup of water. Then he sighed, let go of the leg of lamb and fell asleep. A few months later, with Li Feng as the supervisor, Killian and 10 mummies as laborers, a sailboat about 50 meters long, which was improved by Fitz to be more aerodynamic, was officially built. Li Feng walked around the cabin he personally supervised for several laps, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong with the sailboat, he hung a skull flag wearing a straw hat on the sail, and ordered the mummy to push the sailboat into the lake. After playing with the sailboat for a few days, Li Feng always felt that the sailboat sailing in the lake was a bit weak. Even after casting a spell to shrink the sailboat, it was still not strong to drive, and there was no target for him to shoot on the lake, wasting more than a dozen cannons on the sailboat. After thinking about it, Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal and sailed the sailboat to the ocean. But Li Feng forgot one thing. Although there are many ships on the sea, he can't meet them whenever he wants. Besides, he is a small boat with a displacement of only 500 to 600 tons, and it is a wooden sailing boat with a pirate flag. Even if he finds other ships, what can he do? He has to keep up. If he encounters a cargo ship of tens of millions of tons, they will not even pay attention to Li Feng and will just run over him. Li Feng was so angry that he wanted to cast a spell on the sailing boat several times so that he could catch up with the other party and start robbing. Fortunately, Li Feng remembered that he was here to play and not to cause trouble, so he finally gave up the idea of casting a spell. After drifting on the sea for a few days, Li Feng felt that business was difficult. He couldn't catch up with the big ships, but he could catch up with the small ships, such as some fishing boats near the coast. But why did he rob the fishing boats? To steal the salted fish on the other party's boat. He is a good boy who goes home on time to eat every day, and his family is not short of salted fish. Finally, Li Feng set himself a small goal. If he was going to rob, he would hijack a big one, such as an aerospace carrier. That thing is full of planes, and he would be rich if he could rob one. Thinking of this, Li Feng, who was bored to death, opened the door and went home to get his phone. Then he lay on the deck like a salted fish, dialed Fury's number, and said, "Fury, I want to ask you something." On the other end of the phone, Fury said impatiently, "What's the matter? Tell me quickly. Where is that aerospace carrier?" Li Feng asked slowly. Fury frowned, and while guessing what Li Feng wanted to do, he asked, "I'm busy. Just tell me what you want to say, or I'll hang up." Li Feng scratched his head and explained, "The sailboat has been built recently, and a pirate flag has been hung up. But I always feel that robbing ordinary small sea ships is meaningless. I want to do something big, preferably the kind that can open for one day and not go hungry for 3 years. So I thought about robbing the helical carrier." SHIELD has money anyway. Get lost. Fury, whose forehead was already throbbing with veins, was about to throw his phone subconsciously when he suddenly remembered something. He took a few deep breaths to calm down and whispered, "If you are bored, go and help Carlson." "Carlson?" Li Feng asked puzzledly. "What's wrong with him? Did he get into trouble?" Fury rubbed his forehead and said tiredly, "Drive Hall of SHIELD was kidnapped by an invisible enemy. You should ask Carlson about the details." "Invisible enemy?" Li Feng, who felt it was interesting, stood up on the deck and asked, "Are you sure it was achieved by technology or magic?" Fury shook his head slightly, "Not sure. If the other party used magic to achieve invisibility and launch the attack, it's your responsibility. Otherwise, I can only post missing person notices all over the world to find Ancient One." Hearing Fury's method of missing person notices, Li Feng inexplicably imagined the scene of Ancient One's bald head posted on telephone poles all over the world. "Are you planning to make Ancient One never go out on the street from now on?" "But why do I feel so funny?" Li Feng shook his head, threw out his inner thoughts and said, "Okay, I'll help you check, and tell me Carlson's approximate location. I want to find it myself." Li Feng licked his lips and said with a sly smile, "I wonder what it feels like to rob a plane in the sky with a black cloud. It must be very exciting." Fury's mouth twitched. Adhering to the principle of sacrificing Carlson to keep the aerospace carrier safe, Fury quickly told Li Feng the coordinates of Carlson's air command room. After hanging up the phone, Li Feng first drove the sailboat back to the lake, opened the portal to Carlson's vicinity, and drove the black cloud all over the sky to look for the plane. About a quarter of an hour later, Li Feng finally found Carlson's team. Just as Li Feng was about to get into the cabin directly, Li Feng's eyes turned, and he entered the invisible state with a sly smile, and lay on the windshield of the cockpit. When they saw Melinda sitting in the driver's seat, Li Feng suddenly showed up, knocked on the glass and said, "Girl, how do you fly a plane? You hit someone, do you know that? Hurry up and pay for it." Li Feng's voice naturally could not reach Melinda's ears, but Melinda was still frightened by the sudden appearance of Li Feng. Melinda, with veins throbbing on her fists, had a slightly pale poker face. She silently picked up the microphone and said in a cold tone, "Carlson, there is a mentally retarded person lying on the windshield. I want to hit this bastard to death." After hearing Melinda's broadcast, all the members of Carlson's team were stunned for a few seconds and then ran to the cockpit together. Who is this great man lying on the windshield who can make the taciturn Melinda so angry that she started to curse? The most important thing is that the plane was moving. How did he climb onto the plane? Just as everyone was about to run into the cockpit, Feng, who felt the wind outside the cabin was a bit strong, got into the cockpit, sat in the co-pilot seat and curiously looked at the instruments in front of him. He asked Melinda, who was standing next to him with a sullen face, "Don't you think it's troublesome to have so many buttons and instruments? Do you want me to help you replace the joystick in the cockpit with a car steering wheel?" Melinda was sure that Feng had the ability to do this. After all, she had driven a motorhome. But she joined the Carlson team and became a driver because of the quiet cockpit. If the cockpit became like driving a car, as long as she held the steering wheel, stepped on the clutch, shifted gears, released the clutch, and stepped on the accelerator, the plane would take off. How could she keep this quiet job? Can anyone who can drive a car fly a plane? Hearing the footsteps of Carlson and others, Melinda glared at Feng with a death stare, without turning her head, and said coldly, "Carlson, throw this thing behind. Don't disturb me flying the plane." Feng turned his head to look at Carlson's team behind him, greeted them casually and said, "Old Cole, your Melinda hit me with a plane. What do you think of this matter? Public or private? If you choose public, your Melinda will basically revoke her flying license." Scratching his head, Feng seemed to remember something, and suddenly looked at Melinda and asked, "Driving violations will also result in fines and deductions. Do you have points deducted for flying?" Of course pilots have points, but are they the same as car points? Melinda twitched her lips and put on the headset silently, pretending not to want to pay attention to Feng. Knowing that Feng was bored and was playing the scam game, Carlson twitched his mouth and said jokingly, "I think it's better to make it public. After all, I'm sure you don't have a pilot's license. You're driving without a license. The situation is much more serious than Melinda flying a plane and hitting someone in the air. It's so boring to make it public." Feng stood up, put his arm around Carlson's shoulder like a good brother, and said as he walked out of the cockpit, "I think it's better to settle it privately. I'll let Luden reimburse your losses, double the amount, and then, hey, let's divide these benefits. Since I was the one who hit the plane, you get 3, and I get 6, and the remaining 1 is a hush money for the eyewitness. What do you think? Carlson, you'd better ask Fury for the benefits directly, and I won't get involved in your business." Carlson smiled warmly. Just as Carlson was about to introduce the new member of the team to Feng, and hinted that Feng should give him a talisman, the new member of the team stared with wide eyes, and said in surprise, "Uncle Austin?" Chapter 260 Abandoned House. Uncle Austin. The new member of Carlson's team is a wandering mixed race orphan named Sky. Carlson found Sky when he was tracking the Tide organization that stole Shield's data. Later, seeing Sky's good hacking skills, he recruited him into the team. However, Sky, who is obviously an orphan, actually called Feng uncle. This not only made other team members look at Sky in surprise, but even Melinda, who was wearing a headset, subconsciously turned back to look at Sky. You know, in the United States, in daily life, you don't call strangers uncle, but talk directly. Even in the mall, Mr. and Ms. are the main ones, and you can't hear handsome men and beautiful women at all. And grandfather, grandmother, uncle, aunt and other titles are usually only used for one's own elders. Coincidentally, Melinda and Carlson, who have known Feng for a long time, know that although Feng looks like a young man in his early 20s, he looked like this more than 10 years ago, and his real age on the file is actually not much younger than Stark. Carlson and Melinda looked at each other, asking each other, is Austin Sky's elder? With this assumption, Carlson began to imagine wildly. For example, Carlson remembered that, when he captured Sky, he was hiding in a motorhome of the same model as Feng. Carlson hadn't paid much attention to it before. After all, motorhomes were not rare, but now Carlson suspected that Sky missed Feng too much, so she bought the same motorhome to fill the emptiness and loneliness in her heart. Secondly, Feng is an authentic yellow man, and Sky is a mixed-race child. Does this mean that one of Sky's parents knows Feng, or that Sky and Feng are related by blood? Finally, Feng's information is top secret, and even the Shield mainframe cannot find Feng's information at all. Only some clues can be found in the paper database, and there is not much information about Sky in the Shield mainframe. Does this mean that Sky's information is actually the same as Li Feng's and is only recorded on paper documents? As for the reason for doing so, Carlson imagined that it was to prevent someone from using Sky to threaten Li Feng. The more Carlson thought about it, the more it made sense. He even wanted Simmons to extract the DNA of Li Feng and Sky for comparison. On the other side, Li Feng was also puzzled. He didn't know Sky. Could it be that he was the younger generation of the previous owner of the body? Since I didn't inherit the memory at the beginning, I don't know him. Li Feng scratched his head, showing what he thought was the most kind smile, and asked, "Beauty, who are you? What's your name?" Sky was actually quite embarrassed at this time. She thought she recognized the wrong person. After all, she knew Li Feng more than 10 years ago. Unless Li Feng's appearance has remained in his early 20s for more than 10 years. In addition, the Uncle Austin in her impression was a nerd with a small belly, and he was completely different from the Li Feng in front of her. Hearing Li Feng asking who he was, Sky was a little embarrassed, smiled politely, and said, "Sorry, I recognize the wrong person. You look like an elder I haven't seen for more than 10 years. While talking, Sky stretched out his hand to shake hands with Li Feng and said, "My name is Sky, and I'm a new member of Carlson's team." Li Feng blinked, confused in his heart. "I guessed that you are Sky, the shockwave girl, but how do you know my name, and what does it mean that you haven't seen me for more than 10 years? Taking the opportunity to shake hands with Sky, Li Feng asked doubtfully, "My name is Austin. Are you sure we know each other? It is not uncommon to have people with the same name in the world. For example, if you shout David on the streets of the United States, there may be many people looking at you. But it is rare to have the same name and look alike, unless it is ancestral DNA, such as father and son." Sky thought with a little confusion. So this person is Uncle Austin's child? I remember that, when I met Uncle Austin, he was not married. Could it be that Uncle Austin can't support his family and drives around in an RV? Sky looked Li Feng up and down, complaining in her heart, is this child too old, or was she still a minor when Uncle Austin had a child? On the side, Carlson, who was watching the show with his arms folded, scratched his brow and said to Li Feng, "Sky has a motorhome of the same model as yours." The same model of motorhome? Sky, who has always longed for her family, had her eyes lit up. She felt that Li Feng in front of her was probably the first child of Uncle Austin who gave her a gift. With an excited tone, Sky said, "Wait for me for a while," and turned around and ran to her room. Li Feng scratched his head and wondered, what's going on? Carlson spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know either, and took Li Feng to the public rest area. Just as Li Feng was slumped on the sofa like a master, Sky ran to Li Feng holding a car interior ornament of dancing in a grass skirt, full of desire and a little trepidation, and asked, "This is the gift your father gave me that year. Uncle Austin, is everything okay?" Li Feng glanced at the ornament in Sky's hand, and his mind automatically emerged with his life in Portland, when he was still a rookie, and Sky when he was still a little kid. "I didn't expect that I knew the shockwave girl back then. Is this considered life full of surprises? But what the hell is my dad?" Li Feng's mouth twitched obscurely, and he rolled his eyes and said depressedly, "My child hasn't come into this world yet. So, little Sky, this is the gift I gave you that year, and it has nothing to do with my dad." Sky was stunned, turned his head to look at Carlson and others, hoping to find evidence from everyone's expressions that Li Feng was joking. Unfortunately, he only saw Carlson and others nodded slightly, indicating that Li Feng should not talk about having children, because he is still a single dog. Sky stared at Li Feng with his mouth wide open, and said in disbelief, "Are you Uncle Austin, the nerd?" As soon as Sky said this, everyone at the scene couldn't help but nod their heads. Staying by the lake all day long and doing nothing, isn't that a nerd? Only Li Feng's face rose. He scratched and thought for a moment, before he recalled that Natasha's evaluation of him was a nerd. He immediately shouted angrily, "Don't listen to Natasha's nonsense. I'm famous for my hard work." Carlson was stunned. Why is there still a matter about Natasha? The amount of information is a bit too much. Fitz, who has a good relationship with Li Feng, couldn't help but complain when he heard Li Feng call himself hardworking. "You are indeed hardworking. You are either busy drinking or sleeping all day, even building ships." When he was halfway through, Fitz looked around and saw that everyone present was familiar with Li Feng. He shrugged and continued, they are all free laborers helping you work. Li Feng glanced at Fitz, who was trying to sabotage him, and said with his neck stiff, it is said that the body will rust if it does not move for a long time. I'll let the mummies move more to prevent rust. After a pause, Li Feng, who felt that he didn't even believe what he said, added in a low voice, besides, I'm a mage. I need time to meditate. What you think of as sleeping is actually my meditation time. In other words, no one drank water at the scene. Otherwise Li Feng's words would definitely choke a few people to death. Yes, you are meditating. Fitz patted Li Feng on the shoulder, showed an expression of I don't believe you and said, or you can meditate while drinking beer. After that, Fitz didn't wait for Li Feng to refute, pointed in the direction of the laboratory, and said, Simmons and I are going to sort out the equipment for field work. We won't disturb you and Sky from catching up. Seeing Fitz leave, Ward stood up and said, I'll go prepare some tools too. You guys chat. In the public lounge area, the only ones left were Carlson, who was wondering what Li Feng was doing there, Sky, who was immersed in joy at seeing Li Feng, and Li Feng, who felt thirsty and went into the bar to find a drink. Until Li Feng poured 2 glasses of wine and handed them to Carlson and Sky, and picked up the bottle and poured it into his mouth. Sky asked blankly, what does mage mean? Li Feng put down the bottle, held up a fireball with one hand, and said, I'm a mage, the kind of mage in novels or movies and TV dramas. Cool. Sky stared at the fireball with wide eyes, stretched out his right hand and carefully approached the fireball, and asked, can I touch it? Li Feng smiled, snapped his fingers, and turned the fireball into a flaming mini western dragon, and controlled the dragon to float to Sky's palm, and said, do you feel the high temperature on your palm? Sky smiled as if he had got a new toy, retracted his slightly hot palm, and asked, are there many mages in this world? Quite a few, but not many. Li Feng stretched out his hand to extinguish the flaming dragon, and warned, little Sky, I know you have your own opinions on the government hiding some secrets, but the matter of mages is different. Even the country doesn't know the existence of mages, so don't go and ask about anything. It's easy to cause unnecessary trouble. As he spoke, Li Feng took out a few props from his shoulder bag and placed them on the bar, saying, I'm a wild mage, and I can't afford to save much. He pointed to the bar and said, these are some gadgets. You can pick some for self-defense. Carlson on the side glanced at the props on the bar and directly pulled all the props in front of Sky, saying with a smile, Sky at least calls you uncle. Why are you being picky? Just give them all to Sky. As he spoke, Carlson picked up a few playing cards and asked, how do I use them? Li Feng looked at Carlson speechlessly, hesitated, and said with a distressed look on his face, okay, I'll give them all to you. Pointing to the playing cards in Carlson's hand, and introduced, the playing cards depict fireballs that are as powerful as grenades, but you don't have mana, so you can only rely on other energies to activate the cards, such as electrifying the playing cards, but the power will be much smaller. As for how much smaller, I don't know. Then, Li Feng picked up a long sword and channeled mana into the sword. Sky looked at the long sword with high temperature flames curiously, and then heard Li Feng say nostalgically, this is my magic long sword back then. Ask Fitz to find a way to install a battery on the handle. Li Feng actually has a lot of small props, especially when he robbed Harry's world. He robbed a lot of magic props, but in most cases, Li Feng would not put props that are not related to combat in his shoulder bag. So, after introducing the props related to combat in front of him, Li Feng smiled and said, I have some fun props at home. You can pick some to play with when the time comes. Chapter 261 Gravity. At the bar, Li Feng sipped his wine while silently watching Sky, whose eyes were wet, complaining about the past. When Sky said that her spiritual sustenance was the Hawaiian hula doll that Li Feng gave her, Li Feng tapped the bar and produced a box of tissues and handed it to Sky. To be honest, Li Feng himself didn't know how to describe his feelings at the moment. Back then, he just treated little Sky as an ordinary little guy and didn't show any kindness to Sky, even though the gift he gave her was just an ordinary little thing. But Li Feng never thought that the gift he gave her casually back then would make Sky miss him for so long, and even regard the Hawaiian doll as a symbol of home, and even regard himself as an elder. Suddenly, Li Feng remembered what God said in Fake Angel: do a random good deed every day. Li Feng did not deny that he did just want to make Sky happy, but is it a good deed to make a child who is forced to wander around happy? Maybe it's a good deed. Li Feng scratched his head. No matter what, since Sky regarded him as an elder, it was a good thing for him. After all, she was a long-term member of Carlson's team. Li Feng believed that he had used Sky in many places. After a long time, Li Feng saw Sky holding the magic props and laughing foolishly. He pointed at Carlson and said with a smile, "Girl, look at your headmaster's constipated face before you laugh." Sky looked at Carlson blankly and suddenly realized that Carlson had something to ask Li Feng. After saying sorry with an apologetic look, she happily held a bunch of props and asked Fitz and Simmons for help. Li Feng and Carlson could see that Sky actually wanted Fitz to help transform the props and also wanted to show off that she had a family. Carlson sighed. "Look at your face and then look at the young Sky. I always feel a little bit out of place. And don't you feel ashamed as a parent?" Parent? Li Feng felt that Carlson had misunderstood something, but he didn't care and turned to ask about Dr. Hall. Carlson suddenly realized. "Fury asked you to check if the so-called invisibility is caused by magic? What else?" Li Feng spread his hands and said, "I came here to drink." Li Feng glanced at the wine cabinet with disdain and said, "What a mess of wine. Not as good as the wine I brewed myself." Carlson's eyes twitched. Most of the wine in the wine cabinet was indeed ordinary, but there were also many high-end bars. Seeing Li Feng treating the wine as plain water, Carlson inexplicably remembered a common saying said by Melinda: "Scold the cook after eating." Isn't Li Feng now scolding the wine for not tasting good after drinking? Carlson, who had no way to deal with Li Feng, shook his head helplessly, raised his hand to check the time, and said, "We are almost at the place where Dr. Hall was kidnapped. You should drink less to avoid delaying the mission." After that, Carlson turned around and left the public rest area, ready to out of sight and out of mind. Half an hour later, the plane landed on a deserted road under the cover of night. When Carlson's team arrived at the scene of Dr. Hall's hijacking, Carlson and Melinda were busy questioning the person involved, while Fitz and Simmons were busy fiddling with tools with Ward. Li Feng had already noticed that a weak energy was emitting somewhere on the road. Li Feng walked to the energy source, looked at the gadgets on the ground and smiled silently. He already knew what the so-called invisible enemy was. Graviton, a good thing for controlling gravity. For a moment, Li Feng was thinking about how to get the graviton so that he could use it when he converted the RV into a spaceship in the future. Squinting his eyes and thinking for a while, Li Feng picked up the gadget on the ground and shouted, "Fitz, look what good stuff I found." Fitz, who was still setting up the equipment, glanced at the palm of Li Feng's hand, hurriedly ran to Li Feng with tweezers, and said, "We don't know what this is yet. It will be dangerous if you touch it casually." Before Fitz finished speaking, Li Feng waved his hand indifferently and said, "I know this thing. It's very valuable." Carlson, who followed Fitz to Li Feng, looked at the gravity jar curiously and asked, "What is this?" Li Feng pointed to the gravity jar the size of earwax and said, "This thing is called the gravity jar. It is a valuable item even in the universe." After a pause, Li Feng looked around and saw that everyone around him was wearing SHIELD uniforms. He said bluntly, "The technology of the earth can't control it yet, but I can. You want a gravity jar?" Carlson frowned and asked, "Is this the material for casting spells?" Fitz, who had heard Dr. Hall's lectures before, interrupted and said, "The gravity jar can destroy the internal gravitational field and form a fluctuating amorphous form." Before Fitz finished speaking, Carlson interrupted, "Fitz, what do you want to say?" Fitz glanced at the people around him and saw that except for Simmons, who said he understood, the rest of the people were all confused. He shrugged and said, "Relying on technological means, graviton can change the gravity field. Sir, you can imagine how much help changing the gravity inside the spacecraft will have on the aerospace industry." Scratching his brow, Fitz curled his lips and said, "So this is not only a spellcasting material, but also has a great effect on the development of science and technology. Of course, it is also very dangerous." On the side, Simmons suddenly thought of something and whispered, "Sir, I remember that many years ago, Dr. Franklin Hall and Ian Quinn jointly published a paper on graviton and its related applications." Ian Quinn, a man who once appeared on the cover of Forbes, the graviton Carlson, who stayed at the scene, was silent for a while and said with a fake smile, "It looks like we are in trouble." Sighing, Carlson ordered, "Sky, search the internet for Ian Quinn's whereabouts. May be ready to take off at any time. Fitz and Simmons will check the scene again to see if there is anything missing. Ward and I will move unnecessary equipment back to the plane." At this point, Carlson looked at Li Feng and said, "Sorry, I need to report the matter of the graviton. I have no right to decide who owns the graviton. I guessed that you would contact Fury." Li Feng shrugged and said, "I'm not bragging. You really can't play with the graviton. Even if you study it for decades, you may not succeed. Besides, I don't want all the gravitons. Just enough for my research and to convert the RV into a spaceship. Probably 2 mineral water bottles of gravitons are enough for me." Li Feng thought for a while and added, "If we end up with a lot of gravitons, I hope SHIELD can give me half of them. This thing can be exchanged for a lot of good things in other civilizations." Exchange things with other civilizations? Carlson obviously realized what Li Feng wanted to say, nodded slightly and said, "I will convey your words word for word." After that, Carlson waved his hand, signaling the team members to act according to the previous order. Li Feng saw that Carlson did not assign him any work, glanced around, and after confirming that there was no other energy source, he leisurely returned to the cabin, opened the portal and shouted, "Creature, give me a glass of beer or 2, plus a stack of side dishes." After a while, Creature crossed the portal with a tray containing 2 glasses of beer and side dishes. When he was about to put down the tray, he saw Li Feng close the portal and said, "Creature, take you to see someone." "Okay, boss." Creature blinked his eyes, holding the tray, and followed Li Feng in small steps. Li Feng took Creature to the public rest area, put a glass of beer in front of Sky, who was busy in front of the computer, and said, "Girl, let me introduce you to an elf." "Elf?" Sky turned her eyes from the computer screen to Li Feng with a confused look on her face, and then found Creature standing behind Li Feng, and trembled with fear. Li Feng smiled, pushed Creature in front of him, and said, "This is Creature, and he is also my butler. Although he doesn't look good, Creature belongs to the elves, and has many spells. If you get into trouble in the future, I won't help you. After all, my identity is a bit special. But if trouble comes to you, you can ask me or Creature for help." Creature looked at Sky seriously. He had been with Li Feng for so many years, but this was the first time he saw Li Feng introduce himself seriously. This made Creature feel that Li Feng valued Sky very much. Just when Sky felt that Creature had seen through him inside and out, he saw Creature turn his head to look at Li Feng and asked timidly, "Boss, is Miss Sky the little boss?" Li Feng's mouth twitched, and he shook his head slightly and said, "You know where my family is. She is just halfway through." Li Feng noticed that Sky seemed to understand the meaning of little boss in Creature's words, and looked at him with a hidden look of expectation. After a moment of silence, Li Feng understood Sky's desire for family, but Sky's biological parents were also unlucky children, right? "You and I are both looking for home. The difference is that I have a home, but can't go back, while your home doesn't feel like home." Sighing inwardly, Li Feng smiled and introduced, "She is just half a small boss." Creature nodded in confusion. He didn't quite understand what half a small boss meant, but he also understood that, as long as it didn't involve Li Feng's interests, he would take good care of Sky. Creature bowed respectfully to Sky and asked, "Miss Sky, is there anything you can do for Creature?" Li Feng saw that Creature called Sky Mies instead of small boss, and understood that Creature had understood what he meant, and smiled with satisfaction in his heart. Sky was still a little excited and confused at this time, and asked blankly, "What can you do?" "I can't answer this question." Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal, motioned Creature to go back to the RV, and said to Sky, "You asked the wrong question. Creature is a butler, and a butler who does everything himself. He knows a lot of things, such as magic, breeding and planting, housework, and especially cooking. Stark couldn't help but poach me after eating Creature's delicious food. Sky raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Stark, Iron Man?" Li Feng nodded, picked up the wine glass, and took a big sip, and said unhappily, "I taught him meditation and magic, so I can be considered half a mentor, but this guy not only eats my food and drinks my drinks, but also packs up the food. It's really..." Sky was stunned and asked with shining eyes, "Uncle Austin, since you are friends with Iron Man, can you help me get a few autographed photos from him?" "What the hell?" Li Feng asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Why do you want Stark's autographed photo? What's the use of this thing?" Chapter 262 A Little Story. When Carlson and others returned to the air command room, Sky had already found Ian Quinn's address through the internet. However, when she handed the information to Carlson, Sky still didn't believe that the person who kidnapped Dr. Hall was Quinn, and couldn't help saying, "Sir, is there any misunderstanding here? Quinn is a good man, and his charitable donations are almost 8 billion. Carlson casually refuted, while reading the information, the donated money was earned by draining the Earth's resources. He is just a greedy nature porter. Sky was stunned. Carlson's words made her unable to refute. As the center of her life is to explore the internet, she has been hanging out in major forums for many years, and knows the consequences of overexploitation of Earth's resources. But Sky always felt that something was wrong with Carlson's evaluation, such as the workers supported by Quinn International and the people who had survived the difficulties of survival with the help of Quinn's donations. Sky looked at Li Feng, hoping that Li Feng could stand up and say a few words himself. Unfortunately, Li Feng not only did not help her prove that Quinn was a good person, but instead complained, "Good and bad people are not determined by how much money they donated. How did you get through these years? Don't you know how wicked people are? Maybe I'm lucky and haven't encountered any wicked things." The optimistic Sky shrugged. "Girl, what you said hurts my heart. I don't have such a thing as luck." Li Feng thought for a while with a dark face and said, "Regarding the topic of good guys or bad guys, an old man once told me a story and asked a question. I will tell you. There was a group of soldiers who followed the king's orders to fight against a neighboring country that was suffering from famine. Along the way, the soldiers killed all the resistors they encountered, even women and children." After a pause, Li Feng looked at Sky and asked, "Excuse me, are the soldiers good guys or bad guys?" Sky pondered for a while and said, "The soldiers just obeyed the king's orders. The king is the bad one." Li Feng nodded, did not comment, and continued to tell the story. Every time the soldiers captured a city, the king and the rear knew that the people in the city still regarded themselves as a neighboring country, but he still sent people to deliver food to feed these people who were suffering from famine. "Excuse me, is the king bad?" Sky was a little confused and shook his head and said, "I don't know. Although the king wanted to win people's hearts, he saved civilians. Should he be considered a good person?" Li Feng smiled and said, "When the soldiers wiped out half of the neighboring country's population and occupied half of its territory, the people of the neighboring country had enough food to survive due to the sharp decline in population. On the other hand, the soldiers also received orders from the king to lay down their weapons and go home because the war was over. After that, the king treated the people who were once neighboring countries equally and concentrated on developing the country's strength so that all the people under his jurisdiction could have bread and meat to eat every meal." Li Feng looked at Sky seriously and asked, "Tell me, should these soldiers who invaded neighboring countries and killed even women and children go to heaven or hell after their death? Where should the king who led the people to have meat every meal go after his death? Let me remind you, even if the king did not invade the neighboring country, as long as the king of the neighboring country had the heart to kill half of the population under his jurisdiction, he could survive the famine." Sky rubbed his hair frantically and turned to Carlson for help, hoping that Carlson could help analyze it. Carlson was silent for a while and said, "This is politics. It has nothing to do with people being good or bad. At least it has nothing to do with the soldiers." Li Feng curled his lips and said contemptuously, "Don't talk about politics. I'm asking where they go after they die. Do you think you need to check your political inclinations before death? Those who advocate tax cuts go to heaven, and those who advocate tax increases go to hell. Then obey God's arrangement." Carlson shrugged and said, "I'm just a mortal, and I don't have the right to choose where to go after death. This story is what God asked me. I dare to answer in front of him that this is his business and has nothing to do with me. Li Feng rolled his eyes at Carlson, turned his head, and looked at Sky, indicating that Sky should think of the answer himself. After reading Quinn's information, Carlson put the information aside, sat opposite Li Feng curiously, and asked, "How did you answer it at the beginning?" Li Feng scratched his head a little embarrassedly, showing a stiff smile, and whispered, "My answer is to leave it to the judge. They are professionals." "Who is the judge?" Carlson, who didn't know Chinese mythology, asked confusedly. Melinda, who knew who the judge was, quietly explained a few things to Carlson, then rolled her eyes at Li Feng and said, "I was clearly asking about heaven and hell, but you dragged it to the underworld. You're really good. I'm curious about how the old man you mentioned reacted after hearing your answer. What kind of reaction could he have? He almost beat me up." Li Feng turned his head and looked away, clearly meaning I don't want to answer. But Sky obviously didn't want to let Li Feng go, and asked like a spoiled child, "Uncle Austin, just tell me, I'm curious about how the old man commented on your answer." Li Feng glared at Sky, who was trying to sabotage him, rubbed his face and said, "The old man didn't comment on my answer, but told another story instead." "What story?" Sky asked curiously. Li Feng saw that everyone in Carlson's team was surrounding him with an expression of wanting to hear a story, so he scratched his brow and said, "The story is about a farmer. It's about a farmer who always guards the little food in his farmland, so that his family can have enough food. During this period, he killed countless field mice and birds that came to steal food, and even crippled a homeless man who stole food. The old man told me that the homeless man finally starved to death due to his disability, and asked me what to do with the farmer after his death. Will he go to heaven for feeding his family, or go to hell for killing lives?" After listening to the story, Sky, who couldn't think of an answer and only felt a headache, scratched his hair and asked, "How did you answer?" On the side, Carlson inexplicably felt that the old man in Li Feng's mouth was not a simple little person. After all, these questions all involve human nature. For example, in the story of the soldiers, the king took advantage of the bad luck of the neighboring country to start a great cause of expanding the territory. Although the king did a good job in developing the national strength after the war, he focused on developing the national strength. But what about the soldiers who were killed for resisting the invasion? What about women and children? Carlson didn't believe that the king would record these people in his memoirs. Perhaps as time goes by, people will only praise the king's wisdom, and no one will take a second look at the dead bones buried under the wheels of history. As for the farmer's story, although the farmer did not kill the homeless man himself, legally speaking, the farmer still has to bear a certain responsibility for the homeless man's death. Moreover, field mice or birds are all living creatures in God's eyes, and their status is the same as that of homeless people. Thinking back to the story carefully, and pondering the identity of the old man, Carlson asked curiously, "Yes, where should the farmer go?" Li Feng spread his hands. "My answer at the time was to ask the farmer where he wanted to go. If he wanted to go to heaven, then he would pave the road to heaven with hellfire. If he chose hell, then he would give the farmer a knife, and then quietly put him into hell, after avoiding the devil's sight, and let the farmer fend for himself." "Can you still answer like this?" Sky was a little confused and asked, "What did the old man say?" "The old man told me to get out," Li Feng said indifferently. In fact, what Li Feng was concerned about at the time was not how to answer God's question, but why did God ask him whether he would go to heaven or hell? He was just a wizard, not God, so why did he have to figure out who would go to heaven and who would go to hell? Moreover, God had told countless stories like this, which led to Li Feng now having a lot of stories and a lot of doubts in his mind. That's the end of the story about good and bad. Li Feng clapped his hands, signaling everyone to stop struggling with the story, and said, "Now, please come up with a plan to rescue Dr. Hall instead of robbing Gravity Wang." "Don't say what's in your mind," Carlson said unhappily. "It's as if everyone is a robber." After that, Carlson pointed to Ian Quill's information and said, "I have reason to believe that it was Quinn who kidnapped Dr. Hall, but Quinn is in the Republic of Malta in the Mediterranean, and now lives in the former Prime Minister's residence in the country. The residence is protected by a laser fence. The trouble is that SHIELD agents cannot enter the Republic of Malta, because once arrested, they can legally shoot us. In addition, Quinn International will hold a shareholders meeting this week. There are already all kinds of celebrities in or near the former Prime Minister's residence. So, once we are arrested, SHIELD will immediately sever ties with us. Finally, Coulson concluded, that is to say, our rescue mission has no insider, no backup, and is life-threatening. It will also cause global outrage against SHIELD. TSK, I always feel that SHIELD is so sucks. Feng, who couldn't help but complain, shook his hand and said, let me go. I don't believe that any laser fence can stop me, and who can stop me? After saying a lot of nonsense, I'm just waiting for you to say this. Coulson smiled gently, turned his head and ordered, May, go to the sky above Malta immediately, and everyone else should do what they should do. Feng saw Coulson's quick order to May. After a moment of stunned, he stood up and dragged Sky into the wine cabinet, pointing at the wine in the wine cabinet and asked, girl, help me find out which bottle of wine is the most expensive. I'm going to drink it now. Sky looked back at the smiling Coulson, and seeing that Coulson did not stop Feng's behavior, he turned on the computer to check, and said with a smile, Uncle Austin, are you taking revenge on Coulson for setting you up? Nonsense. Feng casually opened a bottle of wine, drank it in 2 or 3 gulps, then wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth and said, do you know why Fury, the director of SHIELD, has a shiny bald head? It's because Fury likes to think about things all the time, which eventually led to his baldness. Think about Coulson's position in Fury's heart, and then look at Coulson's hairstyle. So don't look at Coulson's good face, his heart. Coulson touched his hair speechlessly. Did I provoke you with this hairstyle? And Fury's bald head was cut by himself, not that he can't grow hair. And why do I feel that you are not targeting Fury, but a certain bald man? Chapter 263 Plan. With the addition of Feng, the rescue plans made by Coulson and others were so simple that they were outrageous. Feng's eyelids jumped when he saw them, and he sighed that Coulson and others had such a big imagination that the earth could not accommodate it. For example, one of the plans was made by Melinda. The content was that when the moon rose, Melinda put on the Loki mask and sneaked into Ian Quill's house, and then relied on the super sense of smell given by the mask to find Dr. Hall. And with the mask covering, even if Ian Quinn found Melinda, what would it matter? Have you ever seen a human with a green head? There are still green-headed people with various superpowers. Even if Ian Quinn took a photo of Melinda with a green head, he couldn't explain it to the public. Naturally, the action would not involve SHIELD. To be honest, Feng's first reaction after reading the plan was to slap the plan on Melinda's face and ask, by the way, sister, what kind of werewolf are you? Why do you have to wait until the moon rises to transform? Another example is another plan made by Coulson. Coulson's plan was to simply not go out to rescue Dr. Hall, but to let Feng take out the genie of the magic lamp and bring Dr. Hall back to the airborne command room by making a wish. In order to avoid Feng's worry that someone would use the magic lamp recklessly, Coulson even proposed to let Sky make a wish. Isn't this bullshit? If the magic lamp fell into Sky's hands, Feng dared to bet a box of spicy strips that Sky would definitely make a wish to find the whereabouts of her family. By then, Sky's family would be found, but what would Sky think when she found that her biological father was having convulsions from time to time, and her biological mother was thinking about how to take revenge on society? I'm afraid she would suspect that the wrong way of making a wish caused her relatives to be abnormal. Among the several plans, Fitz and Simmons were the most reliable. They suggested that Feng and Ward enter the invisible state and open the portal to land at Ian Quinn's house, and then find Hall and Gravity Weng and open the portal back to the airborne command room. Fitz's explanation for not letting Ward, a combatant, go to Ian Quinn's house alone was that no one, except Feng, should touch the graviton. That thing is too dangerous. Ward can't play it except for the mage. But Feng said that he didn't want to go out with Ward. This child was an unlucky child that Mephisto was thinking about. Who knows if he will be stained with bad luck after getting along with him. After reading all the plans, Feng crumpled up several plans and threw them into the trash can in front of Coulson, saying, dude, Can you not do it this way? Li Feng rubbed his temples, as if he had a headache, put his arm around Carlson's shoulder, and walked to an empty corner, whispering, have you ever thought about the sequelae of Melinda using the mask? I don't have much water left in my hand, and I don't want to waste a drop in vain. As for the genie of the genie, believe it or not, once the genie knows the relationship between you and me, its first reaction is not to compliment you, but to find ways to cheat you. There is not much water left in the genie of the genie. Does the genie of the genie have a grudge against Austin? Carlson frowned and smiled gently. What do you think we should do? Li Feng tilted his head to think about it, then spread his hands and said, what a bullshit plan. I'll take you to control Ian Quinn directly. By then, let alone asking where Dr. Hall is, even if you want to know the password to the safe in Ian Quinn's house, I can make him tell you obediently. As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, Melinda's voice rang out over the cabin broadcast. Carlson, we've arrived above Ian Quinn. Have you made up your mind? Li Feng folded his arms and asked casually, if you agree to my plan, I'll take you to Ian Quinn now. Fly? Carlson asked curiously, take your black cloud? What else? As he spoke, Li Feng took out the black cloud from his shoulder bag and patted the black yuan, winking and saying, want to try it? Carlson was not polite either. He immediately climbed up the black cloud and said with a smile, it looks like I'll have to write another report on the flight experience afterwards. Li Feng smiled falsely, and after performing the invisibility technique on Carlson, he turned into black mist and flew out of the air command room, slowly floating towards the former Prime Minister's residence of the Republic of Malta below. Carlson was a little puzzled. He had never seen the state of Black Cloud flying at full speed, but the equipment of S.H.I.E.L.D. had detected the flying speed of Black Cloud. Why can Black Cloud only float slowly in his hands? How can he report to Fury? Is it that the speed of Black Cloud is about the same as that of a bullock cart? The thing that S.H.I.E.L.D. detected flying fast before was not Black Cloud, but Stark's toy. Austin, can't we go faster? Carlson wondered. Li Feng curled his lips and said contemptuously, how many levels of strong wind can your small body withstand? Do you believe that the inertia of Black Cloud's instant acceleration can throw you out? Throw out? Does it mean that Black Cloud started very quickly? Carlson nodded thoughtfully. There is finally something written in the report. After a long time, Carlson and Li Feng finally landed in the garden of Ian Quinn's house. Carlson glanced at the bodyguards milling around, and although he knew he was invisible, he was still a little nervous inside. He asked cautiously in a low voice, how do we know where Ian Quinn is? Li Feng scratched his head, said watch me, pulled Carlson and kicked open the door of the mansion, shouting, Ian Quinn, your mother is calling you home for dinner. After shouting, Li Feng turned his head to look at the movements of the bodyguards in the room, and said, look, follow the bodyguards and you can find the owner of the house. It's simple enough, right? Carlson's mouth twitched. He could indeed find Ian Quinn by following the bodyguards, but what should he do with the group of bodyguards surrounding Ian Quinn at that time? Should he kill them all? I shouldn't have believed that Austin would be reliable one day. Carlson sighed inwardly, and while following the hurried bodyguard, he whispered, Austin, we are here to save people. Carlson pointed to the communicator on his ear, indicating that he was in contact with the air control room, and Sky and others on the plane could know what they did at the first time, and said, do you want to show how to kill people with magic? You think too much. Li Feng heard what Carlson meant, which was nothing more than warning him not to perform violence and blood in front of children. If it was before, Li Feng might not care, just kill him. What can he do? The problem is that Li Feng now knows the importance of maintaining his inner bottom line and drinks beer brewed by God brand wheat all day long. It cannot be said that Li Feng has learned to respect life now, but he also knows that as long as Ian Quill does not take the initiative to provoke him, he will not kill for no reason. It's funny to say that in a relatively peaceful era, the bottom line of being a human is not to kill people. It's really fucked up. After a while, the two people who followed the bodyguards walked into a room and found Ian Quinn surrounded by bodyguards. Carlson pointed to the communicator in his ear, silently took a step back, and signaled Li Feng to start the performance. Li Feng shrugged, snapped his fingers lightly, walked straight to the motionless Ian Quinn, carried the petrified Ian Quinn out of the room, and said, let's go, find a deserted place, and ask this guy how many mines he has at home. Carlson stared blankly at the motionless bodyguards in the room, curiously put his finger in front of the nostrils of a bodyguard, and after feeling that the other party was still breathing, he turned around and followed Li Feng and asked, "What kind of spell is this? It's more convenient than the good dream invented by Fitz using cobra venom. At least there is no gunfire." Petrification. On the surface, the spell effect has a time limit and is a non-lethal spell, Li Feng said with a little pride, but if I cast the spell with all my strength, it will take several months for the group of bodyguards in the room to recover. Then the first thing these unlucky guys do when they wake up is probably to be so hungry that their eyes glow green and they chew their belts, leather shoes and so on. Carlson frowned and was thinking about whether to call the hospital after taking Dr. Hall away when he heard Li Feng say, "Don't worry, I didn't cast the spell with all my strength. They will recover in a day. I deliberately modified their memories to make them think that they were in a coma due to inhaling some kind of nerve gas." As he spoke, Li Feng kicked open a room, turned himself and Carlson into Johnny Blaze, and then unpetrified Ian Quinn. While Carlson was still wondering how the black suit on his body turned into a leather jacket, Li Feng stared with his piercing eyes and said in a low voice, "Boy, hell is watching you." Looking at Li Feng, who looked like Johnny Blaze, Carlson couldn't help but twitch his mouth. After pulling Li Feng away, he asked, "Mr. Quinn, where is Dr. Franklin Hall?" Ian Quinn was also a man who had seen big scenes. After hearing Carlson's words, he instantly realized that it was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. who came to the door. He straightened his collar and smiled. "Sorry, I don't know what you are talking about. If you are here to ask for money, I can pay you $10 million US. If you are willing to be my bodyguard, I can pay you $2 million annual salary. Bonus is not included." Do we look like people who are short of $10 million US? Li Feng didn't want to argue with Ian Quill, and he directly extracted the other party's memory while talking. After a while, Li Feng, who found Dr. Hall hiding in the basement of the mansion, slashed Ian Quinn's neck with his hand, preparing to knock him out with physical means. Unfortunately, Li Feng looked at Ian Quill, who was holding his neck and crying out in pain, and then looked at Carlson, who seemed to be smiling but not smiling, and said with his neck stiff, "What are you laughing at? I found Dr. Hall. Why don't you kill him?" Ian Quill, who was still crying out in pain, suddenly stopped talking, as if his throat was pinched by an invisible hand, and looked at Li Feng in horror. He didn't understand. He didn't say anything, so how did the other party know where Hall was? And didn't they say that S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't kill people easily? Why did I break the rules here? When Ian Quill wanted to cry, but had no tears, Carlson looked at Li Feng with a stern face and asked, "Where is the doctor?" Li Feng pointed at his feet and said, "This idiot bought the Prime Minister's mansion because the basement is big enough for him to mess around." As an agent, Carlson knew clearly that when people are frightened or their emotions fluctuate violently, their pupils will subconsciously change. Therefore, when Li Feng bluntly said that Dr. Hall was in the basement, Carlson kept observing the changes in Ian Quinn's pupils and expressions. Seeing the unnatural change in the other party's expression and the dilation of his pupils, Carlson knocked Ian Quinn unconscious with a knife. After Li Feng lightly snapped his fingers to erase Ian Quill's memory, he took Carlson and ran towards Gravity Wing, not Dr. Hall. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 Gravity Wing is in hand. In the basement of the Prime Minister's residence, Li Feng said that he was now familiar with the place. He not only knew where the surveillance cameras were in the corridor, but also knew the hobbies of the security guards who ate and slept all day in the basement. This made Carlson, who was following Li Feng, feel that he was not here to rescue Dr. Hall, but was brought to the basement by the owner for a tour. After a while, Li Feng, who petrified the security guards one by one along the way, kicked open the door of the laboratory at the end of a corridor and shouted, "Is anyone there? I have a Coulson Express delivery here. Please show your valid ID to prove that you are Franklin Hall." In the laboratory, Dr. Hall, who was busy standing in front of the operating table, glanced at Li Feng at the door. If possible, he actually wanted to say, "Sorry, you delivered to the wrong address. By the way, please close the door when you leave." Unfortunately, Dr. Hall silently withdrew his gaze and subconsciously accelerated the movements of his hands. At this time, Carlson was too tired to complain about Li Feng's skin. He pushed Li Feng, who was blocking the door, and walked towards Dr. Hall, saying, "Doctor, I'm Agent Carlson. We are here to rescue you. Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D." Dr. Hall didn't even look at Carlson, but just kept speeding up the work in his hands and said, "Sorry, Agent Carlson, this is where I should be." Carlson was stunned for a moment, and suddenly he seemed to understand that the reason why Dr. Hall was hijacked was probably not as previously speculated. An outsider hacked into the S.H.I.E.L.D. mainframe, but Dr. Hall himself leaked his whereabouts to Ian Quinn. What is this? Eating S.H.I.E.L.D.'s food, but worrying about Quinn International? Believe it or not, Fury flipped the table. Why? Carlson, who didn't understand the reason for Dr. Hall's betrayal, said in astonishment, "I didn't expect you to answer like this in my rescue plan." If Dr. Hall felt that the salary given by S.H.I.E.L.D. was low, Carlson said that he could report a report on improving the treatment of S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists. For example, food and accommodation during life, and someone to take care of the elderly and see them off after retirement. The most important thing is to help solve personal problems, such as assigning girlfriends or wives. In this regard, Dr. Hall expressed disdain. Is he a person who is greedy for the world's bright lights and wine? He is a good man, and a great man who is willing to sacrifice his life for the future of mankind. Of course, these are not the most important things at the moment. Dr. Hall looked at the glass in front of him with a firm gaze. Carlson followed Hall's gaze and saw that there was a laboratory behind the transparent glass. In the middle of the laboratory, a ball of mercury-like stuff was being transferred into some kind of instrument. Carlson recognized that this was graviton and activated the graviton instrument and persuaded anxiously, "Doctor, you can't let Quinn control it, it's too dangerous." The great Dr. Hall glanced at Carlson with disdain and said, "I won't let anyone control it. This is why I came here. I want to bury Graviton and Quinn together in the depths of the ocean. Don't let anyone control it?" Carlson was stunned. He heard that in addition to not letting Ian Quinn control Graviton, Dr. Hall also implied that S.H.I.E.L.D. should not even think about getting involved in Graviton. Carlson even had a hunch that Dr. Hall was going to bury him in the deep sea along with Graviton. Carlson was a little puzzled. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. had advanced equipment and a wealth of talents. It was totally different from Ian Quinn, a capitalist who only cared about money. Besides, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't control Graviton now, it didn't matter. Dr. Hall could lead the research team. Then humans would remember Franklin Hall's contribution. This was an opportunity to become famous overseas and to be remembered forever. Dr. Hall said he didn't want it, and he was going to bury himself. Without waiting for Carlson to ask, Dr. Hall guessed what Carlson wanted to ask and explained, "I know Quinn is addicted to greed, only caring about the immediate interests, completely ignoring the living environment of future generations, and overexploiting the only resource on Earth. If the gravity falls into Quinn's hands, it will be a disaster for mankind." Dr. Hall showed a look of "I have seen through everything in the world" and said, "S.H.I.E.L.D. is not much better. They only focus on doing experiments and completely ignore the consequences. Just like your exploration of infinite energy eventually attracted aliens. Even if you finally restore the buildings on the battlefield with magical methods, what will happen? Can those families who have lost their backbones survive as before?" Dr. Hall shook his head slightly and said with pity, "No, without a source of income, they will eventually lose their houses, or even live on the streets, and starve to death in an alley. The sorrow of these poor people is caused by the reckless behavior of S.H.I.E.L.D." When Dr. Hall talked about restoring New York buildings, Carlson subconsciously turned his head and glanced at Li Feng. The reason why New York was able to return to its original state after the war was because of this guy who looked unreliable. However, Li Feng was currently observing the gravity experimenter in the experiment opposite through the glass, stroking his chin with curiosity. He had no mood to respond to Carlson's pleading gaze. Carlson sighed, gave up the idea of asking Li Feng to help persuade or petrify Dr. Hall, and said, "You are right, but Before Carlson finished speaking, Dr. Hall shook his head and said, I know you want to say that the ultimate goal of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s experiment is for mankind, but how many lives have been lost as a result? What else do you want to defend? Gravity is also too powerful for S.H.I.E.L.D. You and I can't control it, and S.H.I.E.L.D. can't control it either. On the side, Feng, who was observing the changes in gravity heard Dr. Hall say that no one could control gravity and couldn't help interrupting. I have said this to Carlson a long time ago. S.H.I.E.L.D. will have to do experiments for at least 10 years to initially master gravity But you are wrong about one thing. While speaking, Feng took out the bottle-shaped container prepared earlier from his shoulder bag, waved his hand to open the portal connected to gravity and said while filling gravity I know who can control gravity and I know how to use this thing. Seeing that Feng was ready to pack up all the gravitons and take them away, Dr. Hall suppressed his desire to ask about the scientific principle of the portal. He did not care whether the equipment to destroy the graviton was debugged or not. He directly activated the graviton equipment, ready to bury Ian Quinn's house, which he had bought with a lot of money, into the sea. By the way, he also buried himself in the deep sea, in order to express his determination to stay with the graviton forever. As for Carlson and Feng in the room, Dr. Hall could only say sorry in his heart. For the future of mankind, you died for what you deserved. But when Dr. Hall pressed the start button, he found that something was wrong. There was no response when he activated the graviton equipment. What happened? Was Quinn too poor to pay the electricity bill? Seeing Dr. Hall's confused expression, Feng shook the bottle of wine in his hand, slowly put the gravity weng into his shoulder bag, and said with a smile, I'm sorry, I saw you and Carlson were chatting very enthusiastically, so I didn't have the courage to tell you that I unplugged the device before. I hope you can be magnanimous and don't mind that I took the initiative to ruin your original plan. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Dr. Hall quietly reached for a wrench beside him, and while planning in his heart how to snatch the gravity weng back from Feng, he pretended to be curious on the surface, walked towards Feng, and used words to distract Feng's attention. Who are you? At this time, Carlson, who was only a few steps away from Dr. Hall, saw that the other party's attention was on Feng. He stepped forward and knocked Dr. Hall unconscious. After carrying him up, he said, Austin, can you destroy the equipment here? We can't let Ian Quinn get any information. What a nice thing to say, but he still thinks that only S.H.I.E.L.D. is qualified to control gravity. While complaining in his heart, Feng scratched his head and looked around. It's about a fire, but let me make it clear in advance that my fire cannot be extinguished by a fire truck. If I go too far, it will really burn people to death. Even their souls. Then send Dr. Hall and I back to the air command room first. Carlson interrupted very quickly. Then you go back and be a firefighter to put out the fire. You are really cruel. Feng scratched his head. Since the good old Carlson didn't mind burning the petrified security guards in the basement to ashes, even their souls, what else did Feng care about? Anyway, this is what Carlson asked me to do, so Carlson should take the blame. Thinking of this, Feng released the black cloud and threw Dr. Hall and Carlson on it. He dropped the fiend fight to burn the laboratory and waved to open the portal. After crossing the portal, Carlson, floating in the air, ordered Melinda to open the cabin door and ordered Ward to keep Dr. Hall under guard. He finally realized that Dr. Hall loved graviton too deeply. He would rather kill himself than allow others to touch graviton. Similarly, Carlson was also having a headache at this time. How to persuade Dr. Hall to study graviton in the future? Forget it. Let Fury worry about it and pull his hair for fun. With a sigh in his heart, Carlson turned his head and said to Feng, hand over the graviton to Fitz and then put out the fire in Ian Quinn's house. Feng pouted, poked his head through the cabin glass and glanced down and said, there's no rush to put out the fire. I guess all the damned ones have burned to death. And the rest have almost run away. Carlson walked to Feng's side, glanced at the fire below, and said sadly, it's a pity that we couldn't bring Ian Quinn back, otherwise we could check where he found so many gravitons. What you said has a deep meaning. Feng squinted at Carlson and asked in a low voice, you don't want S.H.I.E.L.D. to dig out the graviton? Carlson didn't deny it either, nodded and said, "Graviton is too dangerous. We can't let the public know about its existence. If possible, I want to seal all the gravitons in SHIELD. If that's not possible, we have to arrange people near the graviton." Haha, I'm Fury, who thinks so too. Feng glanced at Carlson speechlessly and turned to walk towards a tempered glass box made of special materials. "This is the container that fits, prepared specifically for Gravity Weng." However, Feng kept a hand when handing over Gravity Weng and only handed over 2/5. As for the remaining Gravity Weng, of course it went into Feng's pocket. Chapter 265 Bad Boy. Carlson did not doubt that Feng still had the graviton, but the graviton was round and flat, and he really could not produce evidence to accuse Feng of corruption. Most importantly, there was a voice in Carlson's heart telling him that it was too dangerous to keep the graviton in S.H.I.E.L.D., so it would be better to let Feng take more. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. caused any disaster, the harm would be much smaller. Especially when Carlson had the idea of reporting his concerns to Fury. This voice of persuading himself was particularly obvious. Moreover, Carlson had a vague premonition that Feng would know it the next second after he finished reporting. By then, the petty-minded Feng would probably pester him all day long, annoying him to death. After thinking for a long time, Carlson finally chose to shut up, but his Fury's benefit so easy to get. Just as Feng was looking at the graviton in the container with a smile on his face and was preparing to put out the fierce fire and go home to take a shower and sleep, Carlson pulled the excited Feng to a corner and whispered, "Fury agreed to give you half of the graviton. Don't you think you owe Fury a favor?" "Favor?" Feng said with a smile. "It's a ghost favor. He knows that I can contact alien civilizations. If you want to buy some alien technology from me, please tell me in advance that I don't know what technology I can get. What if the technology I get has nothing to do with weapons, but is just pure magic skills or civilian technology? Don't blame me." Carlson nodded and said indifferently, "As long as it is technology, it is what S.H.I.E.L.D. needs. Even if it is equipment that makes food with trace element in water and air, we will accept it." Feng scratched his head. "Why does it sound like equipment for making liquid food on a spaceship? Is this a simple little technology?" After a pause, Feng pointed to Ian Quinn's house and said, "After the fire is put out, I will leave directly, so you don't have to prepare dinner for me." "We didn't prepare dinner for you either," Carlson said unhappily. Speaking of eating, Carlson was sure that Feng must have starved to death in his previous life. This guy had only been in the airborne command room for a short time, and the wine in the wine cabinet and all the food on the plane had been ruined by Feng. The ones that tasted good went into Feng's stomach, and the ones that tasted bad went into the trash can, which was a non-recyclable trash can. Especially every time he saw Feng using various wines with sandwiches or instant noodles, Carlson would always feel inexplicably sad and worried about whether the food reserves on the plane were too small. This guy is the biggest disaster in the world. Rubbing his forehead, Carlson, who was still thinking about letting Feng and Sky get in touch, restrained his inner helplessness and smiled gently. "You're leaving without telling Sky?" Feng thought about it, waved his hand and said, "Forget it. It's not a life and death separation. Please tell her that I'm going on a long trip recently and ask her to come to my house when she's free in a few days." Going on a long trip? Carlson's eyes lit up. When he was wondering whether Feng was going out to buy alien technology or hide at home to study gravitron, he saw Feng open the cabin door and directly drove the black cloud in the air to roll recklessly before landing on the ground to extinguish the fierce fire. Well, I can only ask for the answer in a few days, Carlson thought helplessly. Back to the lake, Feng couldn't wait to hide in the RV to study gravitron. Of course, Feng's research was not how to install gravitron on the RV. He knew that his knowledge was barely enough to be a poor student, and he didn't know how to convert the RV into a spaceship. In terms of future plans, he would definitely go to Zenda. At that time, he would just spend money to find someone to transform the RV. Why would he bother thinking about the spaceship? It would be thankless, and he would be bored. Therefore, Feng only studied the method of using gravity to improve his physical fitness. This is not because Li Feng has nothing to do and wants to become a Super Saiyan, but he knows that his physical fitness has long been the biggest shortcoming in his strength improvement. Although he dares to be cowardly after holding up the shield, once the shield fails or his own mana is exhausted, he will be a useless mage who can be slaughtered at will. In the future, ordinary guns and cannons will no longer be used, and only energy weapons will be the mainstream. At that time, the mana required to maintain the shield will consume more mana. If the mana is exhausted by accident, can he still rely on his weak physical strength to fight the enemy in close combat? Without outstanding physical strength, let alone playing a protracted war, he doesn't even have the strength to escape. Adhering to the ideal of not being a real man in 3 seconds, but being an expert in unlimited physical strength, Li Feng painstakingly studied the gravity mang, and directly carved a gravity array in the RV, so that he could eat and sleep in 3 times the gravity of the earth all the time. However, after enjoying a few days of gravity training, Li Feng walked out of the RV with trembling feet, and sat down on the recliner with a melancholy face. While letting Creature give him a full body massage, he frowned and looked at the gravity mang that kept swimming in his palm, as if it had life. The method of using the gravity to exercise the body is very different from what Li Feng had imagined at the beginning. Especially without the corresponding scientific exercise method. Relying solely on gravity to exercise the body is not only unsatisfactory, but also makes him miserable. Even Li Feng inexplicably had the illusion that his tall body was compressed by gravity into a short ugly one. Although it is the essence that is concentrated, Li Feng said that he does not want to be compressed into a ball by gravity. Moreover, if he only relies on the gravity to exercise, when will he be able to withstand guns and cannons like Thor with his flesh? It is probably the exercise method before his death. In this regard, Li Feng was very unwilling, but helpless, especially when he recalled that in various comics or science fiction movies, the protagonist relied on gravity to exercise into a Superman in minutes, but it was good for him. Not only did he fail to become a Superman, but he was also in danger. Li Feng was so worried that he almost had resentment. After a long time, with the help of the stunt master Creature, Li Feng felt that the muscles all over his body relaxed a lot. But it was only the muscles that relaxed, and as for the heart, it was tears to talk too much. Or I'll ask Thor if there are any ways to exercise my physical fitness when I meet him later. For now, I'd better find a different world to relax. Li Feng smacked his lips, and his eyebrows seemed to be paralyzed. He said weakly, "Creature, prepare your luggage. We are going to travel far away." "Okay, boss." Creature, who knew that he was going to travel again, said with a slightly excited tone. After a while, Creature dragged his suitcase and followed Li Feng to the desert. As the master and servant crossed the portal and landed in a back alley in the other world, Li Feng heard a little girl's questioning voice from a distance. "Why can only I see you?" Just as Li Feng looked in the direction of the voice, a yellow-haired bad boy wearing a hood and tattoos on his arms asked back, "I want to ask you the same question." Li Feng scratched his head. He sensed that the two people in the conversation had special energy fluctuations, but Li Feng didn't know either of them. What kind of world is this? After thinking about it, Li Feng slowly approached the two people after becoming invisible and decided to learn something from them. Before Li Feng got close, the little girl seemed to be afraid of the bad boy and took a few steps back. She said in a panic, "I don't know why I'm talking to you. You are a killer, a cold-blooded killer." Before the little girl finished speaking, the bad boy retorted disdainfully, "Are there still peaceful and loving killers now?" The little girl shook her head slightly and said firmly, "I know what I saw. I saw you killing people in the bar with my own eyes, and no one saw you. Do you think you know what you saw?" The bad boy pointed at the little girl with his left hand. When he was about to say something, the little girl grabbed the hand pointing at her. The little girl looked at a strange symbol on the bad boy's arm and took out a piece of white paper from her pocket in a panic, pointing to the paper with the same symbol as the bad boy's arm, and asked, "Why did I spend this?" The bad boy looked at the little girl, took the white paper, and looked down for a few times, and said, "It seems that I'm right. You are not immortal." "Not immortal? Am I still a monster?" The little girl looked at the bad boy as if he was mentally retarded and asked, "Sorry, what do you mean by mortals?" The bad boy ignored the little girl's eyes and explained to himself, mortals are ordinary humans in the mortal world. What kind of explanation is this? I'm not an ordinary human. The little girl felt that she was so angry that she laughed and rolled her eyes and said, then what am I? The bad boy did not answer the little girl's words. Instead, he pointed to the symbol on the white paper and asked calmly, when did you start drawing this symbol? The little girl felt that she had met a psychopath who was hard to explain. She snatched the white paper in a hurry, pointed at the symbol and asked loudly, I'm asking you why I drew this. Answer my question. At this time, the little girl's cell phone suddenly rang. The bad boy calmly glanced at the other party's pocket and said, you should answer the phone. Maybe it's your boyfriend's phone and it's very noisy. I don't have a boyfriend. The little girl weakly refuted, but did not answer the phone. Seeing that the ringing continued, the bad boy said calmly, you answer the phone first. At this critical moment, when she was about to understand why she drew the mysterious symbol for no reason, the little girl was really in no mood to answer the phone. However, the bad boy insisted on answering the phone again and again. She could only sigh helplessly, glanced at the display, and said impatiently, Mom, I'll be back soon. Before the little girl finished speaking, the sound of fighting came from the phone, and the voice of a woman with an anxious and uneasy tone. No, 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 you can't go home and call Luke to tell him that Valenlay is still alive, and he found me. The middle-aged woman said I love you, and hung up the phone in a hurry, leaving the little girl with a confused face. The little girl listened to the busy tone on the phone blankly. She had a premonition that something big had happened at home, so she didn't bother to ask the bad boy what the symbol was, and ran towards home. Chapter 266, Holy Grail Artifact, City of Bones. When the bad boy took the white paper from the little girl, Feng curiously looked at the symbols on the paper. However, Feng said that he could not see anything, and had no idea what the symbols represented. Until the little girl's hurried figure disappeared in the back alley, Feng coughed dryly and exited the invisible state and asked, boy, I want to ask you something. Feng's inexplicable voice obviously scared the bad boy. The other party subconsciously took a few steps back and drew out a dagger. He stared at Feng with a vigilant look and asked sternly, who are you? While speaking, the bad boy squinted his eyes and looked carefully at Feng, whose whole body was wrapped in a black cloak except for his head, and asked, can you see me? Isn't that nonsense? I didn't see you. I was talking to the air. Feng rolled his eyes, calmly pressed his palms, signaling the bad boy to stay calm, and said, the world is so beautiful, but you are so irritable. This is not good, young man. You have a strong temper. While educating the bad boy to stay calm, Feng held up a fireball with one hand, letting the bad boy feel the hot fireball, and said in a calm tone, don't be nervous. I have no malice towards you. I just want to know who you are. The bad boy looked at the fireball with a twitching eye. He really wanted to ask, you use magic to threaten me as soon as we meet? Who of us has a worse temper? Similarly, the blazing fireball also told the bad boy that the person in front of him was not someone he could mess with his strength, otherwise the fireball would not float in his palm, but hit his face. Lance, the bad boy, knowing that he was no match for Feng, pointed the tip of the knife at the ground, pretending to be harmless, but Feng could see that the other party's muscles were still tense. But does Feng care about the other party's vigilance? Come on, he has been holding up the shield. If the other party doesn't know what's good for him and insists on swinging the knife at him, the only one who will be hurt will be the bad boy himself. Lance. Never heard of him. Feng pointed at himself and introduced himself. My name is Austin, and I'm a wizard who travels everywhere. Wizard? Isn't it a warlock? The bad boy hesitated and said, what is your purpose for traveling here? Feng shrugged and extinguished the fireball, indicating that he had no ill intentions. At the same time, he secretly activated the mind gem to cast a spell to seduce the other party, and asked in wonder, what is your profession? Why do you keep invisible all the time? Feng's question made the bad boy stunned. Are there still extraordinary people who don't know the existence of shadow hunters these days? After being hit by Feng's spell, the bad boy inexplicably felt that Feng did not have any ill intentions towards him. After thinking about it, he slowly retracted the dagger and said, I'm a shadow hunter, a hybrid of an angel and a human. We usually receive study and training in an academy. With the detailed introduction of the bad boy, Li Feng knew that Jace was a warrior who specialized in hunting demons. At the same time, Li Feng also suddenly realized where he was. The Holy Grail artifact, City of Bones. Li Feng, who only knew the world he was in, was a little depressed. Li Feng had seen the movie The Holy Grail Artifact, but to be ashamed, when he watched the movie Holy Grail War, it was a mess. He watched it for a long time, and didn't know what the movie was about. I only know that the story revolves around a Holy Grail, but I'm sorry that I didn't understand what the Holy Grail specifically does. I'm sorry that I didn't remember much about the specific details in the movie. As for the two protagonists in the story, the little girl Clary I met before, and Jace in front of me, whether they are lovers or siblings, Li Feng is still confused and can't tell. I've only seen many netizens saying that these two guys finally become siblings. After Jace's introduction, Li Feng also finished casting at the same time. There was no way. The cost of using the mind gem was not low. At least before becoming a demigod, Li Feng didn't think he could use this thing for a long time. Taking the opportunity of scratching his head, Li Feng took a few deep breaths to calm the fluctuations of his mana, and said, from what you said, it seems that your academy is very mature in the use of the rune. Do you mind if I go to your academy to learn and exchange? Jace, who was not disturbed by the mind gem, glanced at Li Feng. From the bottom of his heart, Lance actually refused to take Li Feng back to the academy. The other party is a mage, and he is a shadow hunter. The two are neither in the same system nor in the same family. Why should they allow outsiders to enter their academy to learn their precious knowledge? But Lance thought he could not beat Li Feng, especially when the other party took a deep breath before. He unexpectedly sensed a strange shield in front of the other party, which made Lance give up the idea of competing first and then talking. Without special equipment, he can't break the other party's defense. Besides, I have another mission. Jace said with an embarrassed expression. Apologies, Mr. Austin, I have something to do now. Before Jace finished speaking, Li Feng waved his hand indifferently and interrupted. It doesn't matter, I will follow you first, and I will go back to school with you after you complete the mission. Jace's eyes twitched slightly, and he complained in his heart, brother, are you determined to go to the academy with me? You are also a mage and a wise man. Why didn't you hear the refusal in my words? Where is your face? Did you lose it when casting the spell? If it weren't for the defeat, Lance sighed inwardly and comforted himself. I hope that the principal, Mr. Hodge, can subdue this wizard. Lance had a poker face, nodded slightly and said, okay, let's go find the girl first. I feel she is in danger. Li Feng raised his eyebrows and gestured to Jace to lead the way. Just as Jace brought Li Feng to the downstairs of Clara's house suddenly exploded violently. In the flames of the explosion, Li Feng smelled a familiar smell. It was the stench of the devil. It seems that the little girl is very hospitable. Even the devil is warmly entertained, Li Feng said, turning into black mist and entering Clara's house through the window. In the room, Clara fell to the ground helplessly, watching in horror as an extremely ugly demon pounced on her. Li Feng curled his lips at this, raised his hand, and fired a fireball, burning the ugly demon that could scare people out of their overpass meals into ashes. At this time, Lance kicked the door open, ran to Clara in 3 or 2 steps, helped her up, and comforted her softly. It's okay, get up. Clara, who had just been attacked by the demon, seemed a little confused, with confused eyes. She didn't know what happened to her. First, she saw something that ordinary people couldn't see. She even witnessed an invisible man killing humans in a bar, and the invisible man turned a blind eye and left. She was so scared after watching the killing performance that she thought she had some kind of mental illness like hallucination. This was not the end. After returning home, she couldn't help but start drawing a strange symbol, and she didn't just draw one, but used white paper with the symbol to cover the whole room. Just when she felt that she was going crazy, the invisible man who killed people in the bar actually came to talk to her. Then, she received an uncharacteristic call from her mother, which scared her so much that she didn't care about finding out what the symbol represented, and hurried back home. But when she got home, she found that her house looked like it had been robbed by robbers, and her mother's disappearance almost made her collapse. Originally, Clary speculated that someone had kidnapped her mother, and she wanted to call the police to help find her mother. But then she saw a vicious dog suddenly mutated into an indescribable monster, and Clary knew that she was either crazy or the world had changed. After seeing the mutated dog burned to ashes by Feng, and feeling Lance's warm embrace, Clary finally regained a trace of reason, and stomped on the ashes left by the dead demon on the floor as if to vent. On the side, Lance hugged Clary to his chest again, patted her back, and comforted her softly. Enough, it's dead. Clary buried her head in Lance's arms, and asked in horror with a crying voice, "What is that?" Feng looked at the two people hugging each other inexplicably, and prayed silently in his heart that lovers will eventually become siblings, and said, "That thing is a demon." After thinking for a while, Feng added, "A little demon, so weak that I don't want to pay attention to it." Lance suddenly interrupted and said, "And what you saw in the bar before was also a demon. Demons can parasitize on anyone, so you'd better not trust anyone, even those you think you know." Clary broke free from Lance's embrace, glanced at Feng, then turned to look at the messy house. "I don't believe there are demons in this world, and I don't believe what you say." As she spoke, Clary seemed to think of something and hurried downstairs. Feng and Lance looked at each other, followed Clary at a leisurely pace, and watched Clary knocking on the door of the downstairs resident, shouting, "Roja, open the door, please." After a while, the door was opened by a black woman wearing high-power myopic glasses. Before Clary had time to ask what happened in her house, she saw Roja glance at Lance, and then close the door neatly, clearly refusing visitors. Clary was stunned for a moment, slapped the door and asked loudly, "Do you know what happened to my mother?" After a while, Roja opened the door again, ignoring Clary's questioning, staring at Lance with an impatient expression, and looking at Feng with confusion. Clary followed Roja's gaze, and glanced at Lance and Feng, and asked in surprise, "Can you see them?" Of course, she is a witch. Lance obviously knew Roja, and said bluntly, "How did you move from the gingerbread house to such a simple living room?" Clary was in no mood to listen to Lance's reminiscing, and rushed into Roja's house and asked, "Do you know where my mother went?" "I don't know," Roja, whose identity was exposed, said helplessly. Before Roja finished speaking, Clary interrupted, "My mother mentioned a person named Valenlay. Do you know who he is?" Obviously, the name Valenlay scared Roja a little. If possible, Roja really wanted to ask everyone to leave. Unfortunately, Clary, who secretly believed that there were demons in the world, knew that there was a witch living downstairs from her house, and concluded that Roja knew something. She refused to leave, and had to ask something from Roja. Roja glanced helplessly at the stubborn Clary, closed the door, silently took out a stack of hand-painted tarot cards from the drawer, and placed them on the table, and said to Clary in a flat tone, "See what the tarot cards say." Chapter 267 The Holy Grail. Sitting in front of a table covered with floral cloth, Clary looked at the familiar tarot cards on the table and said blankly, "This is what my mother drew. Yes, this is a gift from her." Roja, who just wanted to live a peaceful life, explained casually and urged, "See which card will be chosen." Clary, who heard that Roja didn't want to get involved in the Valenlay incident, stretched out her right hand and slowly brushed it across the tarot cards. On the side, Feng folded his arms, and watched with interest as a tarot card inexplicably floated, and stuck to Clary's palm. As Clary turned over the tarot cards, a card depicting the Holy Grail appeared in front of everyone. Roja glanced at the card in Clary's hand and said, "The Holy Grail card." Lance looked over the card and added, "That's the Angel Holy Grail." "So what?" Clary, who didn't understand what Roja and Lance were talking about, asked in confusion, "What does this card mean?" Roja glanced at the talkative Lance in annoyance. As a neighbor, and a neighbor who had a good relationship with Clary's family, Roja didn't want Clary to get involved in dangerous events. Roja thought about it, and decided to let Clary return to normal life before the danger came. Maybe staying away from the Shadowhunters can keep you away from danger. Thinking of this, Roja looked at Lance with rejection, and said to Clary, "Ignore him." Before Roja finished speaking, Lance interrupted, "That is the Angel's holy artifact, one of the 3 holy artifacts of our people." What does Clary's mother have to do with it? Lance's words have already told Clary directly that your mother is related to the angel's holy artifact, which made Clary, who had encountered strange events one after another, curiously asked, what is the connection between the angel's holy grail and my mother's disappearance? Realizing that Lance's words had successfully aroused Clary's curiosity, Roja glanced at Lance unhappily, sighed inwardly, and said calmly, your mother was a shadow hunter, pointing at Lance, a hunter like him. What do you mean? My mother is from the same tribe as this yellow-haired boy. Clary was a little confused. After a moment of stunnedness, she couldn't help but retorted, no, my mother is just a painter. She never talked to you about these? Roja asked puzzledly. I only know that my mom is missing, Clary said helplessly, and I don't know where to start looking for her. Roja seemed to understand something, and roughly guessed that Clary's memory was sealed by her mother. But this would make Clary completely unaware of the danger. Roja lamented that Clary's mother was too worrying. She could have made Clary prepared for the danger, but she just sealed it. If Clary encountered danger without any preparation, wouldn't it be the end of her? Roja thought about it, and felt that letting Clary know what kind of danger she was about to face might make Clary mentally prepared. So she said, let me read your mind for you. Just as Roja was performing mind reading on Clary, Feng picked up the tarot card with the Holy Grail engraved on it, and carefully felt the seal on the tarot card. If it was just to get the Holy Grail, Feng had plenty of ways, such as putting the tarot card directly in his pocket, and Roja would not dare to say anything. Even if Roja reminded Clary that the Holy Grail was in the tarot card, what would happen? Feng had plenty of brainwashing spells. As for how to take the Holy Grail out of the tarot cards, this is not a problem for Feng. He knows too many sealing techniques, such as nesting doll seals, mirror seals, etc. As long as Feng carefully studies the tarot cards, he can put the Holy Grail into his shoulder bag in minutes. But Feng wants more than just a collection of unknown items. He wants to collect the Holy Grail and understand its function. This makes Feng hesitate. If Lance's forces or the Dean of the Academy, Mr. Hodge, know what the Holy Grail has, then everything will be fine. If not, Feng will be at a loss if he takes the Holy Grail now. After hesitating for a while, Feng finally decided to follow the plot, because at the end of the movie, Mr. Valenlay, the villain who knows the Holy Grail and has used it to conduct various experiments, will appear in the Academy. At that time, Feng only needs to catch Valenlay to know everything about the Holy Grail from his brain. Thinking of this, Feng casually put the tarot cards back on the floral desktop. On the other side, Roja, who read Clara's memory, finished casting the spell and said helplessly, sorry, something has sealed your memory. As she spoke, Roja opened the door, signaling Feng and the other two to leave smoothly, and said to Clary, I guess your mother specially found someone with high magic power to help seal it, in order to protect you. I can't help you. Protect me from what? Clary asked puzzledly. Roja guessed, maybe your memories. Why? Clary couldn't understand her mother's behavior, and said blankly, do I have any memories that my mother doesn't want me to remember? Roja shrugged, indicating that she didn't know. Just when Clary felt that her brain was turned into a paste, she suddenly heard footsteps coming from upstairs. Clary, who thought it was the robbers who kidnapped her mother, returned to the scene, and was stunned for a moment. She subconsciously looked up at the ceiling, picked up a fire extinguisher, and rushed back to her home, ready to use the fire extinguisher to teach these daring robbers a lesson. Watching Clary and Lance hurriedly running back upstairs, Feng leaned against Roja's door and asked with a smile, how much do you know about the Holy Grail? Roja subconsciously glanced at the tarot cards on the floral table, shook her head, and said calmly, that is the sacred object of the Shadow Hunter, and I'm just a witch. My knowledge of it is limited to the legends known to the public. Feng followed Roja's gaze and glanced at the tarot cards. He scratched his head, took out an amulet from his shoulder bag, and handed it to Roja with an expression of I see through you, and said, if it were before, I would directly extract your memory and tell you everything you know before I change my mind, and this thing is yours. Roja's heart was in turmoil, but she looked at the amulet calmly on the surface. She could see that Feng's strength was much stronger than hers, and the amulet in front of her had great attraction to her. She had never seen such an advanced amulet. After a moment of silence, Roja resisted the urge to take the amulet and said slowly, legend has it that the Crusaders summoned an angel, Raziel. Raziel poured his own angel blood into the cup, and the warriors became half angel and half human after drinking the angel's blood. When using the Holy Grail, you need to pour your own blood into the cup first, let your own blood be contaminated with the power of the angel, and then drink the blood that originally belonged to you, but is now contaminated with a small amount of angelic power. After a pause, Roja slowly reached out for the amulet and whispered, angel blood itself contains powerful power. If humans drink angel blood directly, even if they can withstand the impact of powerful power, they will go crazy, because their souls are contaminated with the breath of angels. Roja held the amulet in her hand, and said with a slightly excited tone, it is rumored that the reason why those warriors can gain powerful power and maintain self-awareness after drinking blood is because the Holy Grail separated Raziel's will and only retained the most primitive power. It is rumored that the function of the Holy Grail is to separate Raziel's consciousness. Looking at the amulet in her hand, Roja slowly closed the door and looked around cautiously in case Lance suddenly appeared. She warned, but this is just a rumor. I can't be sure of the truth of the rumor. At this time, Roja saw Clary, Lance and another boy hurried downstairs, so she quickly closed the door. Feng scratched his head, turned to look at Lance, and asked, what are you doing? Are there still demons upstairs? Lance glanced at Feng, but did not stop. He said very quickly, she said she wanted to find Luke. Seeing that Feng followed him to join the team, Lance hesitated and explained, maybe Luke knows the reason why her mother disappeared, or maybe Luke has clues about the Holy Grail. The latter is a reason why you followed Clary. Feng glanced at Lance, and after becoming invisible, he lay leisurely on the black cloud, and asked the new boy, little guy, what's your name? The little boy who saw Feng enter the invisible world said with a confused look on his face, my name is Simon, and you are? Austin, a wizard. Feng introduced himself. Wizard? Simon looked at Lance blankly. He was a demon hunter before, and now there are wizards. What's wrong with this world? Luke lived a little far away until Feng and Simon became familiar with each other, and the group finally arrived at Luke's house at night in the pouring rain. Clary looked at the locked door, then at Luke's car parked on the side of the road, and immediately concluded that Luke must be at home. She waved and led everyone to enter Luke's house through the back door. The phone was not answered, the car was at the door again, and with this bad weather, Lance, who had a premonition that Luke's house was in danger, reached out to stop Simon for safety reasons and said, you stay here. Simon was a little unhappy, and when he was about to say something, Feng grabbed Simon, cast a spell to dry the wet Simon, and touched his dry stomach and said, I'm hungry, do you have money? Simon, who was still a drowned chicken in the last second, was dry all over in the next second. He was stunned, and when he came to his senses, he found that Clary and Lance had already entered Luke's house. Feeling his empty stomach, Simon touched his pocket, nodded helplessly and said, there is still some change. I will buy some food for everyone to fill their stomachs. As he spoke, Simon turned his head to look around, propped up his head with both hands, and ran to a convenience store in the rain. Just as Simon ran to the convenience store, a police car suddenly stopped in front of Feng. The smell of the devil. Feng frowned, held up his shield, whistled at the policeman who got off the police car, and asked with a smile, little thing, do you know where your valet is? I don't know if the police couldn't see Feng, or the devil possessed by the police was mentally retarded, and ignored Feng, and looked towards Luke's house. Feng curled his lips, a thin layer of hellfire ignited in his palm, and grabbed the devil's neck, and asked viciously, I'm asking you a question, where is Valenlay? Chapter 268. I like trading. I don't know if it's because the rules of the Holy Grail artifact world are too harsh on demons, or if Feng is too strong now, so in his eyes, these demons crawling out of hell are not as good as a group of weaklings with a combat power of 5. Just like now, Feng was pinching the demon's neck and asking questions, while ignoring the demon in the police car who stupidly pushed open the door, showed the demon symbol of rolling his eyes, and rushed to his left. Well, this guy obviously can't see him. Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, and waved his hand to raise a barrier in front of the other party. Bang, seeing the demon who rammed his face into the barrier and was bounced back to the ground, questioning his life. Feng, who felt the pain on the other's face, took a breath of cold air, as if he had a toothache, waved his hand to open the mirror space, and imprisoned the two demons in the mirror space, and after exiting the invisible space, he laughed. Look at the way you bump into people. The person you possessed last time was a rugby player, or a player who likes to bump people with his face. After a pause, Feng asked in a puzzled tone, in a rugby game, is it a foul to bump people with your face? The demon whose neck was strangled glanced at his unlucky companion on the ground, rolled his eyes, and was about to show his true form and fight, when he heard Feng say faintly, this different space can even cut off the connection with hell, and the fire in my hand is hellfire that can burn souls. You'd better think it over before deciding whether to resist. The name of hellfire obviously scared the two demons, especially the one lying on the ground. After glancing at Feng's palm and confirming that the other party was a ruthless person who played hellfire, he moved back, as if he could save his life by staying away from Feng, and said hoarsely, who are you? What do you want to do to us? The demon clearly spoke in the voice of a male creature, but for some reason, Feng's mind inexplicably emerged with the tone of a young wife who was wronged. You are not the demon who came down the mountain on his back, right? Feng shuddered all over and hurriedly threw the demon in his hand away to prevent himself from being disgusted again, and said, with your strength, you dare to ask me questions? And you ask two at a time. Do you have a sense of fairness and justice? Besides, I asked you the question first. Shouldn't you answer my doubts first? The two demons looked at each other. Do demons have to understand the principles of fairness and justice these days? Then what morals should angels abide by? One of the demons took the opportunity to look at each other and carefully observe the crystal walls surrounding it. At the same time, he quietly contacted hell. After confirming that he could neither contact hell nor escape, he immediately bowed his head respectfully and said, Sir, we don't know where Valenlay is now. Don't know? Feng scratched his head, took out a sickle from his shoulder bag, raised the hellfire, and carried it on his shoulder, grinning and threatening. What's the use of you knowing nothing? You might as well feed my little pet. The two demons looked at the sickle, swallowed their saliva in fear, and said tremblingly with their heads down, Sir, we are willing to be your slaves. One of the smarter demons added, Sir, if you want to know the whereabouts of Valenlay, I will go and find some connections for you in the human world. I believe I can find Valenlay soon. Connections, to get information? Feng touched his chin thoughtfully. At first, Feng was just bored because he was hungry and he simply wanted to kill time with the two little demons. But now, the words of the two little demons reminded Feng that he didn't know how many forces there were in the world of the Holy Grail artifact. He only knew that there were werewolves, vampires, witches, warlocks and shadow hunters in the film. Moreover, these magical creatures gathered in Brooklyn. How big is this magical world? Feng suppressed the temptation to rob the whole world, took a few deep breaths to calm his excitement, and wondered if he, a poor man, could make some props and sell them in Brooklyn. I believe that with my strength and skills, I can become rich and reach the peak of my life within 2 years. Since I'm going to open a business, the more connections I have, the better. And judging from the tone of the two demons in front of him, they seem to be doing well in the world, so they must know many ways to make a fortune. Thinking of this, Feng smiled slightly in his heart, but pretended to hesitate for a while on the surface, and said with disgust, my subordinates are not as weak as you. But seeing that you have some connections, I will reluctantly let you be my younger brothers. As he spoke, Feng carved a slave contract on the demon's forehead, and forced the poor demon to sign the contract with his real name. After subduing the two policemen, Feng exited the mirror space and signaled the two to leave quickly. He entered the invisible state and whispered, while looking for Valenlay's trace, collect magic materials for me, or collect clues to magic materials. Remember, I like to trade. As long as you help me find magic materials, I will give you benefits. Also, I will open a store in Brooklyn in the future. If you can find customers for me, I will also give you benefits. The two policemen nodded slightly, as if avoiding Li Feng, the plague god, and stepped on the accelerator, after getting into the police car and leaving quickly. After a while, Simon ran heavily in front of Li Feng with a bag full of bread and drinks, and asked in a low voice, "Austin, are you there?" "Here." Li Feng rolled his eyes, and exited the invisible state, took the bread from Simon, tore open the package and started eating. At this time, Clary, with tears in her eyes, hurriedly ran out of Luke's house, without saying hello, and turned and ran into a back alley. Seeing this, Simon hurriedly stuffed the bread and drink into Li Feng's arms, and followed Clara's figure into the back alley. Li Feng scratched his head in confusion, stretched out his hand, to stop Lance, who also wanted to run into the back alley, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Luke's house is playing a comedy movie. Why did you run out crying?" "Do you cry when you watch a comedy?" Lance said unhappily. Luke was kidnapped by Valenlay's men. When they were interrogating Luke, Clary happened to hear that Uncle Luke, who had been very kind to her since childhood, actually didn't care about them at all. Luke just wanted to get the Holy Grail from Clara's mother, so he pretended to be a good person, to get close to Clary. Hearing that Luke's family had Valenlay's men, Li Feng inexplicably felt as if he had lost hundreds of millions, and said with great sorrow, "Now, are Valenlay's men still there?" "Not sure." As soon as Lance finished speaking, Li Feng turned into black mist with a piece of bread in his mouth, and flew into Luke's house. Damn it, if I had known that Luke's family had clues about Valenlay, I would have endured the hunger. But when Li Feng broke into Luke's house, there was no Valenlay's men, not even a ghost. Li Feng secretly said bad luck, hung his head with resentment, flew out of Luke's house, and found Clary and others hiding in the back alley, crying in the rain. Seeing Li Feng chewing bread listlessly, Lance thought that Li Feng was feeling disappointed because he couldn't find the whereabouts of Valenlay, and asked in confusion, "Do you have a grudge against Valenlay?" "You know." Li Feng shrugged and made up a story. "It's just that from your tone I feel that this guy is very strong, and I want to compete with him." "That's better." Lance looked at Li Feng with an "I don't believe you" look, and after muttering, he took a few people back to the academy. After a subway trip, Lance, who returned to the academy, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened, and Austin did not show hostility. Just as Li Feng was curiously looking at the decoration of the academy, Lance walked to Li Feng and whispered, "Please wait here for a moment. I will ask Hodge to come and talk to you." Before Lance finished speaking, a male shadow hunter in the distance greeted Lance with a happy face, looked at Clary and others, and asked with a slightly jealous tone, "Who are they? Why are they here?" "I suspect she is also a half angel and half human," Lance explained casually, and pointed at Clary and Simon, saying, "Eric, you take them to rest. I can take this gentleman to see Hodge." Eric, who was full of joy to see Lance return home safely, glanced at Li Feng in confusion, nodded slightly, and then turned sideways to signal Clary and Simon to follow him, and walked towards the guest room with the two of them, looking back every 3 steps. Looking at Eric's resentful look, Li Feng's hair stood up, and goosebumps fell all over the floor. What the hell is this? Is this guy a man or a woman? While wondering, Li Feng was brought to an office by Lance. Dang dang dang, Lance knocked on the door and shouted, "Mr. Hodge, there is a guest looking for you. Come in." A voice full of vicissitudes came from the office. Lance pushed open the door, and motioned Li Feng to come in first. After Li Feng entered the office, he closed the door casually, and stood in front of the door like a bodyguard. His muscles were quietly tense, and he said, "Mr. Hodge, this is Master Austin. He wants to come to the school for exchange and study." In front of a large desk, Hodge turned his head and looked over. He stood up politely, and stretched out his hand, to motion Li Feng to sit down casually. While sensing Li Feng's strength, he smiled and said, "Hello, Master Austin." "Hello, Mr. Hodge." Li Feng ignored Hodge's scrutiny, sat in front of the desk, and said, "I heard that you have studied the rune text very thoroughly, so I want to communicate with you." Li Feng was not polite, and he didn't need to be polite, because he had this strength. He clearly sensed that Hodge had no power to refuse his request. Hodge frowned. Although he liked Li Feng's straightforward way of speaking, what was wrong with him not being able to sense his opponent's strength? Was he much stronger than him? This was troublesome. Hodge was thinking about how to not irritate Li Feng and reject his request for communication in a friendly manner. He saw Li Feng take out the magic book from his pocket and turn to the page that recorded the Key of Solomon spell. "Don't worry, I won't force you to buy or sell. I prefer trading." Li Feng pushed the magic book in front of Hodge and said with a smile, "So before you reject me, you'd better take a look at what spells I use to trade the knowledge of runes." Hodge glanced at Li Feng, then looked down at the spells in the magic book, stood up in surprise and shouted, "Are these angel spells?" Li Feng smiled and nodded. "Let me look through the books that record runes, and these spells will be yours." Chapter 269. I love learning. Looking at the tempting spells on the table, Hodge's mind was a little confused. Although shadow hunters have the blood of angels, they still need to use the rune text to use magic power in addition to having a strong physique. In battle, they rely more on extraordinary weapons and their own training skills. When injured, they either rely on their own physical fitness to resist, or rely on medicine. If the injury is too serious, they can only put aside their old face and seek help from outsiders for treatment. Anyway, there is no precedent for shadow hunters to use spells to fight or perform treatment. In the final analysis, the difference between them and ordinary people is that they can use superpowers with the power of blood. Now, Li Feng's Key of Solomon puts another way out in front of them. Spells can be used to assist in battle, and spells can be used to treat injuries. After a long time, Hodge used all his strength to make a difficult decision. After slumping back in his chair, he waved to the goalkeeper Lance, indicating that Lance should leave. He wanted to have a detailed and secret talk with Li Feng. Lance didn't know what spells Hodge had seen. He only heard Hodge mention angel spells, which made him curious about the magic book on the desk. Now, Hodge actually wanted to kick him out of the office. Isn't that infuriating? Seeing that Hodge was the boss, Lance put on a poker face like a child, snorted coldly and left the office silently. Until the door closed, Hodge said with a little embarrassment, "Mr. Austin, can I know where you got these spells from?" If Li Feng's spells were not legitimate, Hodge would never dare to trade with Li Feng. This is an angel spell. Who knows if the owner of the spell is half angel and half human like them? What if Li Feng patted his butt and left after learning the rune text, and the owner of the Key of Solomon came to accuse the shadow hunters of stealing their spells? If the two groups of half angels fought afterwards, Hodge said that he couldn't afford to lose that person, and in order to eliminate the demons, there were only a few shadow hunters left. Injuring even one member was enough to give Hodge a heart attack. If a few of them died in a fight with our own people, Hodge felt that he would cry in the toilet. Li Feng shrugged indifferently and said, "Of course I got it through a trade." "Who did you trade with?" Hodge continued to inquire, "And your specific identity? Are you checking my household registration?" Li Feng scratched his head, and after thinking for a while, he suddenly realized, "Are you worried about the origin of these spells, and worried that my identity will cause trouble?" Since Li Feng had said it, Hodge was no longer shy about anything, nodded and said bluntly, "I need to consider the future for the children." "That sounds like a great reason." Li Feng curled his lips slightly, tilted his head to think about it, and made up a story. "I come from a reclusive wizard force, and these spells were obtained through trading in the organization. So you can rest assured, no one will cause you trouble, and these are spells left by angels. As half angels, what's wrong with you learning some angel spells? No one can say anything." Li Feng scratched his head and thought for a while, then spread his hands and made an analogy. "Just like vampires have a common ancestor. Although they are now divided into various small forces, we cannot stop one group of vampires from sucking blood, or prohibit this group of vampires from using vampire spells. That doesn't make sense." Hodge smiled fakely and said, "But what we have is the bloodline of Raziel." Pointing to the magic book in front of him, Hodge said calmly, "And the angel who left these spells is another one. I don't want to accidentally offend another group of angels or their descendants." Li Feng shook his head slightly, stretched out his hand to close the magic book, and said, "If you don't believe what I said, I can only apologize. After all, I said that I came from a reclusive force. You can't find any information about me. I can't prove the origin of these spells." Seeing that Li Feng was about to put the magic book back into his pocket, Hodge was a little anxious. "I didn't say no to trading. I still want to find a way to break the curse from the spell." "Wait." Hodge stretched out his hand, to hold the magic book, took a deep breath, and said through gritted teeth, "Mr. Austin, how about this? Please live in the academy for half a yearly." Feng could hear the little trick in Hodge's words. It was nothing more than using half a year to verify that no one would bother them after they learned the spell of the Key of Solomon. Similarly, Hodge also wanted to use half a year to investigate Li Feng's identity. But did Li Feng care? If he had the guts, he could go to Season of the Witch or the Marvel Universe to check. Besides, Li Feng was worried about having no place to stay. There was such a good thing. Li Feng scratched his forehead and asked with a flattering face, "You said that you would provide food and accommodation, but you can't regret it and ask me for food or accommodation later. I tell you, I didn't bring any money when I went out. Do I look like someone who cares about this little bit of food money?" Hodge's face twitched, and he said weakly, "Free." The deal was done, and Li Feng immediately threw the magic book to Hodge, rubbing his hands, and asked, "Then take me to see the information of Rune now?" Hodge nodded slightly, got up and walked to the door, and stretched out his hand to signal Li Feng to follow him. After a while, Hodge took Li Feng to the library, pointed to the nearly 100 books on the bookshelf, and said, "These are all materials on runes." While speaking, Hodge casually took out a book called Rune Basics from the bookshelf and handed it to Li Feng, saying, "This is an introductory book for every shadow hunter. I hope it will be helpful to you." Li Feng took the Rune Basics, opened the magic book, and handed it to Hodge. While walking to the desk beside him, he said, "My magic book contains all my spells, so I cast a spell on the magic book so that you can only read the pages about angel spells. Don't slander me for hiding my secrets." Hodge looked down at the magic book that detailed the healing spells and the limb regeneration spells, smiled politely, sat opposite Li Feng, took out a pen and paper, and wrote down the spells, and asked curiously, "Mr. Austin, does your wizard organization have many members?" "Not many, but more than you have here." Li Feng made up a random sentence. "How many people do I have?" "Not even enough to count on 10 fingers." Hodge glanced at Li Feng, who was reading seriously, and said some random words. As the healing spell became more and more difficult to understand, Hodge slowly closed his mouth and focused on recording the spell. There was no way this was a spell, and a wrong letter could cause a disaster. In the next few days, Hodge carefully observed Li Feng, who had settled in the library while copying the Key of Solomon. When Hodge finished copying the Key of Solomon, Li Feng had already placed his bed in the library. In this regard, Hodge could only sigh that he was worthy of being the hard-working and studious wizard in the rumors. While Li Feng was concentrating on studying and copying the rune text materials, Lance and Clary on the other side were living a colorful life. First, Lance contacted the people of the Silent Word Society and asked them to help unlock the sealed memories in Clary's mind. Unfortunately, the brothers of the Silent Word Society said that they could not unlock all the seals and could only let Clary recall a little bit of memory. Clary was lucky, and she managed to find a clue about who sealed her memory with the little memory she had unlocked. With these clues, Clary, dressed up in fancy clothes, took a group of friends to find Brooklyn's most powerful warlock, Magnus Bane, in a mansion. Just when Clary asked Magnus Bane to unlock the seal of her memory, and Magnus Bane said he was powerless, the unlucky Simon was ambushed and kidnapped by a group of vampires. Clary was so scared that she didn't care about anything else and turned to Lance for help. Lance, who had never learned how to hunt vampires, didn't know whether he had a brain twitch or wanted to show his heroism in front of Clary. He dug out some weapons and equipment and rushed into the vampire's lair. Needless to say, Simon was originally a bait set by the vampires. Clary and Lance, who came to rescue Simon, were beaten by the vampires. If a group of werewolves had not suddenly appeared and rescued Clary and the others, Lance would not have been able to rescue Simon, and even they would have been dead. Afterwards, Lance, who didn't know Simon had been bitten by a vampire, took him back to the academy for normal treatment. Similarly, Lance's fearless spirit successfully attracted Clary, who was just beginning to fall in love, and the two finally embraced and expressed their feelings to each other, which also made Simon, who had always had a crush on Clary, very unhappy. It was obviously him who met Clary first, and he had been taking care of Clary. Seeing that Clary was a fresh flower that could be picked and tasted, why did he let a yellow-haired bad boy who had just met her for a few days take it away? Simon, who felt his head turning green for some reason, had a big fight with Clary. Feng, who accidentally saw this scene, could only sigh that the curse of lovers eventually become siblings began to take effect. Clary, who didn't know how to comfort Simon and how to treat Lance's relationship, had some ideas. She just had to rely on learning to calm herself down. After all, learning made me happy and made me forget my troubles. While learning the rune, Clary, whose seal was getting weaker and weaker, awakened the same talent as her mother, the ability to store objects in paper. This reminded Clary of one thing: the Holy Grail might, probably, or perhaps was sealed in the tarot card by her or her mother. Thinking of this, Clary took her friends back to Roja's home. When they arrived at Roja's home, they found the scene a little confusing. Roja, who was weak, was holding an unknown thing and resisted the continuous attack of a demon. Needless to say, the thing in Roja's hand was naturally the amulet given by Feng. If it weren't for this amulet, perhaps when Clary found Roja, she would have been possessed by the devil who arrived one step ahead. Lance, who was born to be incompatible with demons, swung his knife at the demon without hesitation. In the end, the few people killed the demon before Roja's amulet was broken, and Eric was seriously injured and returned to the academy with the Holy Grail and Roja. When Clary returned to the academy, Hodge immediately begged Feng to help. Feng did not refuse. After a few simple purification and treatment operations, Eric, who was seriously injured and unconscious, jumped out of bed and expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Feng. While accepting Eric's gratitude, Feng suddenly received a message from the policeman, who had been subdued before. In order to seize the Holy Grail, Valen lay prepared to attack the academy. Chapter 270 Lovers finally become siblings. As for his opinion on Valenlay's attack on the academy, Feng was actually looking forward to it. After all, he wanted to ask Valenlay what the function of the Holy Grail was. As for the men Valenlay brought, they were the best desserts for dementors. Feng hoped that Valenlay could summon more demons to feed the dementors. After signaling to Eric and others that he still needed to copy the knowledge of the rune, Feng whistled back to the library amid the gratitude of everyone. After returning to the library and closing the door, Feng couldn't help but slightly curl up his lips. It feels good to be regarded as a benefactor, even though you are obviously a bad guy. Unfortunately, these people will soon stop praising me for being a good person. Rubbing his forehead, Feng whispered, "Creature, come out." As soon as Feng finished speaking, Creature suddenly appeared in the empty library. Creature walked up to Feng, blinked his eyes and asked, "Boss, what do you want me to do?" Feng turned his head to look at the books on the bookshelf, licked his lips greedily, and asked, "How many books have not been copied yet?" Creature tilted his head and thought for a while, and replied, "Boss, all the information about rune has been copied, and the rest are some books on herbal medicine and alchemy." "Already copied?" Feng was surprised, but as soon as he said it, Feng realized that he had said something nonsense. First of all, Creature couldn't lie to himself. Secondly, the reason why he was able to copy hundreds of books in just a few days was not only because of Creature's day and night work, but also because the collection of books in the library was definitely not the reason why Hodge said all the knowledge of rune is here. Anyway, Feng didn't believe that the shadow hunters who had been passed down for thousands of years only had so many books about rune knowledge. However, the books currently recorded were enough for Feng to study for a few years. As a person, you can't be too greedy. After all, the kind old man, once taught Feng to be satisfied, otherwise he would be careful of the corrosion of darkness. Now that he has the knowledge of the rune, as long as he gets the Holy Grail and Valoran's memory, Feng feels that his appetite has been satisfied. As for the remaining knowledge about potions and alchemy, it's not that Feng looks down on shadow hunters, but he is really worried about them. What era is this? Forged weapons are either knives or swords. Will they die if they are combined with firearms? A group of old antiques whose minds are so rigid that I don't know what they are like. Since the transcription is done, pack your luggage. Feng grinned silently and whispered, "I guess we will be driven away from here soon." After that, Li Feng entered the invisible state and turned into black mist and floated to the center of the academy, which is the room where a portal that can go anywhere you want is placed. When Li Feng floated into the room, in addition to Clary and Hodge, there was also the wet Valoran. At this time, Valoran was holding the Holy Grail filled with blood and forcing Clary to drink it. Of course Clary swore to die and refused to obey. After all, Valoran was a stranger to her, and her mother taught her, since she was a child, that she could not eat strangers' food casually, otherwise she would be in danger of being abducted. For this reason, Valoran was very dissatisfied with Clary's attitude, and bluntly said that he was Clary's biological father. How could he be a stranger? So she had better drink the blood in the Holy Grail obediently. Clary, who had become Valoran's daughter for no reason, was a little confused. She snatched the Holy Grail in anger, stuffed the Holy Grail back into the tarot card in a rage, and jumped into the portal to find her mother. When Valoran said no unwillingly, looking at the Holy Grail lying in the tarot card, but unable to be taken out, Valoran stood in front of the portal with tears in her eyes. Damn it, how many wanted orders have I carried in order to find the Holy Grail? Is it easy for me? I just wanted to verify the authenticity of the Holy Grail. Why did I put the Holy Grail back into the tarot card? Li Feng was not in the mood to care about the changes in Valoran's heart at the moment, and glanced around. Seeing that only Hodge and Valoran were in the room, and the Holy Grail was blatantly placed on the table to tempt him, Li Feng immediately cast a spell to stop time. Under the tactics of stealth and sneak attack, Valoran and Hodge, who were weaker than Li Feng, only had time to notice that there was an uninvited guest in the room, and they were already imprisoned in time by Li Feng. Seeing that the sneak attack was successful, Li Feng did not exit the stealth. He first put the tarot cards in his pocket, then ran to Valoran and extracted his memory. Then, Li Feng modified the memories of the two people, making them think that the Holy Grail was still in the tarot cards, and the tarot cards were in a corner of the room, so they could slowly find it by themselves. After completing all this, Li Feng flew to the air in the academy, released the dementors, and waited for the arrival of the Devil's Feast, while he himself looked through Valoran's memory. After a long time, Li Feng, who had finished looking through the memory, knew that the Holy Grail had two main functions. First, as Roja said, the Holy Grail can separate the hidden consciousness in the angel blood, ensuring that the person who drinks the blood in the Holy Grail will not be driven crazy. Second, the Holy Grail can also purify the angel blood. It is also because of the ability to purify blood that the Holy Grail has been able to continuously create shadow hunters for thousands of years. You must know that in the past thousands of years, countless people have poured their own blood into the cup. If there is no purification ability, the angel blood in the cup would have been contaminated by human blood. At that time, let alone creating shadow hunters, it would be good to allow ordinary people to have extraordinary power. Similarly, Li Feng, who was looking through Valoran's memory, had to say that he admired Valoran. The Holy Grail, as a cup containing angel blood, represents holiness in itself, and has a certain lethality to demons. As for Valoran, this guy actually relied on the Holy Grail's ability to separate, will and purify blood, and poured demon blood that did not deal with angels into the cup. Then, Valoran drank this blood that had no demon consciousness and only had demon power, thereby gaining the ability to control demons, and preventing the angel and demon blood in his body from conflicting. Seeing this, Li Feng had a question in his heart. He wanted to ask Valoran, brother, your bloodline of angels, demons, and humans seems to be not as strong as Wan Keqiang. What do you think about this? At the same time, Li Feng also had a bold idea in his heart. If the angel blood in the Holy Grail is drained and then poured into Odin's blood, will the person who drinks the blood in the Holy Grail automatically become Odin's child? In this way, will he be qualified to compete with Thor for the throne? What if it is replaced with Mephisto's blood? Before the fantasy was over, Li Feng immediately shook his head and removed Mephisto's name from his mind. Although Mephisto's blood is more suitable for Li Feng's physique, there is Ancient One on Earth. Li Feng, who cherishes his life, dares not drink Mephisto's blood. What if he attracts Ancient One to beat him, who is half demon and half human? And what posture should he use to beg for mercy to save his life? Just when Li Feng was thinking about how to drain the angel blood in the Holy Grail and replace it with what kind of blood is suitable for him, he suddenly smelled the stench of demons in the air. Li Feng scratched his head, stopped his thoughts, and watched the scene of the dementors hunting demons with interest. I don't know if it was because Valenlay was angry because he didn't find the Holy Grail in the room, or because he was now in a state of tyranny, which led to the summoning of too many demons, so many that the dementors could not fully intercept the overwhelming demons. Li Feng saw many demons passing through the dementors' interception net and entering the academy to wreak havoc. In view of Hodge's provision of food and accommodation for him, Li Feng shouted in the dead language, "Wanke, lead some dementors to kill into the academy and kill all the demons." "Yes, master." Wanke respectfully accepted the order and immediately rushed into the academy with a small half of his tribe. As the dementors rushed into the academy, a dramatic scene took place in the academy. Eric and other shadow hunters were chased by demons and were in a mess, while the demons were chased by dementors and suffered terribly. Later, Eric and his companions found that the dementors, who were obviously dark creatures, had no interest in humans and completely ignored them, only hunting demons everywhere. This made Eric and his companions decide to wear more clothes, endure the biting cold, and follow the dementors, watching the demons being devoured one by one. In the academy, Valenlay was probably the most confused. First, the Holy Grail disappeared inexplicably, and then the number of demons that he summoned with great effort was reduced by more than half. He didn't say anything, just thinking that the demons were busy and had no time to respond to his summons. But why was the number of remaining demons decreasing sharply? He was a human with dual angel and demon bloodlines. Did he still have face? But he couldn't leave the room at will to check what happened, because the hexagram array for summoning demons was in the room. As long as he left the room, someone would immediately destroy the summoning array. By then, let alone a few demons breaking into the academy to help him, it would be a blessing for God to have a demon appear in the academy. Valenlay was getting more and more frustrated and just wanted to smash something to vent his emotions, but Lance rushed into the room. Looking at the summoning array composed of swords, spears, swords, and sticks on the floor, Lance pulled out a spear without saying a word and prepared to destroy the summoning array. "Don't move." Valenlay immediately stopped him. Only then did he realize that there was an outsider in the room. Lance looked in the direction of the voice and said in surprise, "Valenlay." Valenlay looked at Lance affectionately and smiled and called, "Jonathan." Lance was stunned for a moment, frowned and asked, "How do you know my real name?" "Little calf, of course I know your real name," Valenlay said with a smile, "because I'm your father." While talking, Valenlay told the fact that Lance's memory was also sealed and unsealed Lance's memory. From the memory, Lance already believed Valenlay's story. But from the heart, Lance would never admit that Valenlay was his father, because once he admitted that he was Valenlay's child, it would mean that Clary, who was originally in love with him, would become his sister. This is nonsense. If you want to love your own sister, you will not be protected by the law in the secular world, and you will be looked down upon and scorned by the world. In short, in order to get a marriage certificate with Clary, Lance would never admit that Valenlay is his father. For this reason, Lance decided to beat Valenlay into a mentally retarded person or an idiot who cannot take care of himself, so as to vent his inner anxiety and dissatisfaction. If possible, it is best to beat Valenlay to death, so as to keep the secret that the lovers finally became siblings. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271, Picking the Girl's Mushrooms. The Holy Grail artifact is different from the portal in Kamitage. It only requires the user to determine where he wants to go. So, when Clary escaped from the clutches of Valenlay through the portal and appeared on the street, she was confused and looked at the moon above her head. "I clearly wanted to be with my mother. Why am I on the street? Is my mother now living on the street?" At this time, a cute little girl of 7 to 8 years old, wearing a silver white gauze dress illuminated by the moonlight, was dancing alone on the street to the girl picking mushrooms dance. It can be seen that the little girl is very happy now. But Clary felt bad. This is the United States. It is said that the night is dark and windy, and there are too many people who come out to earn extra money under the cover of moonlight. Even strong young people dare not walk alone on the street at this time, otherwise they will die. Why does a cute little girl who is loved by everyone dare to appear on the street in the middle of the night? Is it moral degradation or the extinction of human nature? Before Clary could figure out what was going on, the little girl spotted Clary, showing the white eyeballs that represented the devil, and jumped towards Clary excitedly, ready to pick Clary, the little girl. Devil? How could she be so unlucky? Clary was a little panicked. Although she knew that she was not immortal, she just found out. Now she had no martial arts and no weapons. How could she resist the devil? Could she remind the other party that she was mentally retarded and would be infected if she ate it? Clary suddenly regretted the posture she took when she jumped into the portal. It must be the wrong posture. Otherwise how could I suddenly appear next to the devil when I should have been with my mother? Now it's good. The portal gave me to the devil as a midnight snack, and it was a top-notch service that delivered it to my door. Just when Clary accepted the reality that she was about to die, a big dog suddenly knocked the devil into a clothing store on the street, and then the big dog rushed into the store to fight with the devil. Well, the little mushroom that was originally going to pick the girl was picked by the big dog. This is really retribution. It comes fast. This story tells us that, before doing bad things, you have to look around first to make sure that no one is around before you act. It seems to be going too far. On the other side, Clary, who escaped the disaster, was still slumped on the ground, watching in shock as a hand stretched out from the clothing store to pull off the clothes on the model. After a while, Clary saw Uncle Luke, who had loved her since childhood, walking out of the clothing store with a Wolverine hairstyle. When Luke and Clary looked at each other, they heard that the demon who dared to pick Clary's little mushroom was still alive and not dead yet, and immediately turned around in anger and stomped on the little mushroom that collapsed on the ground. I'll let you pick this little girl of mine. Look at my Clary. She's so scared that she's still lying on the ground. You'll accompany my Clary's mental damage. After making sure that the demon was dead, Luke walked towards Clary and said apologetically with a somewhat irritable tone, "Sorry, I was a little excited to see you in danger." Clary looked at Luke blankly. She was not stupid. She saw with her own eyes that it was the jumping big dog who had pounced on the demon before, and it was Luke who walked out in the blink of an eye. This was enough to prove that Luke was a werewolf. If not, I'll stand upside down and drink coke to apologize. Knowing that the relationship between shadow hunters and werewolves is not very friendly, Clary almost cried. What is this? First the demon wants to pick me, and then the werewolf wants to bite me? Clary retreated with a horrified face and shouted, "Luke, you werewolf, don't come over here." Seeing Clary's panic and disgusted tone, Luke's face froze, slowed down his pace, and approached her a little, and said softly, "Sorry, I won't hurt you, don't be afraid." As he spoke, Luke was already close to Clary. Just as Luke reached out to help, Clary, with her mind in a mess, slapped Luke's hand away, and said in horror, "Don't touch me." Luke immediately stopped helping, raised his hands, and stepped back a few steps, indicating that he meant no harm and said, "Relax, it's okay." Luke pointed at the demon in the store and advised, "That thing will come back, we are not safe outside." Perhaps Luke's behavior of stepping back eased Clary's panic a lot. After she recovered, she hesitated, and finally chose the voice in her heart that told herself that Luke is a good man, and followed Luke back to a safe place. In order to get rid of Valenlay, I jumped into the portal, Clary asked confusedly. As soon as she arrived at Luke's house, I thought I would end up at my mother's place, but ended up in the place I least wanted to come to. Listen, Luke, who understood how the portals in the academy worked, said calmly, "The portal sent you here because you were thinking of me at the time." Luke affirmed with a proud heart of "I'm not in vain for being good to you. Deep down in your heart, you know you can trust me." As soon as Luke finished speaking, Clary retorted, "When you were kidnapped by Valenlay's men, you said you didn't care what happened to me and my mother. You just wanted the Holy Grail like everyone else. How could I trust you?" Before Clary could finish speaking, Luke asked speechlessly, "You saw that I was tied up. What else could I do? If I didn't say that, would I be beaten to death by them? And I did this to protect you. At least Valenlay's attention will be shifted from you to the Holy Grail." Feeling that Clary was too naive, Luke sighed helplessly and added, "And I have been paying attention to and protecting you all this time." Luke's words, plus his previous transformation into a werewolf, made Clary realize something, and she said affirmatively, "Back then in the vampire's lair, it was you and the werewolves who saved us. What else?" Luke took out a dagger from under the shelf and said unhappily, "I and my companions saved you, but you didn't say thank you when you left, and instead stabbed me. By the way, you threw it beautifully and accurately." Clary blushed and explained awkwardly, "Sorry, I didn't know it was you at the time." Without waiting for Luke to say anything, the thin-skinned Clary didn't want to dwell on how she hurt her savior, so she changed the subject and asked, "Is Valenlay really my biological father?" Luke was stunned, nodded silently, took out his treasured photos, and said slowly, "He was once a great shadow hunter who killed countless demons for mankind. Later, he and the shadow hunters had a conflict because of different ideologies. In a rage, he stole the Holy Grail and tried various experiments. During that time, your mother discovered that Valenlay's personality had changed drastically. He was no longer the husband she once loved deeply, so she took the Holy Grail and escaped from Valenlay's clutches in time. Valenlay was afraid that your mother would tell the Shadowhunters about his whereabouts and thus retaliate, so he burned his own house to ashes. He wanted the world to believe that he had been burned to death in the fire. When the fire was out, we found the remains of a man and a little boy in the ashes." Clary interrupted, "Wait, you said there was another little boy? I have a brother?" Luke nodded, acknowledging that Clary had a brother, and continued, "Valenlay was both afraid and hated your mother at the time. He wanted your mother to believe that he killed himself and their child. Now it seems that Valenlay is not dead, and your brother." Spreading his hands, Luke said uncertainly, "Maybe he's not dead either. Valenlay is my father." Clary, who couldn't accept that her father was a villain, slumped in the chair. Just as she was having a headache digesting the information that overturned everything, her cell phone suddenly rang. Clary picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID. She pressed the answer button and was about to say something when she heard Simon trembling, as if he was in Siberia. "Clary, we found your mother." Clary's head made a buzzing sound and she hurriedly asked what was going on. Simon sniffed a few times on the phone and said tremblingly, "There are many demons in the academy. We were chased by them and ran around. I accidentally found your mother. As for me, why am I shivering with cold?" Simon looked at the dementors who sucked the demons as jelly and said confusedly, "I have a group of skeletons who look like the Grim Reaper. They ignore humans and chase demons everywhere." Clary, who had seen vampires, demons, and werewolves, calmly told Simon to pay attention to safety, turned to Luke and said, "My mother is in the academy, but there is Valenlay in the academy. I need help." Luke, who was tricked by Clary and thought that there was only Valenlay in the academy without demons and dementors, immediately called his companions and called on his werewolf brothers to go to the academy to rescue people. After a while, Luke's werewolf friends gathered in front of Luke's house in large and small cars or various motorcycles. Seeing this, Luke waved his hand and the team rushed to the academy. Not long after, Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on the black cloud, drinking beer and eating popcorn with relish, found that Luke and others climbed over the wall of the academy and rushed into the academy. Feng scratched his head. Originally, the academy was playing a drama of father and son killing each other. Later, he would see the ethical story of brothers and sisters disregarding blood ties for love. Such a wonderful scene is rare in reality. It is really unreasonable for Feng not to appreciate it. But now the dementors are all holding their round stomachs to show that they are full, and Hodge and others are not stupid. They must have guessed that Feng stole the Holy Grail. Although Hodge and others knew that they took the Holy Grail, they had no choice, but their strength was there. They were not my opponents, even if they joined together. But they were descendants of angels after all. Who knows if killing them all would attract the attention of angels. At that time, with his small body, he would probably be purified by Raziel. Feng smacked his lips and finally resisted the desire to run back to the Marvel world immediately after killing all the shadow hunters. After all, he still wanted to get magic materials in this world. I can't kill them. There are flies around me all day long. It's a bit annoying. Well, if I can't afford to offend them, can't I just hide from them? Thinking of this, Feng, who saw Clary and the werewolf had already entered the academy, shouted in the tone of the dead, "1K, come back, we should leave now." Chapter 272, 269 Opening a store. Half a year after the academy was attacked by Valenlayan demons, the world of the Holy Grail artifact quietly changed. First of all, the Shadow Hunters. Originally this group of people believed more in the weapons in their hands, and their first reaction when encountering demons or people possessed by demons was to swing their knives in close combat. Whether it was a human or a demon, they would all be hacked to death. But I don't know when it started, the Shadow Hunters' style changed, and when they encountered people possessed by demons, they no longer swung their knives and hacked them, but cast a spell to expel the demons from the host, and then either hacked them to death or cast a spell to purify the demons. The underground world of Brooklyn was in an uproar. The Shadow Hunters originally established a certain voice in the underground world with only the runes and skills. Now, this group of people actually mastered spells, and they were spells left by an angel. Will they let other colleagues who make a living by destroying demons? But they couldn't say anything. After all, everyone knew that the Shadow Hunters had angel blood, and it was normal for them to use angel spells. In the end, those who envied the Shadow Hunters for being able to cast spells could only secretly drool in their hearts and envy the Shadow Hunters' changes. Who told them that they didn't have angel blood? The only thing they didn't understand was that the Shadow Hunters seemed to be fighting with a mage called Austin. They were looking for this Chinese mage all day long, and even issued a high bounty to find the whereabouts of Austin, causing the entire American underground world to boil. There was no way, the bounty was too generous. The secular rewards such as money were easy to say, just a blank check filled out at will. But the extraordinary materials provided were a bit exaggerated. In fact, these materials were enough to turn a low-qualified extraordinary person into a second-rate strongman. The temptation here was so great that even after Feng knew the amount of the bounty issued by Hodge, the first thought in his mind was whether to sell himself for materials. It was also in this game of mobilizing all names to find Austin that a buddy from the extraordinary world was bored and went out in the middle of the night to find clues about Austin and accidentally encountered a demon. Originally, this buddy secretly sighed that it was unlucky tonight. Demons always come to the world naked, and at most they only carry their own weapons. When they die, they turn into ashes and return to hell, neither taking anything with them, nor leaving a cloud behind. Killing demons is a thankless job. After all, you can't get any benefits, and if you are not careful, you may be killed by the demons. Therefore, except for the Shadow Hunters who hunt demons, no one will fight with demons for no reason. Generally, extraordinary people always avoid demons when they encounter them. But today, the demon that this extraordinary person encountered may be too high on drugs, and it insisted on putting on a posture that, if you don't kill me, I will destroy you, forcing the extraordinary person to use all his strength to send the demon back to hell. Originally, the extraordinary person killed the demon, and the matter ended there. After everyone dispersed, they went back to their own homes and looked for their mothers. But today, after the extraordinary person killed the demon, he found that something was wrong. Everyone knows that demons will turn into ashes when they die, but what's the matter with this demon leaving a metal bracelet in the ashes today? This isn't a game. How can you kill a demon and still get equipment? Curious, the extraordinary person picked up the bracelet and asked an expert who had studied demons. This question was a big deal. The expert concluded that this was a magic item that could increase the user's strength by 10%. The most important thing was that this item could be used by all creatures. Now, the entire underground world was in an uproar again. The demon went from being a useless item to a hot pot in the eyes of all extraordinary people. This is a small monster that can get equipment. How can it not be good? Even if the explosion rate of demons is a bit low, it will only take a few hundred to get an equipment, which is worth it for everyone to form gangs or use traps to kill demons. After all, this is a rare magic equipment on the market. After that, as people continued to get various equipment that increased strength, speed, and agility by 10% from demons, this game of killing monsters by all people became more and more intense. At this time, Feng, the initiator of the demon's equipment explosion, officially opened a business in a remote alley in Brooklyn under the guise of One-Eyed Fury, selling various equipment that exploded from demons. Of course, Feng's disguised identity at this time was a skilled alchemist. In addition to selling equipment that increased the data of demons by 10%, he also sold some imitations that claimed to be inspired by demon equipment. Although the imitations could not increase the data such as strength by 10%, they could at least increase the data of the user by 3%. Moreover, Feng also stated that it was not because of his poor craftsmanship, but because he had not found the right materials. Once he found the right materials, he could not only create equipment that increased by 10%, but also create equipment that increased by 20%. At first, everyone did not believe in Feng's craftsmanship. After all, no one had ever seen Feng, the one-eyed black man, before. It was impossible for everyone to believe Feng's words just by touching his upper and lower lips. It was not until Feng put a piece of equipment that increased strength by 15% on the counter for sale that everyone believed Feng's words. In this way, the name of Alchemist Fury officially gained a foothold in Brooklyn, and there was an endless stream of people who took the initiative to deliver materials to his door every day to request to create equipment. As for Feng, in order to accumulate a reputation, he accepted everyone who came, collected cash and asked customers to come to pick up the equipment the next day. It's just that Feng's craftsmanship is so good that the extraordinary people in Brooklyn are unwilling to go out naked to fight monsters, and they all go to Feng to customize various equipment before going out. Later, Feng, whose business was so good, simply put up a sign to inform everyone who pays with magic materials who will come back the next day to get the equipment. As for those who still pay with cash, they can slowly line up and wait. When to deliver depends on when Feng is in the mood to forge equipment. The extraordinary people who have tasted the sweetness of various equipment immediately quit. Those who are prepared can destroy the devil more easily and get the equipment dropped by the devil more safely. Why can they only risk their lives to fight monsters? Especially in the recent situation, where the explosion rate of demons is getting lower and lower. When they get the equipment, it is estimated that the demons will return to their original status of chicken ribs. In this way, no one pays with cash anymore, and they all use various magic materials to exchange for magic equipment from Feng. Even if Feng stops secretly making equipment for demons, the extraordinary people in the underground world are unwilling to abandon their equipment. After all, equipment allows many weak extraordinary people to kill those who are stronger than themselves. In this way, the extraordinary people in the underground world have gradually moved from relying on their talents to the road of whoever has money will be stronger. The biggest winner of the demon equipment explosion incident is naturally Feng, who has pocketed a large number of precious magic materials and mixed inferior materials with a little precious materials to make equipment for sale. The reason why Feng mixed some good materials is that he should be honest in doing business. Feng is not a profiteer who completely fools people with inferior materials. In fact, no one is a fool. These days, there are equipment to detect the specific components of equipment. If Feng is stingy and doesn't use any precious materials, who would use precious materials to exchange for equipment? As the equipment business is getting better and better, Feng has set his sights on various magic medicinal materials. In addition to equipment, various auxiliary potions, provided by a friend, who does not exist quietly appear on the counter. The rules for purchasing or customizing potions are the same as those for equipment. As long as you provide medicinal materials, Feng will help the other party to make various potions. There are all kinds of polyjuice potion, truth serum, blood tonic, and even a kind of magic potion, love potion, that makes others like you. It can be said that there is nothing that Feng can't make. This made the extraordinary people in the underground world crazy again, especially those who had no money and no backing after being injured and could only rely on their physical strength to resist. Every time they saw the healing potion on the counter, they went crazy and searched for magic herbs everywhere to exchange. As for robbing Li Feng's store, just look at the guys with 3-foot high grass on the graves in the suburbs and the various bigwigs who honestly worked as waiters in the small store, to know the consequences of doing so. During the period when Li Feng bought all kinds of magic materials, Hodge and others did not suspect that Fury, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, was Austin who stole the Holy Grail, but they had no evidence. The closest to insinuating that Li Feng was a thief was when Lance broke into Li Feng's house one day under the cover of night and found a Holy Grail without angel blood. But the Holy Grail can only prove that Fury had seen the real Holy Grail before and could imitate such a realistic Holy Grail. Lance said that he had no evidence to prove that Fury was the thief who stole the Holy Grail. In fact, the Holy Grail that Lance saw was actually the real Holy Grail, but the angel blood in the cup was just a piece of cake for him. Sorry, Li Feng is a guy who can even borrow dimensional energy to extract. Therefore, the angel blood had long been put into a test tube by Li Feng and was lying in a shoulder bag, which was covered with dust. The shoulder bag was on creature who was in a state of enhanced invisibility all day. Can a weakling like Lance find creature? No way. Li Feng stayed in the world of the Holy Grail artifact for 4 years. At first, Li Feng was a little confused. After all, he could only stay in the other world for 2 years before. This time, the super long standby made him think that he could not return to the Marvel world if he hadn't sensed that the quantum energy in his body was still there, which made him feel much more at ease. Li Feng would have tried to return to the Marvel world after staying for 2 years. But let's be honest, Li Feng was reluctant to leave the world of the Holy Grail artifact so soon. After all, this world is too vast, and the magic materials are like leeks, which can never be cut. Li Feng's backpack is almost full. Even the magic amplitude potion, that has not been made for a long time, and is used to enhance magic power, Li Feng almost vomited after drinking it. There is no way, his strength is too strong, and the formula of the magic amplitude potion in his hand is too primitive and weak, resulting in the limited magic amplitude brought by Li Feng drinking a bottle of potion every day. Until today, 4 years later, Li Feng, who once again sensed the quantum energy in his body beginning to dissipate, not only understood that how long he stayed in the other world depends entirely on how powerful he is, but also understood that it was time to say goodbye to the world of the Holy Grail artifact. Chapter 273 Ancient Ones G. Marvel Universe, Desert. When the portal vomited Li Feng and his servant back to the Marvel world, Li Feng wanted to recover the quantum energy on the spot and have a good chat with Dr. Pyme's wife. For example, he asked what Janet ate to survive in the quantum world before being affected by the quantum energy. Water bears? How does it taste? How many times more protein is beef? However, the portal that suddenly appeared in front of him told Li Feng that he should not get in touch with Janet today. Li Feng looked at the portal and saw that opposite the portal was an antique tea room, and Gu Yi was sitting at the tea table and smiled gently at Li Feng. Gu Yi picked up the small teacup and blew it gently. After taking a sip of tea, he stretched out his hand to signal Li Feng to come over. Li Feng scratched his head, patted the sand off his body, sat opposite Gu Yi with a flattering look, and asked in a low voice, what do you want to ask me for? Gu Yi nodded, took out a small teacup, and poured tea for Li Feng, and smiled gently. Try my craftsmanship. Li Feng didn't look like he was going to cause trouble for me. He held the teacup with both hands, imitated the way literati tasted tea, swallowed the tea in one gulp, and said with a thumbs up, "It's bitter first and sweet later, good tea." Gu Yi rolled his eyes obscurely and said unhappily, "Tell the truth." Li Feng scratched his head a little embarrassedly. To be honest, Li Feng believed that, even though he was called a wizard, he was still a rough man in his bones. How could he, a rough man, taste tea? He just drank beer. If Gu Yi asked what kind of beer tasted good, Li Feng could still say what kind of beer tasted good. As for asking more details, such as the origin and brewing requirements, sorry, Li Feng couldn't answer either. Seeing that Li Feng was grinning for a long time but couldn't fart, Gu Yi shook his head helplessly and said, "In the future, drink less alcohol and more tea. It will be good for your future." Li Feng tilted his head and thought for a while, then asked, let me cultivate my character? Gu Yi nodded and shook his head again. Li Feng was confused on the spot. What does that mean? Only cultivate yourself, but not cultivate your character? Gu Yi picked up the teapot on the tea stove and poured tea for Li Feng, saying, you were cautious and careful when you first entered the magic world, and you gradually grew up to be reckless after you became powerful. Now you know how to restrain your greed and desire, which is good. Why did I feel so nervous when I heard this? Li Feng silently picked up the teacup, and through the action of drinking tea, his mind quickly analyzed the meaning of Gu Yi's words. Ancient One seemed to see that Li Feng was a little overly nervous, and smiled gently. Don't think too much, I'm just reminding you the path you should take. Li Feng put down the teacup in confusion, blinked and looked at Ancient One, and heard Ancient One say, your magic path is different from mine. I can't give you too much advice. The only thing I can do is tell you how painful it will be if the thorns on the road prick you, and how to pull out the thorns. Ancient One's tone changed and said with a little sternness, but the road is chosen by you, and you walk it yourself. Maybe you won't encounter the thorns I mentioned, or maybe you can think of a better way to deal with thorns. No matter how far you can go, it depends on you alone. Ancient One's inexplicable words made Li Feng completely confused. Boss, can we not play like this? I don't understand. Li Feng asked slowly with a look on his face. Master, what do you want to tell me? Ancient One shook his head slightly and asked, you have been to many worlds. What are the tempers of those who are really powerful? Speaking of meeting powerful big men in another world, the first person Li Feng thought of was the old man god. As for having a kind temper, the old man next door. Li Feng narrowed his eyes. Ancient One was also a big boss, but his temper seemed quite kind. And Dodin's temper, when he was young. Li Feng knew from clues that he had a bad temper, but now he disguised himself as a kind-hearted old man. The pure and kind god, Ancient One who used dark energy, Odin who used to have a bad temper, and Mephisto who looked kind-hearted. No matter how you looked at him, these people were extremely powerful, but their tempers seemed more like those of ordinary old people. Do you have to be a good person if you want to be strong? Is it okay even if I just pretend to be a good person? Li Feng thought for a while and said uncertainly, what you always ask me to do is not to suppress greed and desire, but to ignore these things. In his heart, Li Feng rolled his eyes and complained helplessly, the problem is that everyone has desires, even a high monk has his own desires and pursuits. Ancient One shook his head slightly, that is your own path, you need to figure it out yourself. Oh, Li Feng pouted, it's useless to say it. Li Feng hung his head, poured tea for Ancient One first, and then poured it for himself, took out the spirit of drinking, and drank it all in one gulp, smacked his lips and asked, you should tell me what you want to see me for, as long as I can do it. Li Feng patted his chest and abdomen and said, I have no choice but to do it. Ancient One looked at Li Feng with a smile, until Li Feng was trembling with all kinds of heart and liver, then said, you know about the intersection of the 9 realms? The plot of Thor 2. Li Feng nodded silently and said, I know. There is nothing to hide about this matter. Ancient One is not unaware that Li Feng can see the future. Although the spell to see the future is useless, at least there is an excuse to see the future. Besides, Li Feng has always suspected that Ancient One has known his past for a long time, and even knows what he wants to do in the future. This is the feeling of facing someone who controls the time stone. Moreover, Li Feng also wants to take Thor's express train to Asgard when the 9 realms intersect, and then transfer to Xandar. As for intervening in the mess between Thor and the Dark Elves, who can Li Feng beat? There is no need for the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, to take action. The cursed warriors around him can beat him in various ways. Therefore, Li Feng is just fantasizing about the plot of Thor 2 in his mind, and will not really participate in it. I'd better wait for spicy chicken shreds to be knocked down by Thor before appearing. But Li Feng scratched his head in confusion. Why did Ancient One tell him all this? You won't let me go head to head with spicy shredded chicken, will you? That's good to know. Ancient One sighed slightly and said in a complicated tone, when the 9 realms intersect, it will affect the power of space. It is also the time when the dimension is the weakest. Dormammu will come to make trouble, and Caecilius will be tempted, so Defection? Li Feng said, and at the same time, stretched out his right hand to make a killing gesture, and asked in a low voice, "Need my help?" Ancient One's mouth twitched. "Caecilius knows your existence, and will go to trouble you. In the future I see, there is a 1/3 chance that Caecilius will be slaughtered by you." Li Feng blinked, and suddenly understood what Ancient One wanted to express. "You always ask me to show mercy and leave this guy to stab." Before Li Feng finished speaking, Ancient One interrupted and said, "Drink tea. Drink tea." Li Feng looked down at the teacup, and instantly understood what Ancient One meant to shut him up. After all, he was not an idiot who knew nothing about time. Some things would change once they were made clear. After Li Feng gave Ancient One an "I understand" look, he picked up the teacup obediently, and heard Ancient One say, "I want to ask you for some wheat." Simple. Li Feng turned his head, and looked at creature standing beside him, and said, "Bring out some wheat seeds." "Okay, boss." As he spoke, creature quickly took out a small cloth bag from the bulging suitcase, and handed it to Ancient One respectfully. Ancient One shook the weight of the cloth bag in his hand, opened the bag, took out a wheat seed, put it in his palm and observed it, and said, "I won't take your benefits for nothing." After a pause, Ancient One restrained his expression, and looked at Li Feng, and said softly, "Let me remind you, that you have a record of resurrecting Carlson, so go to Asgard, as soon as possible." Resurrect Carlson? Li Feng was stunned, lowered his head and silently thought about Ancient One's reminder. Go to Asgard, as soon as possible? Does it mean that someone in Asgard needs to be resurrected? But the Aegis treatment methods are very advanced. They can't treat their injuries. What if I resurrect them? When the soul is put back into the body, won't the injury recur and die? Wait, wasn't Thor's mother, Queen Frigga, killed by the cursed warrior in Thor 2? If I can save the other party's soul and preserve it properly, it will buy time for the EC to treat Frigga's physical injuries. It seems that I can save Frigga. How will Odin thank me then? This is going to be a rhythm. Seeing Li Feng's eyes rolling around, as if he was thinking about how to get benefits, Gu Yi smiled gently and said, "Understand? Understand." Li Feng rubbed his excited face and said slowly, "Thank you for your advice, Master." Gu Yi nodded, pointed to Li Feng's shoulder bag, and said, "Remember to bring the tube of blood." Blood? Li Feng turned his head, and looked at his backpack. There was only one kind of blood in his backpack. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Angel's blood?" Gu Yi did not answer, but put the wheat on the tea table and asked, "What should I pay attention to when planting wheat?" Li Feng scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Creature was in charge of wheat. He was only responsible for eating it. How could he know what to pay attention to? After thinking about it, Li Feng tilted his head and said, "I know that this thing is not suitable for this world. In its original world, I can harvest a crop in a day or a few days, but here, it takes at least a month to harvest once." As for what to pay attention to, while speaking, Li Feng waved to creature, indicating that creature should explain the next thing, while he leisurely picked up the teacup and slowly tasted the taste of the tea soup. After a while, creature told Gu Yi the key points of planting wheat. Li Feng, with a stomach full of tea soup, stood up and asked, "Master, is there anything else?" If nothing, Gu Yi smiled, and shook his head, indicating Li Feng to go ahead. "Thank you for your teachings, Master. I'll come back to taste your cooking next time I have a chance," Li Feng said, bowing respectfully to Gu Yi, waving his hand to open the portal and return to the lake. After putting the gift away, Li Feng held the wine glass in one hand, and waved at the phone. After the call was connected, Li Feng smiled and said, "Eric, how have you been recently? Austin?" Shavag's tired but slightly surprised tone came from the phone. Chapter 274, A Little Death Expert. After a few polite small talk with Shavag, Li Feng asked, "Eric, do you know about the intersection of the 9 realms?" On the other end of the phone, Eric was obviously stunned and asked in confusion, "What 9 realms? Has Shavag not calculated the coordinates of the 9 worlds yet?" Li Feng frowned, and was silent for a while, then slowly explained the intersection of the 9 realms. As Li Feng explained, the voices of Shavag and others fiddling with the drawings and Jane asking what happened, came from the phone. Li Feng scratched his head, motioned to creature to get a beer, and listened quietly to the hurried and excited conversation between Shavag and Jane coming from the microphone. Shavig, gravity, chaos and space compression happened thousands of years ago. The ancients had been to the scene of the incident, so they left behind those great buildings. As Shavig fell, Jane's excited voice came again. Is it Stonehenge? Yes. After a long time, Shavig picked up the phone and whispered, apologies, Austin, I don't know what you are talking about. My current interest is to calculate the approximate locations of 9 countries in ancient times. By the way, can you come to the UK tomorrow? Some things can't be explained clearly over the phone. Brother, you are obviously afraid that the phone will be monitored, so you don't explain in detail on the phone. Li Feng nodded in confusion and asked, what do you mean tomorrow? Can't it be done now? Shavig hesitated and whispered in an excited tone, I have to pack my luggage and prepare some ingredients now. Let's meet tomorrow at Salisbury Plain in Wiltshire, England. How about it? Salisbury Plain in Wiltshire, England? Li Feng just scratched his head, squinted his eyes and asked, there seems to be a huge rock over there. Before Li Feng could finish, Shavig interrupted him and said, the scenery there is nice. We are going to have a picnic there to relax. Do you want to come? Should I be so careful? Believe it or not, Fury already knows what we are talking about. Li Feng replied speechlessly, okay, see you tomorrow. After that, Li Feng hung up the phone, turned around and shouted, creature, prepare some ingredients. We will go for a picnic near Stonehenge tomorrow. As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, the phone in his hand rang with a shrill ring. Li Feng pressed the answer button and heard Sky's anxious shout from the other end of the phone. Uncle Austin, can you come over? Simmons is sick and needs help. Li Feng replied with confused eyes. Sky, do you have any misunderstandings about me? I'm a mage, not a doctor. Why are you looking for me when you are sick? I can only treat injuries, not diseases. No, Sky said anxiously. The problem is that we don't know whether this is an illness or an injury. Before Sky finished speaking, Carlson's voice came from the phone. Austin, Simmons has been infected by the Chitauri virus. We need help over the Atlantic Ocean in Morocco. Come as soon as possible. Li Feng looked at the satellite phone in his hand in confusion and asked puzzledly, are you sure it's a virus? My amulet can resist the virus. It can't be that Simmons took a bath with the virus or ate the virus as a meal. Carlson sighed and smiled bitterly. You also know that scientists are always curious about the unknown. So, Simmons and Fitz dissected the amulet, resulting in Simmons having no amulet at all. So, Simmons is courting death. Li Feng raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, I really want to give this little expert in courting death a banner. I don't dare to be so extravagant. As he spoke, Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal and floated over the Atlantic Ocean on a black cloud, saying, give her an amulet. Although the amulet can't kill the virus, it can slow down the reproduction of the virus. I've already given it to her. Carlson rubbed his eyebrows as if he had a headache and said bitterly, but the amulet is slowly cracking. While looking for the airborne command room, Li Feng said unhappily, nonsense, the amulet is not a panacea, it's just a protective film. While it resists the virus, it also consumes internal energy. When the energy is exhausted, it will break into powder. As he spoke, Li Feng found the airborne command room, got into the cabin effortless, lifted his cloak, walked quickly to the front of the laboratory, opened his Dharma Rai to look at Simmons in the laboratory. At this time, Carlson, Fitz and Sky were lying in front of the glass window of the laboratory, looking anxiously at Simmons who was locked in the laboratory and busy. Sky saw Li Feng suddenly appear in front of the laboratory door and said happily, Uncle Austin, cast a spell to save Simmons. Li Feng glanced at Sky, shook his head and said, I can't do anything. Simmons is not infected with the extraordinary virus. My spell can only stop the virus from multiplying. Li Feng waved his hand to cast purification on Simmons and said, I can only ensure that Simmons has enough time to make an antidote. In the laboratory, after hearing what Li Feng said, Simmons looked up and forced a smile to show his gratitude and said, it's antibody serum. You are so careless, you still have the mind to correct the name of the potion at this time. Li Feng shrugged his shoulders, turned his head to look at Fitz who had been silent, and asked, how did you get infected with the virus? You accidentally picked up the body of a Chitauri and then dissected it without fear of death. Fitz shook his head slightly and said slowly, when the Chitauri invaded, firefighters went to the battlefield to support. Afterwards, the firefighters picked up a Chitauri helmet and took it back to the fire station as a souvenir. But this helmet contained the Chitauri virus. Every firefighter who came into contact with the helmet died one after another. When it came to death, Fitz silently lowered his head and clenched his fists, blaming himself. We knew it was dangerous to come into contact with unknown things, but we didn't wear protective clothing and came into contact with them without authorization. On the side, Carlson patted Fitz on the shoulder, comforted him a few words, then looked at Feng and said, "At the beginning, we didn't know what was going on. It wasn't until Simon studied the source of the virus that he discovered the virus was hidden in the helmet. But Simmons had already been infected by the virus by then." Feng scratched his head, glanced at the lab, and said, "So, since the Chitauri can resist the virus, you think you can develop antiviral serum by studying the DNA of the Chitauri in the helmet?" As soon as Feng finished speaking, Simmons and Fitz in the lab looked at Feng at the same time. "What's going on? What did I say wrong?" Feng blinked in confusion. "What's wrong?" Fitz lay on the laboratory glass with a grin and said in surprise, "The bastard who wore this helmet was infected with the virus a long time ago." Before Fitz finished speaking, Simmons raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Yes, but this bastard did not emit static electricity pulses, and he survived, because..." Fitz and Simmons said in unison, "Because she is immune to the virus." "Yes," Simmons paced back and forth excitedly and said, "She is just a carrier of the virus, just like a carrier of typhoid bacteria." Feng glanced blankly at Sky, whose forehead had paste written on it, walked to Carlson, who had a calm face, and asked in a low voice, "Did you understand their conversation? Explain it." Carlson glanced at the ignorant Feng with contempt, turned his head and asked, "Simmons, if I extract some Chitauri cells from the helmet, can you make antiviral serum?" Previously, Simmons concluded that the virus came from aliens and attempted to use the cells of firefighters killed by the virus to experiment in order to find a way to save themselves. Needless to say, the experiment ended in failure. Just as she was about to give up the experiment and accept her impending death and was thinking about how to write a suicide note, Feng's words reminded her that there was still a way to save herself. This made her gain confidence in the face of Carlson's questioning, and she couldn't help but wave her fist vigorously, affirming, "Of course, sir." Carlson, who was relieved, smiled gently and turned to look at Fitz. Without waiting for Carlson's instructions, Fitz turned around and ran to the place where the Chitauri helmets were stored, picked up the helmet, and ran into the door of the laboratory. Just when everyone thought that Fitz would send the helmet into the laboratory through the security window, Fitz opened the door of the laboratory and rushed into the laboratory without hesitation. Simmons said with a confused expression, "Fitz, you can't come in." Fitz, who was holding the box where the helmet was stored, said indifferently, "Apologize, it's too late, I'm already in." Outside the laboratory, Feng smacked his lips and rolled his eyes as he put on a shield for Fitz. "Although I know you like Simmons, what's the matter with your attitude of living and dying together? Where is the shyness you promised?" "Fitz, I misjudged you." Feng thought about it, turned his head, and said in Carlson's ear, "I was wrong before. A banner with the words 'little expert in self-destruction' on your team is obviously not enough." Carlson's mouth twitched, ignoring Feng's ridicule, and looked at Fitz and Simmons in the laboratory nervously. Seeing that Carlson ignored him, Feng touched his chin and asked curiously, "By the way, does your shield have regulations that prohibit internal members from getting married? If there is such an inhumane system, these two children will be very pitiful. Do you need me to contact Ludan and ask him to abolish this rule as soon as possible?" "Thank you, but no need," Carlson said helplessly, and silently took a step to the side, making it clear that he didn't want to talk now. Feng didn't want to let Carlson off like this, so he took a step with Carlson and said with a smile, "I'm doing this for your own good. I can see that Melinda likes you. If there is a system that internal members are not allowed to get married, what about Melinda? Are you willing to let her live out her life alone?" Carlson looked at Li Feng weakly. I thank you for your concern on behalf of the agents in SHIELD, but we don't have such rules and this is May and I's business, so don't bother yourself. We are just friends. Li Feng put his hand on Carlson's shoulder and whispered, tell me about how you and May are doing recently. Are you passionate? Or? Carlson, who felt that Li Feng was getting more and more unreasonable, turned to Sky and said, take your uncle to the public lounge to taste the good wine that has just been stored in the wine cabinet. Sky, who was listening to gossip enthusiastically, looked at Carlson, then at Fitz and Simmons in the laboratory, pouted and took Li Feng's wrist, and said, okay Uncle Alcoholic, it's time for you to drink. Li Feng, why do I feel that your tone is not asking me to drink, but rather saying you should take medicine? Chapter 275 Serum. In the public area of the airborne command room, Li Feng walked into the wine cabinet with familiarity, took out a bottle that looked the most pleasing to the eye, bit open the cork, and poured the wine into his mouth. While smacking his lips to savor the aroma of the wine, Li Feng took out a pair of wristbands from his shoulder bag and handed them to Sky, saying, this pair of toys is for you. Looking at the mysterious runes engraved on the wristbands, Sky picked up the wristbands curiously and asked, what is this? What is it for? It's a toy I made recently, Li Feng explained as he sat in front of the bar. When the wristbands collide with each other, the runes on them will be activated, and then within 10 minutes, your existing strength and dexterity will be increased by 5%. However, afterwards, your hands will be sore. 5% strength and dexterity? Sky's eyes lit up and he asked, is it the same as the equipment in online games? And the stronger a person's original strength is, the more it will be improved. Looking at Sky with shining eyes, Li Feng nodded, indicating that Sky understood correctly. After thinking for a while, he warned, girl, although this thing consumes the energy in the rune to provide extra strength and dexterity, it is always your own wrist that uses it, so you'd better use it with caution. Once used for a long time, your arm muscles will be useless. I understand. Sky put on the wristband with a smile and said foolishly, it's like the news I saw on the internet before about a woman who lifted a car with both hands to save her child. Although the woman burst out with super strength, her muscles and internal organs could not handle the sudden burst of power, and the woman eventually died of internal organ failure. Li Feng took a sip of wine, nodded and said, I'm glad you understand, pointed to the wristband and explained, this thing is designed for extraordinary people with energy in their bodies, and you are just an ordinary person. Unless it is necessary, try not to activate the rune. After a pause, Li Feng couldn't help but twitch his eyelids slightly when he recalled the dissection of the amulet, and whispered, girl, the material of this thing is a bit special. Don't let Carlson and others take it away for experiments in the name of research. I don't have much material to make a pair, and there is no way to repair it if it is damaged. Sky looked around and blinked his right eye at Li Feng to indicate I know. He quickly pulled down his sleeves, hid the wristband inside his sleeves, sat next to Li Feng, and asked in a low voice, Uncle, do you know who my parents are? Li Feng's whole body stiffened, and while shaking the bottle of wine in his hand, his mind was thinking about how to change the subject. Seeing the small bracelet on Sky's hand, Li Feng smiled inwardly and asked, it seems that you have hacked into the SHIELD database, and Carlson caught you red-handed? Sky smiled and shook her head and said, I wear a bracelet that restricts access to electronic devices not because I hacked into the SHIELD database, but because. Sky spread her hands and said a little embarrassedly, this is the trouble caused by my ex-boyfriend. Let's not talk about this. I joined the Carlson team because of my background in SHIELD, but Carlson told me that, as long as you come forward, the director of SHIELD will give you face and retrieve the information about me for me to check. Carlson, you big mouth. Li Feng scratched his head and asked after a moment of silence, what if your parents are not as good as you think? Do you still want to know where your biological parents are? You really know something like Carlson said. Sky said without hesitation, can it be worse than now? Yes, Li Feng answered without hesitation. Sky was stunned. Is there anything worse than being alone? Are my whole family terrorists, or the kind that are wanted worldwide? Li Feng stood up and picked up a bottle of wine, patted Sky on the shoulder, and walked towards the laboratory with his back to Sky, saying, "Your father may still be saved, but I can only say that I sympathize with your mother's experience, but..." Li Feng curled his lips and shook his head, shrugged and said, "I don't know how to evaluate her behavior. If you want to make life worse, I can tell you where they are. By the way, I will remind you that, as long as you stay in the Cowlson team, you are destined to meet your family one day." Sighing, Li Feng hesitated for a while, then turned his head to look at Sky and said, "I hope that by then you have been prepared to make your life worse." After that, Li Feng walked towards the laboratory quickly with the bottle of wine. Sky looked at Li Feng's back blankly, sitting silently at the bar thinking about something. In front of the laboratory, Cowlson folded his arms and looked at Fitz and Simmons busy in the experiment with an expressionless face. Seeing Li Feng approaching with a bottle of wine, Cowlson asked in a low voice, "Did Sky ask you about your family?" Li Feng nodded and whispered, "She did, but I didn't tell her what happened specifically. She's not mentally prepared yet." Cowlson squinted at Li Feng. When he was about to ask, he heard Li Feng wave his hand and said, "Don't ask anything. Your wine is too low quality. It's giving me a headache now, so I have the right to refuse to answer your questions." Cowlson glanced at the bottle of wine in Li Feng's hand, looked at the laboratory silently, and asked, "Simmons will be okay. Don't worry." Li Feng leaned against the glass door of the laboratory, drinking from time to time, and said, "I'm here. It's hard to die." For some reason, Li Feng's words reminded Cowlson of his experience of being resurrected. He lowered his head and was silent for a while, motioned Li Feng to go to the corner, and asked in a low voice, "In addition to the shortcomings you told me, does the resurrection technique have other side effects?" Li Feng squinted and circled around Cowlson, asking with a smile, "Something inexplicably emerged in your mind? It seems I asked the right person." Cowlson nodded slightly and said, "Is it a side effect of the spell, or..." "It has nothing to do with the spell," Li Feng said seriously. "Do you remember the dark green blood?" A blank look flashed across Cowlson's eyes, and he looked at Li Feng gently and smiled. "I remember." Li Feng, who had been observing Cowlson's changes, touched his chin, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and asked, "Really? Then tell me, what are the light green and black liquids that synthesize the dark green blood?" Cowlson's face froze, and he sighed and complained, "Can't you play dumb and tell me what happened?" Obviously, Cowlson's words have shown that he does not remember the specific details of his resurrection. He is just bluffing Li Feng to get the reason why his brain is wrong. Similarly, Li Feng was also surprised by this. Logically, Cowlson's resurrection is not based on the blood of the Kree, so Fury does not need to brainwash Cowlson. Is it that Fury does not want Cowlson to know the existence of the Kree, or is he afraid that people with bad intentions will get the details of the resurrection from Cowlson's mind? Agent, what a headache. Li Feng lowered his head and thought for a while, then whispered, "I don't know what Fury thinks, so I can't say anything about this. You should go ask Fury in person. What I can do is just to help you suppress the things that have come to your mind temporarily." As he spoke, Li Feng stretched out his hand and pressed it on Cowlson's forehead, activated the Mind Stone, and sealed the things that were passed down to Cowlson in the blood of the Kree. After a while, Li Feng panted and said unhappily, "I told Fury that the thing would have side effects, but after I stuffed your soul back into the body, Fury immediately drove me away with a broom. Now something's wrong, and he wants me to clean up his ass. Remember to tell Fury that he owes me a favor." Cowlson, who felt much more comfortable in his brain, forced a smile, said thank you, and walked to the door of the laboratory, his eyes silently wandering in the sky. Li Feng scratched his head, drank the wine in his hand, leaned against the door of the laboratory, and watched Fitz make the antiviral serum. Soon, the serum was made with the efforts of Fitz and Simmons. Fitz picked up the serum, forced a smile, and said, "The third experiment always brings good luck. Let me do the experiment this time." After that, Fitz put the serum into a device similar to an electric shotgun, and walked towards a fragrant little white mouse. Behind Fitz, Simmons put his hands into his pockets at a loss, and watched nervously as Fitz grabbed the little white mouse, and gave it a burst of electric shock. 1 second, 2 seconds, the little white mouse in the laboratory was safe and sound. Simmons cried with joy and said, "We succeeded." As soon as Simmons finished speaking, blue electric sparks appeared all over the little white mouse, and then it floated in the air inexplicably, while Fitz was stunned. Fitz couldn't accept the fact that the little white mouse was dead, and whispered to himself with reluctance. No, the expression on Simmons' face gradually stiffened. She felt that she was dead. Even if Feng could delay her death indefinitely, as long as the alien virus in her body could not be cured, she would die sooner or later. Wiping his moist eyes, Simmons walked silently to the door of the laboratory, with a smile uglier than crying, and said, "Sir, I know what procedures to follow in this situation, but can you tell my father about my death first? I just think my mother will feel better if he tells her." Carlson glanced at Feng beside him, shook his head and said, "We have enough time to make an interim." Simmons interrupted with a smile, "But I can't think of any other way to treat myself." Simmons turned his head to look at Feng. "Austin, can Fitz and I be alone for a while?" Feng shrugged, pointed at the little white mouse, and said, "Sure, as long as you do me a small favor." Simmons looked at the little white mouse in the direction of Feng's finger, and heard Feng say, "I heard that the meat of the little white mice raised in the laboratory is very fragrant. I want to try whether the rumors are true. Please hand me the living one. Alive." Simmons looked at Fitz with a confused face, rubbing his forehead, and asked blankly, "Fitz, does Austin mean that our serum is actually successfully produced?" Fitz glanced at Feng, walked quickly to the mouse that he had electrocuted, and carefully felt the pain of the mouse with his fingers. After confirming that the mouse was still alive, Fitz opened his mouth and looked at the remaining antiviral serum with joy, shouting, "Simmons, we succeeded. The mouse is not dead. It was just electrocuted and comatose." After confirming that Simmons could be cured, Carlson secretly breathed a sigh of relief, quietly pointed in the direction of the office, and whispered, "Austin, let's talk about the intersection of the 9 realms." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.